What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing on this lovely Tuesday night? Or where probably a lot of you guys are, probably Wednesday morning. How's everybody doing? How's the mic sound? Is it too loud, too soft? Every channel I've been going on the last couple days because my computer reset and then like all my settings got messed up, so I've been having to go back and try to fix it. I hope it sounds good though. But we shall see as we go on. I am going to be having a few drinks. I don't know how long this is going to be. I don't know how many people are showing up. Coming through great. Awesome. Perfect. Thank you very much. I do have a few topics. I mean, if I got to just talk about them by myself, I will talk about it with you guys, chat, and then we will move on. I'm trying to think of times to do shows earlier, and I don't mind doing the late night streams. I mainly been doing these for this time setting because DA isn't here. So well, why not? Why not go ahead and do it? I do know. Hold on, let me remove that. There might be one person to come on who kind of wants to talk about Andor, and that is fine. And then I kind of want to talk about some Thunderbolt stuff. And then what was the other one? The Last of Us. Oh, and then that Gargoyles announcement, which is crazy. Well, DA's not going to be here. Like, I don't think he's back from Japan yet. I think he's still out in Japan, so I'm still just doing these at this time frame, just so like the regular nightcap people still have a spot to go kick it. I mean, if they're following me, anyways. But I might do like a pre-DA stream going forward, maybe like 8 o'clock or something. But I was thinking more during like the daytime, my time, because even over here it's already like 10 o'clock. So for any of you guys, even like Central Mountain Time and Eastern, what was that pre-DA stream for your new stream time? Yeah, I could do that for like during his normal times or whatever. I know he might change it up when he gets back. Who knows? Maybe he's gotten some new ideas while he's been out there in Japan. Maybe he might come back and he'll just be like, I'm going to do solo stuff. I have no idea. I'm sure he wants to get back and probably talk to some people though. Like he's been posting his videos. It seems like he's having a great time out there. It looks awesome. Looks like a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Let's see here. Is anybody in the background? Nope. So far, just flying solo. All right. Well, with that being said, let me go ahead and I had to re-upload a bunch of my stuff. For some reason, it all dropped out of StreamYards. I had it all set up, and then I don't know. Maybe because it finally did the payment. So once the payment went through, everything like reset to a new thing. I have no idea. But let me go here. All right. So the first thing that's coming up, I don't know who's anybody in the stream or anybody in the chat going to go see Thunderbolts? Or actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me shout out some people in the chat. So we got SJ with the Hell Syfax and Calypso. What's going on, SJ? We got Jeff A. What's going on, man? I think those are the only two people who have talked in the chat so far. There's a couple other people watching. One might just be my backup account. Just fine. I should have just kept streaming for the last couple days. SJ says, I'm passing on the Thunderbolts. Yeah, I was considering that, but since I cover stuff like this, I might as well go ahead and read about it because people will be talking about it, or go ahead and watch it. So on Thursday, I'm going for an earlier showing at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon just to get it out of the way. So I'm going to go see it, but I've heard mixed things on it. I mean, there's always the typical things that everyone says about Marvel in general, which is like, oh, this is going to save Marvel, which is basically what this article that I have is about. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and share that. Yeah, okay, so that's shared just fine. Let me go ahead and make it a little bit bigger. Take that ad off. How's that look? Go a little bit bigger. Yeah, that's better. All right. So this is a Screen Rant article. So Thunderbolts review. Exactly what the MCU needs right now. And I'm more excited about the franchise's future than I've been in years. Haven't we all seen this shit before, like hundreds of times by now? Every new Marvel movie is the new thing. Like, didn't they just do this 2 months ago with, Captain America? I mean, I almost feel like we're reading the exact same thing. I'm more excited about it than I've been in years. Let's see here. For all 17 years that Marvel Cinematic Universe has been around, few Marvel Studio movies have explicitly tackled mental health with the depth and deftness of Thunderbolts. It's usually more in the background. There's a lot going on with mental health. Certainly, Iron Man 3 sees Tony Stark wrestling with PTSD. Well, he also was dealing with, like, I don't know, his drinking problems and stuff. From the events of the Avengers Endgame showed the toll of grief and depression on Thor, and Moon Knight told the story of a man living with a dissociated identity disorder. But with the exception of Moon Knight, those MCU characters' mental health was secondary to the plot of the project. Yeah, for a reason. Like, most people don't really give a shit about that in your movie. You flush stuff like that out in your books. You don't really do that in a movie. In Thunderbolts, mental health is the main story. Man, there's that sentence right there. In Thunderbolts, mental health is the main story. Isn't that so exciting? Doesn't that make you be like, doesn't it be like, you know what, Marvel, I'm gonna give you my money. I'm just gonna reach right in and yeah. Let's see here. Somebody else just joined. They all tackled mental health. Yeah, Mars Monkey Max, how's it going? They all created mental health nightmares. Yeah, they've been doing that for a while. It's Hollywood has been throwing like therapy sessions into everything, especially Disney. They throw actual therapy sessions. I wouldn't be surprised if there's one in this movie. There'll probably be a mental health scene, and then there will be a therapist scene, and then there will probably also be a freaking dance number. They're just in everything. Like, I just saw that in Andor, like Andor season 2, episode 3. I mean, sure, it's whatever. Maybe it kind of fits more in that universe, but of course, more dancing. Like, they just can't help themselves. It's their easy ride out or whatever. Hey, what's going on, Emily? Good to see you. What's going on? Gina Carano's struggle session. Oh, Jesus Christ. That would have been a freaking nightmare. Can you imagine sitting around with 45 of those people just yelling at you about how you don't respect their freaking pronouns or whatever the fuck the talk was going to be about? That is crazy. That's just pure crazy talk. See here, let's continue on. So, in Thunderbolts, mental health is the main story. Awesome. That's what I want out of my Marvel. Although the Thunderbolts cast is an ensemble, Yelena Belova, Florence Pugh, is our entry point into this MCU project, which begins with her on a mission, wearing a pair of depression sweats. Pretty sure just sweats are just normal wear. I don't think you need to be depressed to wear those, but okay. And discussing how she feels listless and without purpose. From there, Thunderbolts introduces a whole cadre of Marvel characters with some of the most traumatic backstories in the franchise. We kind of know most of these people's fucking backstories. What are you talking about? Other than, I guess, with Sentry, that's about it. Sentry's like the only kind of new one that hasn't been on screen, and proceeds to tell a story about how community and connection are some of the most important tools to fight against depression and other mental health struggles. Oh my God. The fuck are they? Why is this in this movie? I'm, like I said, I'm seeing it on Thursday. I don't know. Of course, you just see the typical shill media being like, this is the next best Marvel movie since last Marvel movie. The typical talking points. Even at the beginning of this, the title alone is exactly what the MCU needs right now. What, depression? It's already in a depression. Like, what are you talking about? Is the movie talking about the franchise? Is that what it's doing? Like, oh yeah, let's point out how shitty we're doing. Not to mention They took out what is it called? Sinners out of the IMAX theaters to put this in. And I've seen people post pictures of what Sinners last day was, and it was like filled to the brim. There's like maybe 5 seats left. And then the very next day, which was opening day for Thunderbolts, the freaking theaters it was at like 5 to 10% capacity. Like, I mean, there's like 90% left of seats, there's only 5% to 10% people in there. So they took out a movie that's been succeeding and getting like more and more steam and hasn't been dropping off. I think it only had a 5% drop off on its, what is this? That's third week or something, or its second week. That's crazy. Like, it's doing so good. And they're like, here, let's drop this pile of shit on top of all our IMAXs instead. Stupid. I won't give you any platitudes about Thunderbolts being the best depiction of mental health in the MCU or in any movie, but one thing the film does very well is depict how messy and imperfect mental health can be. Yeah, we see it in the news every day. They're called leftist. But as simple as it might seem, sometimes all we really need is a reminder that we're not alone. Okay, is that why you need an ensemble cast? Is that why? Okay. That there are people who care about us and that the world wouldn't necessarily be a better place without us in it. This is, at its heart, the message of Thunderbolts. Okay. I'm gonna be very curious if that's the message I get out of Thunderbolts when I see it. Because that doesn't sound intriguing at all. That just sounds extremely... That sounds crazy. Hey, what's up, the lovely Sherry? What's going on? How you doing tonight? Let's see here. And Deputy Dog. What's up, Deputy Dog? Disney is the epitome of depression. Yeah, that's what it's this whole article so far has been just talking about how it's the mental capacity or the mental stuff in this movie is about depression. It's like, yeah, there was a lot of depression after stuff like Endgame or actually there should be some like hope and stuff because a lot of people came back after the snap or the second snap, right? You'd think people would be a little bit relieved. There's going to be a couple of characters that actually totally lost people. Like, I guess, yeah, sure, Yelena lost her sister that she didn't even really fucking know. But okay, sure. How's it? Hold my DualShock. What's going on, Andy? I'm pretty sure that's you. Hey, man, if you want to jump on and shoot the ship, dude, I'll shoot you a link, dude. So far, I'm riding solo. Nobody got back to me. It's so sad. I think Tuesdays might be a little rough for people. But yeah. Let's see here. I think that's it for all the newcomers so far. Let's go ahead and go back to this. This is, at its heart, the message of Thunderbolts. It's one that deeply resonated with me and hopefully will with many others. Yeah, depression probably resonates with a lot of people at Screen Rant. You guys probably relate to that shit all the time. You see your paychecks because you get all of 3 cents per click on this shit. And even if you get 30,000 people to click on it, it's still like, $35 or some shit. Like, yeah, that's not good. You need to, don't do that. However, while its depiction of mental health is at the center of Thunderbolts movies story and themes, it's not the only aspect of the film that contributes to how well it works. The character dynamics are well written and crackling with comedic and dramatic tension. The action scenes all deliver a wallop of both thrill and emotional impact, and the cast performances are some of the best of the MCU. All told, Thunderbolts is a great, if somewhat messy and imperfect MCU movie. Okay, hold the fuck on right there. You just sat there praising the shit out of all this. You just said the character dynamics are well written and crackling with comedic and dramatic tension. The action scenes all deliver. It's thrilling and emotional, and the cast performances are some of the best. And then you go right after that, immediately right after. It's great, if somewhat messy and imperfect. Which one is it? Is this some of the best stuff, or is it messy and imperfect? These fucking people, man. These people just they just write whatever, man. This is crazy. I don't know if this is still is this a follow up to the thing? Florence Pugh and Lewis Pullman steal the show in Thunderbolts. The team up movie has a couple of standout stars. Well, Yelena's obviously one of the main cast in it. Let's see here. Syfax, did you take the weekend off streaming? No, I think I just took Sunday off. I streamed on Saturday, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I streamed on Saturday. I'd have to check. But I pinched a nerve in my back and I couldn't really move for the last few days. I just started to be able to kind of move. Like even yesterday, I jumped on 2 streams. It was like 2 other people's streams, and I was able to sit up, but I had to be like super still. I couldn't really move. It was pretty shit. Kind of sucked. But yeah. Cool at the gym, but if you're still on later, I'll hop on. Okay. I'll see how long I'm going to go. I mean, if I'm just doing it solo, I'll probably just burn through my topics pretty quickly, other than talking to people in the chat. But we'll see if we have anybody else. Oh, somebody just actually joined. Hey, what's going on, Abe?
Yo, what's going on?
Not too much, dude. We're just going over this Thunderbolts article because apparently this new Marvel movie is the next best Marvel movie since, well, until
since the last one.
The last one and until the next one,
Yep.
because that's just how this all works.
So bizarre to me that somehow the superheroes are held up as paragons of being representative of illness, of mental health.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to go, I don't know, after with your superhero movies. And I just find it funny to be sitting there like focusing on, depression and a bad state of mind when that's kind of the state that your whole fucking MCU is in. Your cinematic universe is in a state of depression and decline.
Yeah, it's ironic, isn't it?
It's sitting there wondering if the world would be better off with it or without it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, there's MCU, like there's a hotline out there for you, MCU, or just go to Canada. They have things that'll just take you out, and the government will do it for you.
They'll take any excuse.
And especially with what just happened with their election, they'll do it twice as fast.
Yeah. I actually know people that are considering it now.
Try America first. Like try coming down here first before you do any of that stupid shit.
Yeah. I'm like, just move. Just move. See if that works.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not the end of the world.
Unless you have like a family business that's been up there for the last like 50 years, and it's like you're the last one to keep it going. It's like I gotta stay. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's like there's options out there. I mean, then again, I mean, you see a lot of people in America doing that when it's like, oh, Trump's elected, I'm moving. And it's like, well, you've still been here the last 8 years. That didn't work out very well, did it? Like nobody ever takes themselves up on their own idea. It's like, well, I thought about it and I claimed it online. It's like, that virtue signaling bullshit is all that is.
Yeah.
It's like, just look, I stand with you, I swear. Oh yeah, and I mean it's extremely prevalent, and it's getting worse. But here, let me go ahead and just finish up this article real quick, and then I got another person in the background. Oh, here, I'll go ahead and add him right now. We got John Kukask. What's up, dude? Or now it's John Ziegler or hyphen Ziegler.
Oh, yeah, it's because my avatar. I can't change it. I've been trying to change it, and I've been having all sorts of camera problems, and I can't get this camera really working. I finally got it kind of working, so that's why I came on.
Oh, well, there you go.
I've been ready to go since 10. I've just been working on this camera and having to restart my computer. So how you guys doing?
No, doing good. And I'm going to finish up this Thunderbolts article, and I'm going to look at Twitter to see like the top, like I'll go through like the first 5 or so, I don't know, reviews that are out there just to see what people are saying, even though we probably already know what they're saying. And then
Magical.
we will switch to a different topic, the one that you actually want to talk about, because I have your article pulled up, and then I also have the searches for that pulled up. Which will be the next topic will be Andor season 2. Well, mainly episode 3, but also seeing what people think about Andor. I don't know if you go by Twitter search and you just type in hashtag Andor and you look at the top like 5 things, people are saying it's cinematic greatness and all this stuff. Then you go down just a little bit further and there's a lot of the stuff with the grape scene and shit like that that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
That's not this like that stuff is whatever. Like I'm sure it's just a stupid throwaway line, but it's too normal of a line. We'll get into it here in a minute. Let me just finish up this stupid article. Let me see here. Thunderbolts. Let's see here. Florence Pugh and Louis Pullman steal a show in the Thunderbolts. Although Thunderbolts is technically a team-up movie, the story is really about Yelena and the mysterious Bob. We all know who Bob is. It's Sentry. With the others serving as supporting characters in the central plot. I'll be honest, I was disappointed that Bucky Barnes, who's been playing a supporting character in the MCU for almost as long as the franchise has existed, was somewhat sidelined yet again. I mean, we kind of saw that coming. I would probably wager most of the scenes that we see him in are in the trailers. They had to throw him into the trailers to get people interested into this movie because people actually like that character. But I can't deny that Pugh and Pullman are an incredibly strong leading duo. Yeah, I'll see it when I believe it, man. I'll see it when I believe it. Pugh, who has an Oscar nomination. Look, I'll give Pugh this. Stuff I've seen her in, she is good. Even as Yelena, like she's fine. She's all right. It's just that you don't get it like enough time. Like she wasn't around. She's the new Black Widow, who's just like a worse version of the old Black Widow. So who cares? She doesn't have 17 years of history on her.
She's like a Timu dollar store replacement version. Of Scarlett Johansson.
Exactly. But she has no shit, right? Yeah, she's tiny. Who has an Oscar nomination under her belt is easily one of the best additions to the MCU since Avengers Endgame, and giving her the spotlight in Thunderbolts offered the talented actress a chance to shine. Maybe she does in this performance. Maybe it's great. Her performance as Yelena is masterful, and it's clear Pugh understands his character just as well as Stan does Bucky and Tom Hiddleston does the Loki. I don't know about all that. Well, like I said, I'll judge that when I see it. Both actors who have had far more time to construct and live in both actors who have had more time to construct and live in their characters. That in and of itself is a feat, but to make Yelena as relatable as she is in Thunderbolts is simply wonderful. All right. How much longer is this fucking article? Oh, I'm not reading all this shit. That goes on way the fuck too long. I'll just finish off this last thing. Still, Thunderbolts is a two-hander and a two-hander. Pause. That's a pause on that one. And on the other hand, is Pullman as Bob.
I'm Jewish, so it's always like a two-finger for me.
Headphones are glitching out. Give me 1 second. All right, I should be back. Nice. Dude, every now and then, like Bluetooth disconnects, but it doesn't fully disconnect. It just does this buzzing sound, like I'm getting hit by the CA or something, and it's like Jesus. Who knows? Maybe I am. Maybe that's my FBI agent who's watching me and is like, "Hey, stop drinking so much, man."
They're always listening.
Hey, Mars Monkey Max, you want a link as well? There you go, buddy. I just saw you say something. Okay, so that's the Thunderbolts. What are any of you guys going to see it? Do you plan on seeing it
theater?
In theater? No.
I'll watch on Disney Plus.
Yeah, so you'll see it in like 3 weeks.
I'll see it by June.
That seems to be the turnover.
I can't guarantee the method of which I'm going to see it.
Yeah, you might be able to catch it earlier. Yeah, you might be able to, I don't know, sail some seas and,
Yeah. Spend a bit of time with Captain Jack.
Hey, JWD Jembe, what's going on? One hand to smack a hostility, the other to hold Hoflatio down. All right. All right.
Mhm.
So JW Jembe's part of the Smackaho tribe, but
Yeah.
very, very infamous out here in like Compton and stuff. But
Hoflation is terrible these days.
Never dealt with a Jewish woman. They're the ones that smack.
I have dated Dominican women. They also do that. But yeah.
Hmm.
I bet.
Let's see here. Oh, Hold My DualShock said we are watching it Thursday. Yeah, so I was gonna say this to you guys on Thursday. So I mean, you're listening now, anyways. So for Fan Rant Thursday, I'm actually seeing it at 2:00 my time, and you guys usually start at 4:30. So when you guys start, I'll probably be getting out of the theater, and I live like 10 minutes away, so I'm gonna be a little late for Fan Rant Thursday. But I'll be able to talk about the movie fresh out of the movie. I'm not gonna throw down spoilers or anything because you guys are probably seeing it after Fan Rant Thursday, like usual. But I was late on the tickets, and there were seats available for later stuff, but I was like, I don't want a shitty seat. Like, and the 2:00 one had a bunch of stuff open. So
Yeah.
there you go. Doing a short Fan Rant Thursday, anyways. Yeah. No problem. I'm just saying, like, if you guys start at 4:30, and the movie's probably ending at 4:30, and I live about 10 minutes, I'll catch the end of it or just jump on for the last 20 minutes or something. Say what's up. With that being said, we have another guest. Wait, hold on. Let me cancel that out. There we go. We got Mars Monkey Max from the chat. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Yo.
What's up?
Not
What's
too
up,
much.
Mars?
Not too much.
What's up, guys?
Not
Not
much.
too much, dude. Chilling.
Yeah, still breathing.
You have any plans to go see Thunderbolts? You got any thoughts on that?
Oh, not much, man.
Not much. What?
I'm checking my screenings for the Thunderbolts right now. None of them are. I mean, they're not even close to sold out. They're not even close to.
No,
20%.
No.
the only ones that were like they still weren't sold out, but I just like, if I can just go a little bit earlier and get like a good seat, like I prefer to get a good seat. Like I'll find showings that are off times. Like,
Don't
just
you have a signed
so,
CD?
yes. Well, that's why like the ones that are that are open for like say when Fan Rant Thursday would end, it would be roughly around 6, maybe sometimes 6:30 my time. So earlier showing would be 7, 8 o'clock ish. All those ones, like all the good seats are taken, and I'm like,
Yeah, that's true.
But there's a 2:00 showing, and I can make that, so I'm gonna go ahead and check that out.
Yeah.
Here's like Thunderbolts for my screen. Completely. It was completely empty. No one's bought a single ticket.
Yeah,
Kinda-
it did.
Yeah, I kind of give you an example. Not much.
Oh yeah, all the blue ones are the sold ones, right?
No. That's all the green ones are the available ones. All the white ones are the ones that are sold.
Oh shit, that's even worse.
Damn.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oregon's not a very happening place for movies, I guess. I don't know. That's the best movie theater here in Eugene, too. So,
Where do you say, Oregon?
Yep.
Right? Yeah.
No, I mean, too busy protesting or, doing something stupid.
Pretending they work at coffee shops, designing leaves in fucking tea or some shit. Like, no,
Yeah,
they don't even put their tea in leaves. They actually put they put a tea flower on your coffee for your foam. They probably don't even drink tea.
Yeah.
I figure out how to make a tea leaf on your coffee.
Yeah,
and
you
I'm
just
not even a
like
barista.
pour it and just like you like pour it heavy in one spot and then drill it. You like just kind of fold it out.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. You do it once.
Yeah, it's cool, I guess, but I mean, if that's the best skill you got out there, you're not going to make it very far.
Do you want to hear my poetry? Do you want to hear my poetry?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Oh.
Are you just going to fart in the mic? Like,
no, it's real poetry. Roses are red, violets are blue. Syfax, fuck you.
That's good. It's good.
Do you know what my favorite version of that is?
What?
Roses are red, violets are blue. Get in the van.
Yeah, get in the van, or I'll take your brother too. Like,
I
jeez.
already took the brother. It's you. It's Oregon.
Oh God.
Yep.
All right. Let's see here. Let's look at. Oh, I had.
I'm
this
gonna tell
up.
y'all what I just went through. I just
Go for
I
it.
did a watch party for the Andor, and I got into an
Oh.
argument with the person in the watch party over the. Well, I don't want to give it away to too many people in the chat or anything, but there is a gay sex scene,
In episode.
and I don't want to talk. I don't want to say what episode it's in or anything, but I'm making the point that I got into an argument with the person in the watch party about how they're putting that shit in everything. Oh no, it's not that bad. No, dude, they put it in fucking everything, dude. I'm sorry, I apologize for language, but it's in everything, man.
They'll show
Alright, we all
gay,
speak
they'll
French
show
here.
gay kissing, gay sex scenes, and then when it's like a heterosexual couple, nowadays they don't even kiss; they just do that forehead touch. That's
Or the
it.
holding
Yeah.
hands.
Just
Yeah.
like
Yeah, that's a good point.
they just bump their foreheads, and it's like there's no like love connection there. But if there's gay stuff on there, they're like, "Hey, man, let's throw that R rating on there and let it fucking ride. Let's go." It's like,
Yeah.
what are we doing here? Like,
They touch the foreheads
She
and they're
gonna do
pregnant. Holy shit.
yeah,
Amazing.
It's like that forehead bump is what you do with a cat, not with a human. For fuck's sake. Bizarre.
yeah, and it's
Yeah,
it's
man. I mean, it's so fucking annoying. It's really annoying. I mean, they put
getting really
it in everything, and then people say, "Oh, there's no agenda." Come on, man. There's no way there's no way you can admit that there's no agenda at this point. Come on, man.
Well, it's like even but let's say roughly it's going on almost about 10 years ago now. I think when it started to really show for people was like, Ghostbusters really stood out. But I would say even like Mad Max Fury Road when Furiosa was introduced, and there was very heavy like Mad Max kind of like he kind of did a decent amount in that movie, but it was really a lot more Furiosa. And it's like it
how do
kind
you
of
do a
started
Mad Max
there.
movie where Mad Max isn't the main protagonist?
Well, it's like he was like chained up most of the time. He finally becomes the main protagonist, but it takes a long time in that movie for that one. I'm not talking about Furiosa. I'm
Yeah.
talking about Fury Road that came out in like 2015 or whatever. I mean, it's
Yeah.
still a really good movie, but it's like you can start looking back at times like that. And then of course, Ghostbusters 2016 was when everybody was like, "Wait a minute, what the fuck are we doing here?" Like this is
Well,
Yep.
it's not only that. It's not only that. I used to argue with Klobby a lot about whether or not Stan Lee had a lot to do with the
Bobby,
Marvel universe.
the one who passed away.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
RIP
the one who
to
passed away, Mike. Yeah, and anyways, we used to argue about it a lot. Like not argue in like a bad way. Like we were really cool about it, but we used to argue about it a lot. And because he hated Stan Lee, he knew Stan Lee for years, and he always hated him. But my point that I always made to Klobby was, yeah, but you have to understand that when the deal went through for Marvel with Disney, they reserved some production management. There was some stuff on the contract side that allowed Stan Lee to control some of the stuff of how they did the Marvel stuff. And I'm saying it all wrong. Anyways, the whole point is that when Captain Marvel came out, what I heard was there was an article that even spoke about it. And what they were talking about was the fact that in that movie, she was supposed to have a lesbian relationship with that woman that she was in the movie with. And Stan Lee cut it off. He was on his deathbed. And when he saw like cuts of the film or whatever, he cut it off and he said, "No, I want you all to take that shit out." Yeah, he said, "I want you all to take that shit out." He's like, "This is not part of, this is not what Marvel was about, and I want y'all to cut it out." And you can see obviously in that movie where there were kiss scenes where they obviously took it out, Like it was very, very obvious where, because in the original comics, even in the female Captain Marvel, because there were three Captain Marvels. There was a male, then there was a female, then there was another male. And even in the female Captain Marvel, there was never a homosexual relationship. And then what ended up happening was that Stan Lee said, well, no, this is not part of the comics. You can't do this. I disapprove of this. And so what they did was, to appease him, was they cut the kiss scenes out. And you can see the obvious decline of Marvel after Endgame, because Endgame was the last movie that Stan had any input in. And even though he did, he really wasn't too much of a part of Captain Marvel and Endgame. And it was because he was getting sick at the time.
Mhm.
So you can see the obvious changes that were happening during those two specific movies. But, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to go on much longer. I'm just making the point that I just rewatched Phase 1. And I'm like, man, Captain America, the First Avenger, was done so well. That movie stands on its own.
Yep.
And you can
Yeah,
see
me and a
an
friend of
obvious
mine-
deep decline,
Yeah, me and a friend of mine just rewatched literally phases 1 through basically Endgame, phase 1 through 3 or whatever, up
Yeah.
until Endgame, and it was like, damn, it was night and day. I mean, we skipped Captain
Oh, yeah.
Marvel because fuck that
Yeah.
movie, but and you don't even need it. It's fucking
You,
pointless.
you didn't even need to see it, because they actually shot her scenes for Infinity War and Endgame before they did Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
And
That's right. Yeah.
That's why she looks a lot better in those films than she does in her own movie.
And Captain Marvel
that
by
and
itself wasn't
different
that bad.
directors and stuff.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
Yeah,
It wasn't
it was-
terrible. It just wasn't good.
It was
Yeah, it wasn't
It
great,
didn't
yeah.
belong, and it didn't belong sandwiched in between like two of the best movies, like two of the most
Yeah.
two of the some of the best movies, like the two maybe maybe not the best Avengers movies, because I would say it's a toss up between Infinity War and the first Avengers. I think those two were probably the top, and then
Yeah.
Ultron's at the bottom, but whatever.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Anyways,
But
let's
even
see
still,
here.
Ultron is still so much better than at least half of the movies that are there.
Oh,
Well, another
Ultron's
thing
like
that-
better than most of Phase 4, like pretty much
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah,
Phase five.
easily.
Another thing that you'll notice in Captain Marvel, and I never noticed it before. I heard people talk about it, but I never really noticed it until I rewatched it. And it's the scene when they're on the ship and they're trying, and Captain Marvel is basically fighting all those Kree people, and Nick Fury and Lady Bunches is trying to escape from the with the scrolls. Anyways,
Yeah.
there's a part where he's holding the cat, and some soldiers show up in a hallway and they point the guns at him,
And
and
he
you
points
see
the
him.
cat at him. Yeah.
He lifts up both arms. You can see the hand over on the left hand of the screen. He lifts up both arms, and for some reason, the cat is just still sitting there like nothing happened. And you're like, what? Wait, what the hell? And I had to rewind it just to look. And I'm like, sure enough, yeah, he lifts both hands and the cat is still somehow floating in the air right there.
I mean, you do learn later on that the cat is some type of weird cosmic being or whatever the fuck
floating.
these things are
Yeah,
called.
but he's not holding it.
Yeah.
Like in the scene,
Yeah.
he's not holding the cat.
Yeah, but when you learn that it's a flirkin, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's probably just bad editing, but it's I mean, you could maybe justify it by being like, well, maybe flirkins can fly, and he didn't really realize that the cat didn't drop to the ground.
Well,
yeah, I just
if
missed
you think
it for
about
that.
it's a tiny creature that can produce these massive volumes of tentacles out of its mouth. So we're just gonna
basically,
fucking roll
it's
with
just like
magic
a
for now, I
void.
guess.
Yeah, but at the time he's holding. Yeah, but at the time he's holding the cat in his right arm, and you see that right hand come up almost behind his head, and you're like, wait a second, I'm like, for me, I was like, wait, I've never noticed that, and I rewinded it, and I'm like, sure enough, yeah, he does lift that right arm. How is the cat just like holding there? It's just like you're right. It's a terrible editing problem, but like still, like they should have been prepared for that,
editing, writing,
See here.
CG.
Where is Uncle
Marvel
T
has been all over
today?
the place.
AMS or Ames S says, "Where's Uncle T today?" I got a list of ratings, probably all going to end up being mid. I was actually waiting for him to possibly do a cooking with stream or cooking with tea thing, and then I was going to announce my show afterwards. But he's been MIA. I mean, he's probably just busy with work and stuff. You know, it's like it's basically right after tax season. He's probably just getting on top of it, getting back to work. So,
Hey, when
you
does
know,
Derek get back?
I don't know. Like I thought he was only going out for a week or two, but somebody
He's
told
gone
me
for
that
2
he
weeks.
might be out for 3 weeks.
Wow.
So he might be gone for another week. We'll see.
Damn.
Yeah, he said he's gonna be gone for like 2 weeks or over 2 weeks or something.
I thought it was 2 weeks, but maybe it's closer to 3. But you know, I'm sure when he gets back, he'll be hitting people up, or he'll probably drop a video about him coming back. But I haven't heard him say anything about it yet. And when
Okay.
he's back, then it'll be back to, you know, the nightcaps on Tuesday and Thursdays. Or maybe, like I said, maybe he's going to switch up his schedule when he gets back. I have no idea. I'm assuming it's going to go back to normal, or at least at first, and then maybe he's going to switch it up. I haven't heard anything though.
He's gonna have jet lag, dude. It's gonna take like 3
Is the
days.
DA back May 3rd? Nah, maybe he might be back May 3rd. But speaking of May 3rd, May 3rd is actually going to be my birthday, which is this Saturday.
No
And
shit.
I'm going to be doing a birthday stream, and I'm going to buy I don't know if I'm going to buy whiskey or rum yet, and I'm going to do basically a drinking stream. And
Nice.
you know, go ahead and maybe griff some shots out there, and we all hang out and just shoot the shit. And anybody,
Shit, I'm drinking a 12-pack right now.
I'm just drinking vodka soda right now, and during the weekend I'll go ahead and start throwing back some. I'll throw back some shots with people, and I don't know, try to griff some of it out there. We'll see how that goes. I'm debating on what time to do it though. I might do it earlier, but I'm not sure what time. It might be like 3:00 my time, which would be 6 Eastern. But I don't know what time that is, because I do have a lot of people who, like, you know, Abe here that's out in you know, bumfuck Egypt. But
yeah, he's building pyramids.
Definitely doing that.
You gotta make those landing pods for the alien ships, bro.
Yeah.
Stonehenge wasn't built, you know, by itself.
So with that, I do have an article to talk about Andor, and it sounds like Mars, Monkey Max, and John have definitely watched it. I've skimmed through the episodes. I never saw season 1, so I've just been trying to watch some of it to try to at least see the controversial scenes so I can talk about those. But I wanted people who have watched it so that they can talk about it. But I want to go through some of these top comments just by typing in, you know, hashtag Andor, just to check some of these out. So we got Jacob here, JT Tim Suggs, genuinely not trying to be hyperbolic here, but today's 3 episodes of Andor season 2 are seriously some of the best live action Star Wars ever made. I'm assuming he sounds exactly like that. But,
yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like.
Absolutely phenomenal work. This show continues to solidify itself as an all-time great. Go Andor. And then we got Ren, who probably also sounds the same, but he says spoilers. Huff the gas fumes. I don't know what that is. How I felt seeing Benjamin Bratt. That probably is from tonight's episode. Let's see.
Benjamin Bratt's in it?
I don't know.
I didn't see the last episode.
I don't think so.
I saw the first 2, not the last. So I saw episode 4 and 5. But I have not seen the last one.
I think only the 4th one's out. So you saw 3 and 4 then.
No, it's 3 released every week. So it's 4.
Oh, 3 released. Oh,
yeah.
3 released every week. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So I watched 4 and 5 tonight, but I haven't watched the last one. But honestly, I just want to talk to Bill Lading because they went into like detail about maritime and custom law in Star Wars, and I was fascinated by that. Fascinated.
All right. Well, explain that with. I'm assuming that's season 3 or episode 3.
Yeah, part of the issue is they're using a bill of lading is something that you have whenever you ship something, right? It's basically identifying a cargo. And so what they're talking about is how they had these runner ships, cargo ships that were running without bills of lading that were landing on this planet, which is going to have this uprising that's going to be orchestrated by the empire. And it was just fascinating. They were talking about bills of lading. They were talking about maritime and custom law. And back when I worked in Rotterdam, you had the weirdo, the nerds that were doing tax. You had the cool people like me doing M&A, mergers and acquisitions, and then you had the weirdos doing maritime law. And just interesting, brought me back. Like, wow, Star Wars is going to talk about maritime law. Maybe I was the only one interested in that.
I was trying to remember the name of the streamer who just sadly passed away. He was a law tuber guy. He used to be on like Ricadas and stuff like that. He's a dude that lived in South Korea, and his main thing was maritime law. And I'm trying to remember his name, but
I know who you're talking about.
He seemed like a good dude. He seemed like a nice guy. And but when you mentioned maritime law, I was like, wait, I've only heard one other person that ever mentioned that, and it was that guy, and he lived in South Korea of all places. But he was, clearly an American, but he was there for the last like 25 years, and then I think his name was Jeff or something like that, and he passed away.
Yeah, he passed away.
That was another thing that I had an argument with somebody on the watch party with, was about Saw Gerrera, and the person was pointing out that like, there's no. I was making the point that I wonder if in episode 6, if Andor is going to find out about what's her name, Jen Erso, like her father. I was wondering if he's going to find out about Erso in episode 6. And anyways, the person was like, oh no, that happens way later. They don't know about it until Rogue One. And I'm like, no, actually, they know it before. And he's like, no.
Legal Vices, Jeff from Legal Vices. Yes, shout out to him. RIP. I didn't get to ever really talk to that dude, but he just seemed like a nice guy. But whenever I hear maritime law, I think of that guy. But I think of John here too. But
I'm mod for I'm Ron Coleman's mod. So like we talk sometimes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like he was friends with everyone on the legal tube. So
yeah,
he's a good guy.
He seemed like a neutral, good dude. Like drank and smoked cigars. There you go. I'm like, yeah, I would hang out with that dude, no problem.
Yeah.
Well,
he got along with that like non-legal YouTubers too. I think they had I forgot who was talking about, like, I don't know if it was Ryan Kendall was talking about him or someone was talking about him going, I really miss that guy. I'm like, wow, he knew everybody.
Yeah, he did.
He was kind of all over the place. Yeah. Or at least this side of YouTube. It's like back when I was just a common lurker,
Before you were a content creator.
Well, yeah, damn it, DA talked me into this shit. No. It is a lot of fun though, and it's nice to be able to just talk to people, and then the people that you made friends with or whatever through the chat. It's like, cool, now I can bring you onto my stream if you want to come and shoot the shit, man. Let's do it. And like gives people an opportunity. It's awesome. And with that being said, do you want me to pull up that article?
Yeah,
or,
let's talk about the article. Let's talk about Stalin and Trotsky and Lenin.
Yeah, I'm curious how this what all this is about. You sent me this. Let me see how it looks on my end. I only have the one monitor, so I got to go back and forth to make sure I can blow it up to where people can read it. Is that big enough for doing?
Yeah, that's big enough. Yeah, that's perfect.
That's better.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and go over this article from the BBC of all places. Let's start with Andor, how the gangster years of the young Joseph Stalin inspired the gritty Star Wars series. All right, so Andor is inspired by fucking Stalin, young
Stalin.
Jesus, what fucking.
But I mean, these are the people who are making fucking Trump allegories, and they're calling Trump a fucking Nazi, right? Like,
Well, yeah,
these people are definitely not Marxists.
Yeah,
definitely not.
No. They don't just say that they're obviously emulating Marxists. Is precisely. So if you go through the article, it's pretty funny.
Did I read that right? DA has joined Queen Zegler in the Free Palestine movement. No. He was walking down some street in Japan, and they were doing a Free Palestine protest thing. for some reason Japan is like having random leftists out there too. I know usually whenever I see videos of Japanese people, they're usually pretty based, or they just simply don't give a
Oh
shit.
hell yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if all of those people are just leftists. I think that there's a lot of people that are concerned about it and that they actually want Palestine to. I think that they want Israel to stop doing what they're doing in Gaza, and I don't think that they're all leftists. I think that it's
Yeah, I
just
mean, out here in America, whenever you see that, it's pretty much all just that. Like you're not. I think most people in general agree. Like, yeah, we don't want people to be bombing each other. Like, I can get behind
yeah,
that, but it's like
exactly.
I don't also choose one side or the other because there's bad stories from both sides. I don't know who's in the right, who's in the wrong. But
Exactly.
the wrong thing is to be killing each other. So stop.
And
Can we stop that
I think
shit?
another thing, yeah, and agreeing with you, I think another issue that I have is that like when people blame all Israelis for the shit that's going down out there, like
Oh
come
yeah,
on,
no,
man, you can't blame
it's
all those
not
people.
all
And the same thing
everybody.
with Palestine, you can't blame all those people for the shit that fucking is happening to Israel. Like, come on,
No,
man.
not at all. I mean, like the only thing out here, like in America or whatever, I can equate that to is how there's bad people on, how they said, oh, there's good people on both sides. Guess what? There's bad people on both sides,
That's
and
right.
that's
Mhm.
actually a more true statement than that one as a generalization, sure, but it's like it makes sense.
It
Like, dude,
does.
like you could be in a
Yeah.
freaking awesome upscale neighborhood, and there's still going to be that one jackass who's like, revving a motorcycle engine at fucking 6 a.m, and you're like, dude, I'm in an upscale neighborhood, and this guy's being an asshole. It's like you could still be like that. Doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter what kind of your situation is. There's always shitty
You
people
remember?
wherever the fuck you're at. Like it doesn't
Do you
matter.
remember what
Yeah,
political discourse in the United States was like back in the 90s?
What was that? Sorry.
yeah, I do.
Yeah. Like people were much more in the center than they are now.
That's right.
And that wasn't a case of, oh, you're this and I'm this, and so we're enemies forever. We had the same thing in Britain. And when
Well,
you
I mean,
find
like
yourself in a
the only
position
stuff.
in which, it's you or me, and we have to draw lines in the sand, you fucked up somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, like the only thing out here that I see about like Britain, or that I find crazy, whether even if it's just true for one case or if there's even more than one case, is how like are people really actually getting arrested for their posts on like Facebook and shit?
Yeah. Yeah.
See that is fucking insane. Like that's the most crazy
It's
shit I've ever
fucking
heard.
totally insane, mate.
Well, it's
I
not
mean,
only that, dude. It's not only that. Let me tell you something, dude. Like I remember during the '90s what was going on between the Republican and the Democratic Party,
Hmm.
and what they were doing, and they were both being very malicious. After Bush left office, they were both being very malicious in the stuff that they were doing, policy wise. And that's when
Yeah.
they went to war with Serbia for no reason. They did all that shit. And what did they do? They blamed the Serbs for it. But not only
Yep.
that, I was in the military during that time. And when I got out,
Yeah.
like, dude, I remember before I got out, dude, a year before I got out, they sent half of my unit to fucking Iraq. Okay? They sent half of my unit, including both. I had two section chiefs. They
What,
sent
straight
both of
after
those.
Kosovo?
What?
Straight after Kosovo?
Well, in 99. In 99. So it was way after that.
No.
I actually lived in Serbia in 90 from it was the end of 95 till September of 96 is when I came back. And dude, there was no power. Like they would have all these power outages, and like there would be like no like ever. Dude, the water was so fucking cold. I'm not even gonna.
Yeah.
I don't even want to joke about it. But anyways,
Mars, you
no,
were
I'm
there
talking
after the
about in
Dayton Accords?
'99.
You were right
What?
there. Oh, you were there after the Dayton Accords?
I was there when the war was happening.
No.
Yeah, during the Dayton
You didn't go
Accords.
there
Yeah.
under. Yeah, you went there. Okay, all right. That was
Yeah.
all
So,
right.
anyways, in '99, they sent half of my section not just half of my section, but half of my brigade. They sent them to Iraq. And they said, they were telling us, oh, this is all for training, blah, 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 blah. And I said, I told my first sergeant, okay, my sergeant major was in the hospital for cancer. All right. So my first sergeant, I was in the headquarters battery. He was the acting sergeant major at the time. And he was a good friend of mine. And I spoke with him on multiple occasions. And I told him, I was like, he used to ask me, you know, like, what do you think about all this? And I said, man, I'm really concerned. And he's like, why? And I'm like, because they sent half of our brigade to Iraq. We have no reason for being there. They're saying it's for training missions. And I really don't understand the reasoning why. I got out in 2000. Well, I got out in 2000 after Bush already became president, Bush Jr. I got out of the military right when Bush Jr. was becoming president. Like literally, like I ETS'd on the 22nd of January, and he held his State of the Union on the 20th, like always, you know? So I literally got out when Bush was taking office, and it wasn't but a year later that we saw 9/11. And then all of a sudden, here's like all these soldiers going to Iraq. So our politicians had been planning that before 9/11 ever happened. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Not only that, while I was serving, I did artillery. That was my job when I was in the military. I did artillery. I trained for fire direction, which is battery level. But I was when I got to my unit, I was overqualified because I was supposed to go to special forces. It's still in my paperwork. And I never really wanted to because that was a 6-year commitment and I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to serve my time, get my GI Bill and go, you know?
Yeah.
And what ended up happening was when I got to Fort Benning, they stuck me in the 82nd Airborne training, right? For air training. My original paperwork was supposed to show that I was supposed to complete the airborne training and then go on to Fort over there in North Carolina, Bragg, Fort Bragg.
Yeah.
But what ended up happening was a bunch of cadets came in and I was basically pushed out because a bunch of cadets had just graduated and they were put in there and they have priority. And so they asked me, they gave me an option. They said, you can either stay here or you can go to another unit on post. And I said, I'd rather go to another unit on post. I didn't want to be in special forces in the first place. And so they were like, okay. So they put me in a unit on Marn Hill, which is right north of, it's the north side of Fort Benning. And so I went out there. It was the 1st of the 10th Field Artillery. That's where I was. And they said, my sergeant major said, man, you're way overqualified for this job. And he gave me 3 options. He said, you can either be the colonel driver. And I said, fuck that. And he said, you can be in intelligence, but you'll have to be in S2 over in brigade. And I said, no, I don't want that shit either. I don't want to deal with all those generals. And he said, well, the only other option I have for you is for you to move up into battalion level and for you to be a tactical control. And I said, how much do I have to learn in order to understand that? And he's like, the other half of the book. We're talking about a book that it's about 5 inches thick and it's held together with garbage straps. That's how big the book was. But I already learned half of it.
Not gonna lie, I don't remember where we got onto this, but what are we getting to here? Sorry.
yeah, dude. I'm sorry to go on. So, anyways, I ended
Mars,
up doing tactical.
real quick. You know, I was in Bosnia. I was part of the High Representative government. We did work for them for riparian rights there in Bosnia. So I might have met you one time.
Yeah, my mom is the one who built the barracks. My mom is the one who built the barracks for I4 over in Croatia. Okay, she's the one who did that. She was working for Halliburton, and I was in the military. And so she went to Croatia and I went to Serbia.
Yeah, you were in No, you were in the Serbian section of Bosnia, right? Or you were in Serbia?
No, I was
You were in Kosovo?
in Serbia. Yeah,
You're
I
in
was in
Kosovo.
Serbia.
You're in Kosovo, right?
No, I
You're in
was in
Serbia?
Serbia. Yeah,
Oh,
I was
wow.
right outside of Belgrade. Yeah, I was in
Oh, shit.
Pančevo.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I didn't know they did it.
Damn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't even know about that.
So anyways, to get the long story short, I was working in tactical control, which is battalion level FDC, fire direction control. And when all those guys left to Iraq, I was like the only person who was left who actually understood and knew how to do all the operations. So my new FDO, my new fire direction officer, split the duties with me. And then what ended up happening was all the special forces started having me come out to do all their field missions for them. They liked my work. They liked the way I did my job, and I could do it all on my own. I didn't need a team. I could do it all on my own.
Was your mom out of Zagreb or Dubrovnik?
Zagreb.
Okay.
But I spent some time in Dubrovnik with my family.
Beautiful town.
It is very beautiful. I love the little beach thing where you can walk out like fucking, what is it, like 500 feet? And it's like, it's all water, but it's like it's brick underneath. It's like you can tell how old it is because you can walk all the way out to the harbor.
And all the hotels were all exploded and gone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But anyways, so I knew that something was happening at the time when I ETS from the military. And sure enough, here comes 9/11. And then out of nowhere, like all this shit's coming from the CIA. Oh, it was Taliban. It's Afghanistan. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we started hearing Bush say, oh, no, it's Iraq. And that's when that's when the deregulation happened. And that's when the reason everything was deregulated was because Bush wanted the money he needed to go to Iraq. And the only way he could guarantee that is by deregulating the corporations, which is what started all this shit that we're dealing with now, like with Hollywood. Anyways, that was my point.
All right. Well, just to just for a little reset, I'm gonna play. Like, I don't even remember what this clip is that I loaded onto here, but I'm gonna play it. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
I think I remember where it goes, but it'll reset us to go back to talking about Andor. I think.
Yeah,
I have no
it
idea.
was my
Let's find
fault.
out.
I derailed it by suggesting, do you remember what politics used to be like?
Oh, okay, yeah.
And
when that was happening, like
no, it's cool, dude.
I didn't get into politics or even thinking about it till probably, I don't know, 2018 or something. And even then, I was just very fuzzy on it. I never cared. Like I grew up on the idea of you don't talk about religion, you don't talk about politics. Like that you just don't do that. It's a dumb way. It's a dumb way to get into it, or it's an easy way to get into a dumb fight. Like
that's true.
Yeah, that's all that happens with that. And nowadays it's like what people kind of thrive on, and they like it makes their whole identity, and which strips me out because
I was just pointing out personal experience.
Yeah, no problem. Like that's fine. Anyways, I'm gonna play this. We'll see what it is. It's some cartoon, but let's see what happens.
I'm king of all animals. Sure. Behold, the hamburger necklace. Okay. To carry around in honor. Put it on your neck stalk. My what? Head pole. My what? Head root, whatever. I'm not. To earn my respect, you must help my stupid bald nephew Gerald find the big box. Is it a magical being? Does what have what? How can I use this? It's a hamburger. So, snacking.
Yeah.
That's
sure.
That's it.
Not right.
I don't know if that's a good palate cleanser, but like that show gets me all the time. Like, I watched it a bunch of times on shrooms when I was young, and it just makes me laugh. But it was an anime on Adult Swim that makes fun of the concept of anime. like, or is an Adult Swim thing that made fun of anime because like the quest that they're going on is so stupid. It's called Perfect Hair Forever, and like that guy, his name is Uncle Grandfather, and his nephew is like, "This is my stupid bald nephew Gerald Bald Z." Like,
Yep.
it's so good. There's only like 7 episodes and they're like 10 minutes each, but man, there's some funny fucking lines in it. There's stuff like this, except for the music, but there's also this one.
Can I see some ID? Just kidding.
With the shotgun blast!
I'm gonna find other ones. It's hard to find that show. I can't freaking find. I was only able to find a couple clips through YouTube, and I've tried to find it on like online websites and stuff, and I just can't find it. I'll find it eventually, and I'll have a lot more stupid clips from that show because that show is ridiculous. But I'll cut them up a little bit better too. With that being said, let's jump back onto Andor and how the gangster years of the young Joseph Stalin inspired the gritty Star Wars series. This was an article sent to me by John Kutkask on the panel right here. There we go. You got Andor. Let's see here. It may be set a long... Hold on. Let me light this up properly. There we go. The first one. It may be set a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, but Tony Gilroy's Star Wars series takes a key plot from a real robbery masterminded by Stalin in an Imperial Russian city. And Andor has as much to do with our world as it has with Stalin's. Okay, based on what people have been talking about, this right here, and Andor has as much to do with our world as it has with Stalin's. That is what people have been fucking complaining about with Star Wars, is that it seems too much like todayisms. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe not with Stalin's, but it has to do with as much as our world and not Star Wars. I thought that said Star Wars at the end of it.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah,
dude.
But yes, let's see here.
That's probably more of a superficial.
Yeah, that was probably just a throwaway line, but yes. But I just know
I have something to say, but I'm going to wait for you to finish.
That's fine. I'm going to go down to until we get to this ad down here. So let me go ahead and read it all. It has all the makings of the perfect heist. The scheme takes place far from the imperial seat of power, on the wild fringes of an imperial almost too vast on the empire, almost too vast to comprehend. Fueled with revolutionary zeal, the plotters are a ragtag outfit of men and women that includes thieves, murderers, and turncoats. Their prize, a treasure chest of cash that can fund ever more ambitious missions against the hated ruling elite. All right, so sounds like pirate mission. If you watched the first season of the Star Wars spin-off series, Andor, I did not, you'll recognize this plot as one of the high points. Over 3 episodes, anti-hero Cassian Andor, Diego Luna, and his band of accomplices hide out in mountain passes on the planet Aldhani, fine-tuning an audacious smash and grab from an Imperial garrison which is storing the wages of an entire sector. The real-life theft that inspired it was also a long time ago, just not quite so far away. I'll give this to this article so far. I at least like the way this one is written way more than the last one from Screen Rant. I could give them that. So that's the first, let's see here, little spot here. So somebody said they wanted to go ahead and talk about that. Go for it.
Well, I don't mind if the other guys go first. I was just going to make a point.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Did y'all notice the point where Cyril is trying to infiltrate the Doranin or whatever the fuck the name of that place is, and he gets pulled into a French resistance? Did y'all think that was a little bit on the nose?
I feel like anytime I watch anything Disney, everything is on the nose. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah. Every time.
like, and on top of that, Disney has this lovely thing of like they'll show you what happened, and then literally the next scene, you'll have somebody tell you what the fuck just happened. They do that all the time, where it's like, in case you were too stupid to watch us shoot that person or watch us, let's say, grape that person, that you'll have the person like she says it, because that's the most controversial thing. And so I went ahead and watched that shot, and then the dancing thing at the end, because like I haven't been watching it, so I don't know too much about it, but I'm just curious why it's controversial, and I'm like, what's the context and what's going on? I mean, there's probably a bigger context of like if you watch the whole thing, watching that person probably like I watched the first 2 episodes and I never watched the third one all the way through. I just kind of skimmed through it. But her going through that scenario, like, so I'm just going on with that scene. You guys are probably going to talk about something else. But with that scene, it's like that happens, and then she like goes up against the side of that door, and she's like, "He tried to grape me," and it's like, yeah, we fucking saw that, like, and
Yeah.
then when you realize it, she's not talking to anybody. There's nobody fucking there. She's not saying it to anybody. She's just saying it. Like, there's nobody fucking around. So she's saying it to the audience because they think the audience is retarded.
Well, no, she was saying it to that. She was saying it to the TC driver. That was outside. The driver of the guy who was actually trying to do it.
Maybe it just didn't pan far enough back or some shit. Maybe I missed that.
Yeah, no,
But
it switches scenes. Yeah, no, it switches screens to show you.
Switches from that. Okay.
Yeah. But
Rockefeller says he's dead. Rockefeller says he's dead. Hey, Rockefeller Plaza, you have the link in your X, dude. I sent it to you, brother. You are welcome to jump on. But
let me just address
a
few things.
I'm gonna be listening. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick and refill my drink.
Okay. Let me address a few things as far as narratives go in this show. So if you read the article further, it's going to talk about that Cassian Andor is essentially Stalin, a young Stalin. A young Stalin who, would, obviously did a heist and made a lot of money for the Communist Party back before the Soviet Union came to power, and helped propel the Bolsheviks to actually winning the civil war in Russia. Now, maybe that is a little bit true. What's interesting is they compare Cassian to Stalin. They Luthen, I think is his name, the head guy. Yeah, he is compared to Lenin. And
my God.
And Cassian is also compared to Tolstoy. I mean, not Trotsky. Why I say Tolstoy? Trotsky. He's compared to Trotsky as well. And it's kind of like it's sort of like an interesting sort of mixed match, but I don't think they really saw the fact that the narrative that that this guy's trying to bring up, they're saying, oh yeah, Cassian is a young Stalin, the other guy's Lenin, and who's under Stalin's under Lenin initially in the October Revolution and all that stuff. And what they don't understand is that the actual communists are really the emperor, who's Lenin, and Darth Vader, who is Stalin, a young Stalin, a protege. And he doesn't see that actually, it's actually the reverse of what he thinks is going on. He's putting this all into his perspective, but the reality of it is you have what he believes this budding revolution that's going to lead to an October Revolution, which is going to be, I guess, the the attack on the Death Star at Yavin. That's the October Revolution. I don't know, whatever. But what he doesn't see is the fact that the revolution already happened. And it was really behind the scenes, which was really what happened with the Soviets. A lot of that was behind the scenes, and they took power and sort of subverted everything within. That's what the communists did. And so reality of it is that the actual Lenin figure is the emperor, and that Vader is Stalin.
Well, I think what's actually happening is it's closer to the emperor being more like Stalin and Vader being more like a general underneath Stalin. But the reality is like, I think that what Disney is trying to portray is that the emperor is more like Hitler And then what's going on is you have this French Revolution thing like that, which was completely unneeded. That
Oh, it's not a French Revolution. It is a communist revolution. You're talking about Che Rivera. This is
No, no, no,
really
no,
good. This
no.
is really what's happening. They might have French accents, but this is
Yeah.
a communist revolution.
No,
is
I'm
what they're
speaking
setting up.
specifically. I'm speaking specifically about Cyril, like going to that particular venue, and all the people speaking French. It's like, dude, that was completely unneeded. We didn't need that. You could have them all speak English. It wasn't a necessary thing, but they're obviously they're being very on the nose, and they're trying to push that, you know, and they're trying to show how much the empire is more like Nazis than anything. Dude, we don't need any of that. We already understand the Star Wars story.
What I'm curious. I'm sorry. I'm curious. Like if you're trying to make, you know, all these characters who are on, let's say, basically the start of the rebellion, you know, these guys kind of end up starting the rebellion, right? You're trying to make them the good guys while you already have that. Aren't all these people just bad guys? Wouldn't that mean like it's just bad guys fighting bad guys?
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying
no, I know that's probably not what he means, but if you really think about it, if they start the rebellion and it's led by you know, the Stalin implant or whatever, and he's the one that helps start the rebellion, wouldn't that mean
led by terrorists, basically?
Yeah.
Well, here's the funny part about that. Okay, so if we're going to pretend as though Cassian Andor is young Stalin and that Lenin is Luthen, then real Lenin was exiled after his brother was tried to murder, or I think he did, or murder the previous emperor of Russia, Alexander III. He was exiled.
Sledge, never seen you here before. Thanks for joining, brother.
He was exiled to Switzerland. So Luthen is not exiled anywhere. He's in
no,
which is like Moscow. So
no,
that's,
Lenin,
so that's incorrect. Yeah, that's right.
No,
that's
it's not.
right.
Lenin came after Stalin. Stalin was
Lenin came
that's wrong.
before Stalin.
That's wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, so Lenin was exiled to Switzerland, and he got a special trip by the Germans at the time, not Nazis at the time, but they took him back to Russia to basically subvert the Russians at the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if he did that, since he was gone, Luthen is in Coruscant, so he's like in Moscow or in I guess Petrograd at the time. Basically, is what they're comparing to, St. Petersburg. And if that's him, then this makes no sense to me.
Well, at the time,
it's not on the head.
Yeah.
Well, no. Stalingrad is a completely different town. We're talking about Petrograd, and then we're talking about St. Petersburg, and then became Leningrad after Lenin died.
That's right.
Yeah. And then now it's St. Petersburg again.
Yeah.
Totally different eras of history.
Yeah. Okay. I'm mixing them up.
Yeah.
Do you like me to continue on with this article? I will say, like, these two, the Screen Rant article and this one, they definitely get their word counts in, because this is also a very long article. You want me to just read like a bunch of it all in one shot?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, I'll go over like a couple big chunks of it. I didn't realize how long it was, or I would have.
That's actually a photograph of young Stalin as well.
He looks a lot like him.
This is the first.
He looks like a model.
So here's where we left off. The real life.
Yeah, that's Stalin. Yeah.
The real life theft that inspired it was a long time ago, just not quite so far away. As soon as I scroll down, we get young Stalin, right? And yeah, you can definitely see some similarities there. The coiffed hair.
And Stalin was not Russian; he was Georgian. Just you know.
Yeah, that's right. He was Georgian.
So this takes place in Tbilisi.
It took place in Yerevan Square in what was then the Imperial Russian city of Tiflis, now the Georgian capital of Tbilisi, or is it Tbilisi? On the 26th of June, 1907, a shipment of cash for the city's Russian state bank branch, amounting to some 300,000 rubles, amounting to about $1 million at the time, was stolen by a gang of robbers linked to the Bolshevik revolutionary movement. Using bombs and guns, the gang left a scene of utter devastation in their wake. Some 40 people were killed and dozens more injured. The news of the brazen daylight attack made headlines across the world. See here. There's a quote from somebody from probably back then. A young man from nowhere with a revolutionary ideology and a fight against a huge empire. I think there was something interesting about the secret life of someone in that situation. Simon Sebag Montefiore. Is that one of the writers, or is that somebody from back then?
I think that's one of the writers.
Yeah, I've never heard that name, so that's probably just a random quote they found. So here, the heist was the brainchild of the charismatic cobbler's son turned revolutionary called Isab Besiorones ze Jugoslavili. I don't know how.
Yugoslavili.
And it's also pronounced
Yugoslavili.
Stalin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's where. Okay.
I know
that's his real name.
They've got tricky names.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Their alphabet is a little bit different than ours, and in their alphabet, each of their letters is a particular sound. So, like, you can never get it wrong. Like, if you understand the sound of each letter, you whether it's in Cyrillic or if it's written in like English, like Anglo letters. You'll never get the words wrong because all the letters have a certain sound.
I don't think I've ever read his full name. I've only just heard him as Joseph Stalin. That's all. That's the only name I've ever
Do you know that the anthem
let me
the
finish
Soviet Union rhymes both in Russian and in English?
I'm sure it does.
And Mars would know actually a lot about this.
Probably has a certain cadence.
Because Serbian, they spell with Cyrillic, right? And then in Croatia,
they do.
In Croatia,
and what's weird?
It's Latin.
What's weird is
what's up, Alex? What's up, Psychomantis? How's it going?
I learned how to speak it when I was there, but I forgot it. When you don't use it, you forget it. The weird thing is that like when I worked for Intel, there was a Russian kid.
One second. Before you continue, 1 second. Psychomantis, hey, Alex, this is actually a Russian friend. Like, he actually lived in Russia. He's out. Like, he came from Russia to live here in America. He might actually know, well, maybe not exactly about this. I'm sure he has some insight on it. So, Alex, if you want to jump on, let me know. I'll shoot you the link, man.
Yeah,
Star Wars
he'll be able to pronounce all this shit correctly.
Stalin. Yeah, he could actually probably speak it to us in the mother tongue, like... So, Alex, if you want to jump on, feel free. And then with that being said, we also have Rockefeller Plaza in the background here.
Oh.
Somewhere around here. Let me see if I can find it.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing?
There's Rockefeller. What's going on, dude?
Man, just waking up. What's going on, ladies?
Yeah.
What's up, guy?
What's troubling about what Tony Gilroy says right there is like, if you look at him, he's glamorous. Stalin and Diego Luna, and it's sort of like Stalin killed millions of people. Diego
Luna killed a couple too. So I mean, now I see why we're we're trying to make it like that these Andorians, or what do they call them? Fucking what's the name of this fucking place we're in? Carthilians or some shit. That they're the good ones, and that don't have visas, and they're all immigrants. It's like, enough of the fucking algorithms. The youth. It's like, all right, you beat your head with it.
And another
thing, whatever. I'm just woken up. I'm still trying to figure my brains out.
I think he meant allegories.
Yeah. But so Syfax, like you said, it perfect. We just watched this dude try to rape her. We know what he tried to do, right? He tried to grape me. Okay. Yeah. And then you didn't see it. She's talking to his the guy driving her in, like the security guard driver. He's like, he's dead now. I know.
We didn't need to report it.
It's like they're just telling you what I'm doing, what happened, what I'm doing, what happened, what happened.
I'm like,
what I'm doing.
I might as well
let me figure it out.
I might as well just listen to a fucking audiobook at that point. Like,
Exactly.
just give me the fucking audio file, and I'll just listen to that because I'll
Well,
know
it's
what.
not
This
only
isn't a comic book. You don't have to fucking, it's like you're showing me pictures. It's between books, graphic novels, comic books, and comic books. You're showing me the fucking picture. You're giving me an illustration. You don't have to tell me, oh, he tried to grate me. No shit. I'm looking right at it. I can fucking see it.
No, it was worse than that. It was worse because what happened is he didn't actually rape her, and what she told the guy, wait, let me say, what she told the guy was he raped me. That's what she said. She said
he tried to.
Great.
He tried to.
Oh, he tried to.
She maybe in the audio, maybe she doesn't say tried hard enough, but in the subtitles it says he tried.
He tried to grate me because she's like sitting behind the door. He's walking up like, all right, come out with your hands up. She goes, and so she's yelling to him like he tried to. And he's like, well, he's dead now.
Yeah, I was trying to find the video, and I was going to cut up the video of being like, this is today's Star Wars, and it's going to just play that scene, and then immediately cut to Mon Mothra dancing to like some stupid music, and be like, this is your Star Wars now. Tried to rape me, and then somebody just partying in the background, like, yay, this is Star Wars. Like
we're playing that.
That's how I feel about it. Like from what I've seen. Yeah,
well, and we've never needed that. We've never needed that in Star Wars.
No,
that's never been a point in Star Wars either.
Yeah, it's the same thing with like Slave Leia. It's like there's probably bad shit happening there, but you don't need to have somebody sit there and say it. Like,
yeah, it's not conducive to the story.
No, it adds.
Yeah, but aren't you kind of interested in that though? I mean, come on.
No, I'm good.
Well, I mean, Star Wars got crazy adult themes in it. You know what I mean? It's just like
especially from what I understand, the extended EU has a bunch of crazy shit.
Here's a great example: Luke and Leia kiss each other. It's not like Luke goes, "Oh my god, I just kissed you." Yeah, you did just kiss me. What if you're my sister? Wouldn't that be crazy? That would be crazy if I was your sister. It's like. You limit the imagination for us
think about this way.
Figure out to us to talk about.
Think about it this way: is it worse that Jabba raped her than Luke kissed her? Come on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a
big deal. I mean, Jabba
writing is different.
Apparently, in the extended EU, apparently in the extended EU, like Jabba has like a human fetish or some shit.
Yeah, he does.
That's the story. It's like he actually has like I've never read it. This is just what I've been hearing, and I'm like, I mean, I could kind of imply that based on I don't know his whole fucking entourage. Like, I don't need you to tell me that. I'm tired of
he's a gangster.
I'm tired of watching Disney stuff that tells me I'm stupid. Like they talk to you like you're a fucking idiot. And
I'm just
that's the most insulting thing to me about Disney and Marvel and stuff is they talk to you like you're stupid and you can't pick up on what's going on. They need to tell you what they just showed you. And that shit's been pissing me off for the last like at least 5 to 6
years. Even if you go to the Old Republic, you see that the Hutts for like a long time, like Jabba's grandparents, dude, they were all gangsters. It was a part of their survival, really, honestly. And then it just kind of trended down the line, But the point is that in the early Star Wars films, we never really needed to know any of that stuff because it wasn't conducive to the story. The story was about these basically lowly people, like people who had very little power, overcoming big odds, which is what all of Star Wars has always been about. Yes, there's always been galactic war,
and like just the hero's journey in general for the first the first set of movies, like stuff like that.
Honestly, what's more intimidating than a giant slug?
The Star Wars is the Force. There's no.
I know a giant boot, like a giant boot beats giant slug.
Yeah, I could just throw some salt on this bitch. Who gives a fuck?
Well, actually, if you go back to the Dawn of the Jedi, the Dawn of the Jedi, like the whole point in that era is to explain how there became two separate factions of the Jedi. And when you look at the Old Republic, what that's all about is about these two factions vying for control. And then there's other people like, for instance, like Mandalorians and the Hutts that are vying for control as well at the same time. And then you have the Eternal Empire show up. So this whole point in this era, this particular era, is okay, well, the Empire is finally taken over. The Republic is gone. And you have this resistant uprising that's happening because they're not appreciating what the Empire is doing, you know. That's the story of Star Wars. It's about these people that have been succumbed to these large interests and they're trying to rise above it. And the Skywalkers are the main part of the story because they're the ones who are supposed to end all of this trivial madness. And Disney has thrown that away.
The Skywalker
away.
lineage is actually it's came about through like a prophecy, basically from like a long.
It did. Yeah.
Oh, keep going.
I want to harp on that. He looks like Diego. He looks like Diego. Comment.
Yeah,
keep
going.
So here, let me
go. Like George Michaels.
Let me go ahead and read some more of this article, and we can start finishing this one up. Let's see here. The heist was the brainchild. So I already read this. No, I only read like half of it. Just so you guys know, like,
yeah.
Oh, you can just start on the.
Yeah, it's a troubled outlaw.
The heist was the brainchild of a charismatic cobbler's son turned revolutionary called Joseph Stalin. Let's go with that because I'm not trying to read that again. He was a gifted public speaker, an ex-seminary student, a romantic poet, rumored to have left a string of broken hearts in his rakish wake.
His mom wanted him to be a priest.
He often went by the name Soso, which he had used when writing poems for local publications, though in years to come, he would become far better known and feared as Joseph Stalin. Yes, the troubled outlaw, beloved by Star Wars fans everywhere, is based in part on one of history's most notorious mass murderers, as the series creator Tony Gilroy has acknowledged. If you look at a picture of young Stalin, isn't he glamorous, Gilroy said in an interview? He looks like Diego. I don't know. Like, I guess that's a compliment. Hey, man, you look like a fucking mass murderer. That's fucking amazing.
Yeah, imagine rocking up to someone and saying, do you know what? Young Hitler, he looked so good.
Well, let's be honest about it.
We got young Gacy over here. This is great.
Let's be honest about it. Because World War II, during World War II, Russia, United Kingdom, and the United States were partners. They were helping. They were helping each other. Let's not divide all this shit up and say, "Oh no, Stalin was always this big bad guy," and then Hitler came along. No. That's not what happened. Stalin was defending his country from Hitler invading, and actually, it was the Russians who ended the war. We helped, but it was the Russians who ended the war.
Wasn't expecting history lessons, but at the same time, I don't totally mind.
But I'm making the point that.
Go for it. Sorry.
T, we're talking about you.
No. We were talking about how Americans and Russians were actually like together in something, and then I missed the last part when you were talking there, Monkey.
But talking about Star Wars is a euphemism for fucking economy.
Yeah, apparently somehow
and American you need visas and immigration now. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, I think that's kind of the problem, isn't it? Is that it used to be an allegory, and now the writers of it are taking it literally, writing it literally. As though it was actually anything real. It's crazy.
Yeah, when I heard him, they're checking visas. What? Yeah. You call them visas?
Yeah, didn't they start deporting people in this too? Yeah, they started deporting people.
Well, the ones that are doing the crops. The ones that are in the field doing the crops, the immigrants. They call them immigrants. They look for visas. I'm like, everything in here is named something different in this fucking universe, except for visas and immigrants. They have to be named the same thing. And the man coming to search for him, he definitely better be white.
Well, let me stress one other thing. The Russians were notorious for deporting other non-Russians out of certain Soviet parts of the Soviet Union. So
but that happened in the 1950s. Yeah, dude. But
it happened in the 40s. It happened in the 30s. Stalin.
Well, no. It happened in the 50s, and the reason why is because the formation of NATO. And when NATO became a thing in 1952, that's when Russia really closed itself off. And that I do know. So don't tell me that I'm wrong about that. I do,
Hold
know that.
Hold on.
Because
with that being said, I'm going to bring on my Russian friend here, Alex, or in the chat. He's a Psyker Mantis. What's up, Alex? How you
Yo,
doing?
can you hear me?
I just changed my name because it was covering
Yes.
me up.
Hold,
I'll change it
hold
back.
on. Let me go ahead and turn your mic. Oh, actually, I can't adjust your volume.
I had to change my name because it was covering up my face, but I guess now you're going to be getting your face covered up. I can put my name back.
Well, I can turn the banner off.
Yes.
You sound fine. You're just a little low. Like, can you bring the mic either closer or turn up your mic volume?
Sure. Better now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. So this is a hell of a conversation to walk into, yo.
Mhm.
Mind you,
I didn't expect this. I didn't
Russian.
expect this. I didn't expect it to go this way. I was just going to
Yeah.
talk about Andor
Well,
and
welcome
talk
to
some shit about
Syfax's
Last of Us.
History Channel.
Yeah, apparently
We'll occasionally
Syfax
discuss pop culture,
stands
but
for history
mostly
randomness.
history.
Yeah.
Hey, whatever. You never know what you're going to get over here, so tune in whenever, and maybe you'll get some. Maybe
Life
you'll learn
is
something new, or you'll get
a
pop
box of
culture.
chocolate.
Maybe you get some music. Who knows? It's always random. Let's find out. So, anyways,
What do
Alex,
you
go
say,
ahead.
Alex?
I'm good, man. So you want to hear my 2 cents about this?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So first of all,
Definitely.
I'm a fan of Andor. I liked season 1. I like Rogue One. It's the one Disney Star Wars that wasn't complete and utter dog water. Season 2 has been kind of weird. So I checked out the article, or I was kind of skimming along what you were posting. As far as Stalin, mind you, my family is actually from Soviet Georgia. Ethnically, I'm Armenian. I was born in Moscow, lived there for 10 years, didn't speak English till I was 10, and I came here then. So my family's from the part where Armenians from Georgia, where
You
Stalin
definitely have a
is
Moscow
from.
accent.
And I have a very hate and love relationship with socialism, ironically. But I actually came here during a free and democratic Russia in 1993, after communism ended, because free Russia in the 90s was way scarier than anything I saw as a child under the
I
Soviet
can't
regime.
imagine.
Yeah.
Now, as far as
It's all the
Stalin,
chaos.
he was a brute. He killed most of the people that he kind of came up with. His nickname was Koba. And most of the people that knew, like his thing was he robbed banks. He was a gangster. Like if they're trying to say that Andor is a brute, okay, but like I don't know, like he had no redeeming qualities. He was a good speaker, but he was known for basically being a bank robber, a gangster. His nickname was Koba, like I said, and most of the people, like his best friend and partner, was hit by a truck twice. Mind you, in Soviet Georgia, there was very few trucks during the 20s or 30s when they were coming out, before World War II, like before he took over power from Lenin.
Yeah.
So
it's very weird to see these, like, like there's, for 100 years history of socialism in Russia, there's good and bad.
Yeah.
Yes, Stalin did a lot of positive things during the war, but most people look at him with a grain of salt. So to kind of put him on a pedestal and compare Andor to him, a little weird, a little strange.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, like his highlight reel was basically World War II in terms of anything positive.
Well, let's talk about the
that.
elephant in the room. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is that these directors and these people over at Lucasfilm, they're trying to bring too much of our own.
You could have told
politics.
me I had my dick out on stream. I could have went off camera. Jesus Christ, dude. God damn.
What?
They just have a very weird love affair with socialism.
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Oh, T has his rating for the Andor chick. It's 3.
You're gonna be that kind of party. Syfax gonna pull his.
No, all I'm saying is that I think
he was talking about an elephant
it's a little
in the
bit on the
room.
nose.
Never mind.
I think it's a little bit on the nose that they're bringing our own politics and our own history into this, and I think it's stupid. This is Star Wars. We don't need any of that shit. We don't need it.
Yeah,
but when you look back on it, it's been in there.
It's
the entire time.
It's been in there, but it was like
it's existed.
It was kind of disguised in the background, and they blended it better. And like,
yes,
they made it their own instead of being like, hey, by the way, this is an exact replica of your fucking history. They emphasized of world history or whatever. Like they emphasized it. They used it as like a starting point. And they were like, cool, like this is something we can play off of and we could add it to our stuff. and then we turn it into a fantastical, space opera type of deal. And now it's like, oh no, this is just the world, but this is just the world now, but in space. Like that's what they're doing, and that's
Exactly.
where. And when they're doing shit like that, it starts being like, well, now I'm losing the fantastical elements. I'm losing I'm losing focus. Like I'm not getting what's it called? God, escapism. I'm not getting my escapism.
Exactly.
That's what entertainment usually is supposed to be, is some form of escapism. That's why you play video games. That's why you watch TV. That's why you watch movies. That's why we love entertainment and stuff. And yes, I understand. Basically, entertainment's downstream from politics and blah blah blah. Whichever way it goes doesn't really matter. It goes back and forth each way, but it doesn't need to be so over the head with it. You don't need to be beat over the fucking head with it. And when they do it so blatantly and so obviously, to the point where random people are like, dude, that's exactly from this. Sure, you can make comparisons, but it's like, no, the person who made it is like, yeah, that's exactly it. We're just doing that story, but we have fucking space lasers and fucking laser swords and shit, or whatever, or spaceships now instead of trains. Like, what are you doing? Like, you need to stop that shit. Like they lost all their creativity in that sense, to be able to morph it into something their own. Because I mean, you could sit there and do that with just about anything and find some type of distinction or some type of thing that connects to the real world, but they'll change the name of it, or they make it seem their own. They'll put some fantasy elements behind it. With the new Star Wars stuff and a lot of Disney, Marvel, whatever, they're just like, no, it's literally just basically whatever you think of it in Earth. You don't gotta figure it out. They're like, I mean, I'm not saying this is a great example, but it's like, yeah, that chair is a chair. It's not like that's the space chair X1000 and it shoots lasers and it can fly and can turn invisible, whatever. Like there's no extra stuff to it. It's like, no, it's a one-to-one comparison. There's no like differential there.
No.
And they keep doing that with so many things. It takes you out of the escapism element of it, and it gets tiring when it's like, why even set it in space?
It's like, we know
they spent the first three episodes.
Pink and
they spent the first three episodes dragging it out, when what they could have done is they could have used all that material to do the first episode. And then they could have done a background thing on what's his name, Luton, Lou, what's his name, Luton, whatever the fuck his name is. They could have and explained how he ever got a hold of that Cotton
Skarsgård dude.
Skarsgård, yeah. But Luthen. They could have explained how his history, or they could have done so much more. But
I like him. They're not explaining, like what they're doing with his story is what they need to do with everybody's. They're not explaining shit. They're letting us come up with our own background, our own, what's happening with this guy? How did he get his fucking money? Who is he? And when he comes on, he's just, we're not getting that. I don't know if they don't have his story and it's supposed to be mysterious. Fine, leave that to every fucking character then, because it's like, what you're saying is exactly right. Yeah, that Luthen is a character they're not giving us enough of, and I want more of him, but I don't want more if you're going to make it these characters you're giving us too much of. Does that make sense?
Yes, exactly.
Give me 1 second. I see a new person I pointed about in the chat. Lost Anarchy Magazine. I believe this is one of Alex's friends that he goes onto his channel. If you guys want to go check out Lost Anarchy Magazine, I'm not sure what this channel is all about. Alex, you told me you were on a channel, but you didn't tell me the name of it. I believe this is the name of it. So I didn't get to check out.
Yeah, it's my friend Mojo. He runs like a rock and roll indie pulp magazine style. Very cool. That's his
awesome. So rock and roll. If you're into rock and roll, and what else was that?
Entertainment, rock and roll, movies.
Just entertainment, rock and roll. Right on. Yes, go ahead and go check out Lost Anarchy magazine. Hey, if you want to jump on, or if you, I don't know, we mainly talk about like pop culture randomness here, and apparently sometimes history. But
hey, Syfax, did you get that tweet I sent you about the lady who got who tried to pull over a cop or something, and she was like going, "Why don't you give him a ticket?" Like she was like, her voice. Was
oh yeah. The new death. You know what? Actually,
we got to get her in the band.
Let me check my Instagram real quick, because I actually, after you sent me that, I don't know, it probably jumped up into my algorithm, but I was checking like random reels on Instagram, and there's a guy who like does metal over random chicks screaming like that.
Yeah.
And I found that one right after you sent it to me, and I think I have it. So if I can find it, I'll play it. But yeah.
Give me a ticket.
Give him the ticket.
Yeah.
While you're looking for that, you want to play what I want to share what I got on my screen while we're all complaining about fucking Star Wars and shit. We can talk about that.
Yes, but 1 second. Do you guys even want me to finish reading this article, or should we start talking about something else? I can continue.
I mean, I could continue.
Are you guys stalling in history out or what?
No, I mean that's a thing actor right there. I'll point out if nobody knows. This is Andor season 1 photo. That right there, the guy all the way to the left, that's a thing. He did a fantastic job in season 1. If you go back just to watch his episode, like his episodes, you have to probably watch the build up to it. But the last episode that he's in, he does a good job acting. I like that dude. So him in the first season,
people are slowly convincing me to go ahead and like watch the whole series through. It's just if I'm looking at it, I mean, there's 9 episodes, so that's like 9 hours.
Here's what's different.
There's 6. That's like, but by the time I caught it. By the time I catch up with it, that's like 20 hours or 20 something hours of watching this shit. And
season 1,
I'm not gonna lie, I'm already not that big of a Star Wars fan. Like I like the original.
Let me give
movies.
you some advice. Wait till the whole thing comes out and then watch the whole thing.
That's what I'm thinking about doing. I mean, I'm going to talk about like the big things that pop up that are obviously in like the news. That's why I'm like was talking about the grape scene. There's that dancing Mothra scene or whatever. And,
but you should watch it because that's. I mean.
No, I will watch it, but it's like me watching it now. I haven't watched the original, the first 9, so I'm not getting the context. I don't know. I don't give a shit about anything that's happening. So I'm gonna if you
saw the first 9.
So look, maybe not, but it's like if I'm gonna sit there and review it, I'm gonna sit there and be like, well, I'm a whole season behind. I'm gonna sit there and be like, I hate all of this. It's boring as shit, and none of it fucking matters to me. Like,
but it's really not.
That's just gonna be my fucking. That's just gonna be my response. Well, no, I'm not gonna.
What we're talking about is boring. The wedding scene about like my man. I'm sorry.
Those parts were boring. No, I've tried to watch the first 3 episodes, and the first 2 were boring as shit.
So
I skipped
Mothma's fucking buddy that they got the friend from that's like turning heel on him now. They're around the whole fucking like this little like spy opera thing going on while there's embedded in the fucking wedding. It's actually really cool. It's kind of like you have to be more of a good dialogue, like understand that shit and want it. That's the part
that's been a thing that stands out to me. And like but
they don't talk about it.
Not everything needs a lot of action. I've watched plenty of things, dude. I watch random procedurals that are like mainly a lot of talking or whatever. And like,
that's why
it's a lot of characterization.
Yeah. Another thing, dude, is if you haven't watched season 1, I'm gonna let you know right now. The first 3 episodes drag very heavily.
Yeah, that's why I stopped watching.
That's the same problem with season 2. The first 3 episodes drag heavily. Once you get past that, you start getting to the main story, and it starts to get a little bit more interesting. Especially in season 1, it's the prison stuff.
Well, that should never be the case. That's already a problem then for a fucking season 2. You should never follow the same fucking formula. Like that's a stupid fucking idea.
I completely agree. Yeah.
Never start a series with the main protagonist looking for a sister at a brothel.
Yeah, well, I mean,
whatever happened to that bitch? Wasn't it T that brought that up last week? T, was that you that talked about it? The first like 3 episodes, it's like they were young kids. Like Andor and his sister were like young kids, right? And they got separated at like 2, 3, 4 years old, whatever, right? And he keeps waking up at my age now, nightmares. Where's my sister? Where's my sister? I gotta find my sister. That's what episode 4. You know what? Let's stop talking about her. Wait, what? Yeah, you know what? She
All right,
wasn't driving.
They
Ford
brought
like
her up
40 years,
like
but-
briefly.
With that being said, let's go ahead and see what Rockefeller bestowed upon us.
Yeah.
Being miserable is wasting your life in Hutch's garage, playing video games, arguing whether or not Luke really had a thing for Leia.
You know, as well as anybody, as soon as Luke knew Leia was his sister, it was hands off.
They still kiss.
That was Leia kissing Luke to make Han jealous.
Yeah, that was the second time. The first time.
The first time they're about to die.
They were not.
swinging 30,000 feet
Well,
in the
you
air.
know when you're a sibling, okay? There's something innate. It doesn't matter.
There's no telepathy
it
between Luke and
spans
Leia.
the
It's
ocean.
episode 6.
It was not about
romance
to
in a
die.
sci-fi opera.
Who cares about this shit, man, huh? Who cares about
I do. I care.
You need a new car.
They were siblings! They were siblings, you sick bastard!
All right.
Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah, but the important part is that they didn't know that until after the Empire.
I feel
And
like I read somewhere
he
that like
stopped.
George Lucas didn't even really like he wrote that in later or some shit.
Yeah, I think so. But
Rockefeller,
the
you're
point
muted, brother.
was is that they didn't know. In this fucking show,
They were just
they're
step
actually
siblings.
having two lesbians kiss, and people are acting like, oh no, it's okay. No, here's my problem. Here's my problem with fucking Hollywood right now. Everything we fucking watch, it's always gay scenes. Every
That's
single
right.
thing.
That's
Don't
what
tell
I
me
was
that
saying
it's not
earlier.
happening. It's
That's what I was
fucking
saying
happening.
earlier. If there's gay scenes, doesn't matter if it's male on male or female on female, they will show it. They'll show them kiss. They'll make it like it'll almost if it's like PG-13, it'll start to almost get to gratuitous. But if it's a regular heterosexual couple, they do the fucking forehead bump. Like that's it. That's all you get nowadays, and
That's how
that's
you
their
make
sign.
babies.
That's their sign of.
I
like,
never
oh,
noticed that till
I'm
you
gonna-
said that, Syfax. I'm about to kiss
Think
a
about
chicken.
it.
Ow,
the
no.
babies.
No. That's not it. Like they just do that. Like they did it in Dune. They did it in like Furiosa. They did like everything.
When-
they just do the head touch.
Gamora and
like they
fucking
close
Quill
their
about to
eyes
kiss.
and then
Yep.
like
Dude,
they just,
Acolyte,
like,
yeah.
head bump and then they just fuck off. And it's like, but no gay scenes, no
Men don't
problem.
kiss
They
women.
go for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And people act
Ooh,
like
we don't
we're
do that
crazy.
here.
People act like we're crazy for pointing it
They pull
out.
up like 50 fucking examples of it, and it's like,
Yeah.
and that's just in the
Why would
last
a man
2
want to kiss
years.
a woman?
Like,
They act like
Man
we're
kissing a
crazy.
man.
They act like we're
Yeah,
crazy
sure.
for pointing it out. But the reality is that they're putting it in fucking everything, including children's programming. And then they sit there and say, oh no, you all are the ones who are acting irresponsible. Y'all are the ones who are being judgmental. No, you're putting it in fucking everything. And when we point it out, they're saying, no, you're being judgmental. And you're being
see,
Star Wars was never
what's
for
the
kids.
word?
my
Star
problem
Wars was
with
never made for children. When Disney bought it, they've turned it into a child
no.
product
But
and,
here,
and done and so it's like you
check
need to
this out,
tread carefully now.
Hey, check this out though. So I was mentioning this on, I believe it was on Hold My DualShock channel, or I believe it was on there. But it's like the last thing we saw from Star Wars was a Skeleton Crew, right? Which is a children's show. That was definitely made for
The cartoon.
children.
They got a cartoon right now that we don't watch. My nephew do watch the shit out of it.
So that was the last big thing from like Disney Star Wars that was put on there. So say your kid watched that, and then they see the next Star Wars thing being advertised. That kid's going to be like, let me watch the next Star Wars thing.
As he gets older,
all of a sudden, no. Right now, this is a couple months later. This is simply 4 or 5 months later. So what? You're 4 or 5 months older. All of a sudden, now you're hearing the words like rape. You're seeing gay sex scenes because
visas, immigration.
Assume, oh, this is all part of the Star Wars thing that I just watched because that one was kid friendly. That's what they're going to assume because it's on Disney Plus.
And if somebody's asking,
they're going to put that shit on. They're going to.
They're slowly setting the seed. So now
Dad,
somebody asks for a
Star Wars.
visa. They're the
Mom,
bad
Dad, the
guy.
new Star Wars. Let me watch it. Let's put that on. It's like, okay, they put it on, they walk away. All of a sudden, it's, Mom, Dad, what's rape? What?
It's not only that, dude. It's not only that. It's
do the same
dude. The
sex
other
people kiss?
Great.
What the hell?
dude. The other side of this is that the people that are arguing for it are saying, "What's wrong with that?" Well, the thing is that you have to point out to them. You have to point out to them that, dude, guess what? Those people were born from a man and a woman. That's the point. They weren't born from two gay guys. Two gay guys can't have a child. Two women together can't have a child. That's the whole point. It's that it's a male and a fucking female. And when you try to point that out to them, they fucking argue with you and say, "Oh no, you're crazy. You're going crazy."
The irony of getting more gay people is you need more straight people to make them.
No, wait. Ooh, mind blown.
Yep.
Can we get over to straight people so we can manufacture some gay people to get rid of the straight people? I don't think that's going to work. No, it will. Trust me. Go back.
Dude, none of us mind. Dude, none of us.
Nobody
none
cares.
of us are judging gay people.
Most of us all grew up in an era where like none of that mattered. Like by the time you found, like you probably already knew a friend of yours was gay by the time you hit high school, maybe even middle school. You're like, yeah, that he's probably going to be gay. You don't care.
It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
You were probably called the F slur more than the actual gay kid was. You know,
exactly.
like, just
that's
because your friends
problem.
were joshing on you. Like
the scene I brought up is great to say. Look, it's an adult. It's Star Wars brings up discourse amongst the fans. It's probably going to be adult topic discourse. So we need to leave it away from kids, especially and having these little. That's what Star Wars is. There's discourse. It brings up discussions, and we as fans enjoy doing that. But you got to tread light when we talk about kids. I mean, there's a whole bunch of the immigration shit right now, graping going on, coming across the border. We don't even talk about visas, immigration, and graping. It's supposed to be an escapism, like y'all talked earlier for these kids. And once they turn this shit on, if they do, they're not escaping.
And the kind of discourse that you'd be talking about is, okay, what side is right and what side is wrong based on like the actions of like, okay, who's killing who's deceiving each other,
up for debate.
Why are they doing it? And there's like some of that could be up for debate.
It's not even about
it
that.
Was Look, not anymore.
It was originally about that.
Yeah.
Like
no. My point is, hear me out. My point is that every single time we see Hollywood put something out, anytime it's something romantic, it's always gay. We never see romance between a man and a woman anymore. It's always gay. That's the problem.
That's one of many
what are
problems.
kids
But
learning? What are they learning?
That one stands out a lot once you start pointing it out. Like I was saying with the head touching thing. Every like heterosexual couple and like especially any like big epic sci-fi thing, you'll just see them. That's something we've seen it in movies. Like say when there was like warriors and they're about to be like, all right, brother, like get out there, let's fucking handle shit. And you're just like, okay, man, let's go. But it was nothing gay with that. It was like, okay, I'll see you on the other side, hopefully, type of deal. You know, it was like something like that. It was like a camaraderie. No
one here has any problem with gay relation. I guarantee you, not Syfax, not anybody that's right here on the panel right now has any problem with gay relationships. None of us do.
No,
that's not the point. The point is that Hollywood is constantly shoveling this shit in our face, but they won't go the other direction. And then the problem with that is that what we have to ask ourselves, what is that teaching our children? And should we allow it? That's the point.
Yeah. And with stuff like Disney Plus is sold as Disney in general, the Disney, the logo or the Disney company in general, the brand, there you go. That's the word I was looking for. It was always designed as a family brand. So when you see Disney anything, you should assume family. That's what you used to be able to assume. And you used to be able to just look at something Disney and be like, yeah, my kid can watch that. That's a Disney thing. That's a Disney Channel thing. Now you almost got to screen everything that they're watching, even on fucking Disney. And that's crazy. Like, There still, I mean, there used to be like Nickelodeon, there used to be Disney, like there was a couple different like kids type of things or whatever that was like, yeah, you could just put that on. And don't get me wrong, there's probably some stuff that was a little like sketchy if you look back on some of those old cartoons and shit. But it's like, yeah, that's perfect. That's a great example. But none of that stuck with you until you got older, and then you resaw those cartoons when you were older, and you were like, oh damn, that was actually pretty gay. Like you never thought that when you were freaking 7, 8 years old, because you don't know, you don't care. But when a show literally tells you that shit, on top of that, you put one and one together real fucking quick. And if you see the way that kids are now, they're putting shit together way quicker. Based on the media that they're consuming, based on the games that they're playing, like and stuff like that, and based on just being able to interact with like kind of the world. And I mean, that's a whole different fucking problem.
But dude, I mean, like as adults, let me give you an example. We're seeing it a lot, and let me give you like one example. Perry Mason on HBO. I was a big fan of Perry Mason growing up, dude. I still watch old Perry Mason. Dude, I was thrilled that HBO was redoing Perry Mason. And then they came in and they made what's her name? The fucking secretary. They made her fucking a lesbian. Like, dude, that wasn't happening in the 30s, dude. At least not to the extent that they're trying to make it seem. Hollywood is trying to make it seem as if, oh no, people have been 50% gay this whole time for all these centuries. And it's the same thing that like the scientists are doing with food. Oh no, eggs are bad. Butter is bad. All this shit is bad. You know what? Our ancestors lived off of that shit for centuries, and they survived off of it. And that's why it's part of our consumption today. And here we are today. They're acting like, oh no, 50%. You watch Perry Mason. It was such a disgrace to that show, dude. Such a disgrace, man. I'll let everybody else talk about it. I just wanted to put that out there.
I don't actually even remember that one, but
I haven't seen Perry Mason in donkey's years.
No, like even just hearing that name, I was like, shit, man, I would have to think about that one.
Yeah.
But, well, maybe we can move on to.
Oh, did you find that video?
Which one?
The one of
No, I wasn't checking on my Instagram. I was trying to do some other stuff behind the scenes, but and talking to people. But yes, I was curious. Has any of you guys played this Expedition 33 game yet?
No, I've watched a lot of people play it though.
Yeah, I haven't played it, but again, yeah, I've seen people.
Okay. Then I guess we won't really talk about it. I've just been curious about it because, like, I really like turn-based style games, and but this one's actually like it's turn-based, but also like real time. It's kind of interesting. Like you got to be quick with your movements.
It's
beyond turn-based. Yeah,
I think you like it.
It's kind of like. Did you ever play Worldless?
No, I heard it was a lot like Child of Light. Somebody compared it to that.
It's like Worldless, but imagine that it's like Worldless, where
I can't imagine
you're traveling.
Never played it.
Okay, so you travel to all these different places, right? So you're doing RPG style stuff, but when you get into a battle, in order to move up from one expedition to the next, you're doing a turn-based style fighting sequence, combat sequence. That's all it is. But it's very vivid. The landscape and everything is very vivid compared to Worldless. Worldless was very two-toned. You know, it was very simple, almost monochromatic, where this is very vibrant. You have a lot of plants. You have a lot of different environments, and you're kind of like working your way up, and you have to decide how you're gonna upgrade your different characters to work together in order to make the best combat experience. That's
Put a
what
chick
it
in
is.
it. Make them lame and gay. That'll make them work together.
Yeah, that'll do.
Make him lame and gay.
Job done.
Well, most of the characters are female. Actually,
Yeah,
it's a
put a chick in
French
it.
game,
Yeah,
but it's not woke. It's not woke. I'll tell you straight up, it's not woke. It's not woke at all.
All right.
It's pretty
well,
good.
So I have a different topic to bring up, and it's because this is something I really liked watching. I believe it was the 90s when it came out.
Uh-oh.
And I have an article to bring up about it, which
90s.
is a possible Gargoyles reboot series. Has anybody heard about
That would
this?
be awesome.
Really?
Oh my god!
Has anybody heard about this?
No.
No.
Yeah, I heard about
With
it.
Keith David. I
With
imagine.
who? Keith.
Disney's
Keith
done
David
such
would
a
be
great
cool.
job at doing live action remakes, so why not another one?
Syfax, before
That
you
and
go
reboot.
forward, I have a question.
And reboot.
Who in it is gay?
Definitely.
I don't know. Also, I don't know if they're
Brooklyn.
doing it. I don't know if they're doing like a cartoon again. But which look, if they did a cartoon again, I would actually give it a little bit of hope because how well they did X-Men 97. I think X-Men 97 is like one of the few things Disney Plus has done since Disney Plus started, if not the best one. Probably actually the best one. At least the first
still
season.
didn't like it.
And it had
Well,
some gay
okay.
stuff, and it didn't take away from the plot. Pacing.
That's
No,
true.
like it was
That's
overall. Overall, I liked it. Like I liked the big, like the epicness of it. There were some great scenes, like and it, like hearing the theme again and seeing it with slight, like better updated graphics and stuff. I mean, that was fucking awesome. That was amazing.
Where at?
So with that, but
Oh shit! I
was curious, like if they do a live action version. Who would you guys cast? Because like my first thought is just a gargoyle in general would clearly be fucking Bella Ramsey. No, it'd be Bella Ramsey. She just looks like a fucking gargoyle. Like it'd be Bella Ramsey, fucking Pedro Pascal. Rachel Zegler.
That's why
like,
we need to
just
fan
like
cast seriously, so they don't add them assholes. No, seriously, Jason. Momoa.
The guy who played Vision, his wife, what's her name? Jennifer.
The guy who played Vision, his wife. His wife.
Jennifer McConnell or Jennifer Connelly?
Jennifer Connelly. Oh, she's all right.
Yeah, her.
Oh, is the chick like the chick who like
As
helps
a
the
chick,
gargoyles or
yeah.
whatever?
As a chick, yeah.
We need a disabled.
She's a little older now. Yeah.
We need a disabled gargoyle.
She's still fucking hot. I'm sorry.
Dude, that would be so hilarious to just have like a stone gargoyle, but he's like in a wheelchair at the top of a tower. Like
Equity, baby.
Playing Elden
just,
Ring.
like, he comes out of the stone and just wheels himself off like, oh shit. Like,
So,
I'm autistic too.
Syfax and being a construction worker, that's one thing I'm missing in America is, we used to like up to like the 50s, we put awesome.
those badass, the badass
the
structural
corners,
and like the
whether it's an eagle,
the
a
architecture,
gargoyle, something. Now it's just like
the gothic aesthetic.
Now it's wasted space. Syfax, we can't put that's wasted space. I don't give a shit. Put a fucking gargoyle on the fucking corner so it can look down and scare the birds off or get shit on, one or the other. I don't know, but I just want a gargoyle. It's like that's wasted space. All right, never mind.
Dude, I mean, if I was that rich, whatever, and I would have gargoyles on the side of my like mansion, it would be hilarious because no one would believe it. But I would like do a Craigslist ad, be like, I need a woman to come by to clean my gargoyle, just to see the responses.
It wouldn't be no birds in a mine because mine would sit like this. They have fire flames coming out.
And
the whole
then
time.
they'd show
Burn the
up
shit
and
in
they'd be
birds.
surprised when there's an actual fucking gargoyle to clean. It would be great. I would be like, I'm filming this.
Don't turn the gas off. You burn yourself too.
Yeah,
dude. Let's just hope that the story is good because that's where we've seen Hollywood fail over and over.
Hold on, let me see here. So let me bring this up real quick.
John said it first.
It's another. Wait, why do I
have a gay one? We're definitely gonna have a obese one.
Well, Bronx is the big, like, stupid one.
But I mean, he's going to be oversized. He's not going to be, and that's fine. We're going to love him for who he is.
Who's the fat one?
I forget their names. I mean, he wasn't. Look to the bottom left. The guy to the bottom left, right there.
That fat one, the old one.
Yeah, the older dude. I forget his names. because I was young as shit. I was probably 10 when this came out, but I used to watch it religiously.
So
Just like Reboot.
Gary Dauberman confirms the Gargoyles reboot series is still in the works at Disney Plus. Does anybody know who Gary Dauberman is?
I'm guessing he's one of the original series makers. I mean, I was probably 10 when this went off. This was from 93. So I mean, I was
So
probably
this is the quote, and this is from Screen Rant. So I mean, you might have to take it with a grain of salt because I looked on Screen Rant and I couldn't find this exact article. Well, it says the source Variety, but it's posted through Screen Rant, so maybe I have to look on Variety. I didn't realize
even know it was
at the
Disney,
bottom.
man.
But the original show was already pretty dark in that it was serialized.
Yeah, it was.
It was a mature thing. I'm hoping we achieve that. Now, see, saying the word hoping in there, that's what gives me no hope. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you're hoping to do that, you should already know. You should be able to just see what the hell you're doing and be like, if anything, you should be like, okay, maybe that's too dark. Maybe tone it down. Like if anything, like you should know. You're a creator. Like I feel like if I just like I'm not an artist, like I play music, and if all of a sudden I had too much fucking distortion on my guitar, I'd be like, that's fucking too much, and I know to turn it the fuck down. Okay, now I'm to like a normal sound, you know, as a musician. That would be my way of like, oh, that's a little too dark for the tone that this band is going for. I'm doing a rock cover band. I don't need to be my distortion to a fucking 11. Okay,
you're gauging
fine.
the audience.
Yeah, well, you're also gauging what the hell you're doing. Like what you're doing, like you're gauging what you're doing. You should, I don't know, be a master. You should at the bare minimum be an amateur at your craft. And even as an amateur at my craft, I would say I can tell the different fucking tones and what kind of fucking music should be coming out of that style of distortion, you know, for the most part.
Well,
what do you say that? Artists can do that. So being a writer nowadays, they can't do that. They only have one style.
I mean, that's my way of
like Gargoyles based in, you know, supposed to be like, you know, darker theme, and it's based in the city. First thing you do,
you guys continue. I'm going to be listening. I'm going to make another drink. I'll be right back.
Wait, I have a question.
So the guy, hold on, that guy Gary Dubman, he did Annabelle. He did a few horror films. That's his legacy. He's done a lot of horror movies. So not responsible for Gargoyles originally at all. This guy's just a horror guy. He's like my age. I think he's 47.
And he's the one helmed with doing Gargoyles, so he's just talking about it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he's just saying that the Gargoyles reboot series is still in works at Disney. So if somebody heard about it and you haven't heard about it, don't be like, did they can it? No, it's still in the work. But here's the problem with Disney. Every time they come out and make a statement saying, don't worry, you haven't heard about this in a while and it's still in the works, means it's getting canned.
Well, it's not just Disney, it's Warner too. And let me explain what I'm trying to say by that. Is that I think so if we go back to the comics, like for instance, like one of you was saying about Syfax was saying something about X-Men 97, how it stuck this. That's true. It did. But there was an obvious when during the 70s when they did X-Men and they started actually like pumping them up and like actually making them popular to the 90s. In the 90s, they decided to redirect. They realized that what they were doing wasn't having an effect on the public the way that they wanted. And so they went a lot darker during the late 80s, early 90s. And that's when X-Men and a lot of different comics went really dark. That's when we got Moon Knight. That's when we got a lot of dark comics. And I always thought that it was important that these companies split up. For instance, like with Marvel, it would have been a great idea for them to split at the point when Endgame happened, it would have been great for them to split Marvel into, okay, you have the regular Marvel, where you have the Avengers and the East Coast Avengers and the West Coast Avengers and Excalibur. And then you have also the Warrior people. And then you have X-Men. But then on this darker side, you could have made it for adults and you would have had Punisher, Wolverine, Moon Knight, Ghost Rider, Morpheus. You would have had Doctor Strange, like the darker side of Doctor Strange. You would have had this whole other side to it. And if you look at the 90s cartoons, you see an obvious split. There was a split where they went darker. You had Darkwing Duck. You had the gargoyles. And then on this other side, you had the gummy bears. You had all this. Well, that's what I think that Marvel should have done. The problem that I have is that the Disney has not shown us that they're willing to go that route. How can we depend on them to go forward with gargoyles and make it something that's all right? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right. Well, I mean, obviously you have clearly like a lot of knowledge about like a lot of the older comics and stuff. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure how much knowledge everyone here has about that stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong, I find it interesting. I was just more curious about what you guys think about the possibility of the show being decent or not. Like what are the odds of it? Like
it's Disney Plus current state, nothing's gonna be good. I mean, it's gonna be shit dialogue writing. It'll probably be decent animation.
Let me see if
I'll give it 30%.
I'll give it. I'd say the animation be good. Here's what we need to start doing. Unless the dialogue's decent, like X-Men '97, if it's shit dialogue I'm getting from Andor, we should just turn off the dialogue.
If I heard they were doing
our own dialogue over top of it and make different shows. So all these shit, they got great animation.
If I heard they were doing a Gargoyles reboot about 10 years ago, I would be fucking excited as fuck.
Yeah.
I'd be so goddamn happy. Yeah. Right now, I'm fucking skeptical. I'm about the same way with what Mars said, where it's like, I got 30% hope on it. Like just because I still want to see I want to see these characters come back.
Hey, Syfax.
Just seeing them again would be cool. What's up?
I'm like about to fall asleep, man. I'm tired. I woke up.
Okay.
4:30 this morning, man. I'm pooped.
All right,
no problem. I'm not sure how long I'm gonna go. I missed a few streams. I meant to keep streaming all week, and then I fucked myself up.
It's cool.
Well, John, thank you for your article, dude.
Yeah, you're welcome, dude.
Yeah, dude.
That was good.
Yeah, John. You're always welcome on here. Like, do you do any YouTube stuff, or you just jump on everything?
No, I'm just your guest.
Okay, man. Okay. Well, I was gonna say, you could follow John over on.
I was on
Pro's
show. It's member exclusive.
Well, you could promote Ron Coleman.
I'm his mod, but he hasn't a live show in like a few months. So, but
he does stuff very rarely, right?
Yeah, he does it very rarely. But anyways, I'm Ron Coleman's mod, ex-attorney or former. I am like maybe sort of an attorney. I don't know, but anyways,
no shit. You're Ron Coleman's mod.
Yeah,
for real.
Yeah,
no shit.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, yeah. Anyways, I'm exhausted. I'm so tired.
Hey, dude.
I don't know how you do it.
I sleep during the day. Like I've been on painkillers for the last few days because I pulled a nerve.
He's had like 12 hours sleep for 2 hours straight. He's ready to go.
For the next one though, we need to watch that video because I think she could be the singer for the new band.
I did. You know what? Give me like 20 seconds. I don't know.
Okay.
You guys talk. Let me check I think I saved it. Let me check.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, the two things that stand out in this article to me, one, I think Syfax said it first, is I'm hoping we achieve that. Motherfucker, this is your show. You ain't got to hope. You got to fucking work for it. So if you're hoping, that means there's a noose around your neck telling you what you got to do. And two, it's like, what was the other one I said? The Gargoyles reboot is still in work at Disney. If you come out and tell us that, it's probably getting shut down.
The most recent article I found on it was in 2023.
Yeah. So, or they're trying to crowdfund fans to see if enough people will start reposting this. And if enough people repost it and start talking about it and get the buzz, then it will keep. But if no one reposts this is the water tester to be like, actually, we put that out too quick. Cancel.
Well, what's actually funny about what you're saying is that a lot of us have been talking about it for a while, for at least a few years. We've been on Midnight's Edge, on Nerdrotic. We've been talking about it, and we've been saying, do we really want Hollywood to redo it at this point? We all want it, but do we want the current Hollywood to redo it? And all of us have come up with the same answer: is that no, we wouldn't Just like we wouldn't want them to do Old Republic because we know that they would fuck it up.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like that article was done in October of 2023, the most recent article I could find on this topic. So I think Disney's kind of like trying to spread a little seedlings and see if they grow. Yeah, feeling
it out in the industry. And it's like, you know what? Yeah, we all think it's cool, but when we started talking about it, it's like, what's his name? What's the guy's left's name? What's the two to the right's name? I don't fucking know.
I can't remember.
I mean,
Hudson,
I want to gargle,
Lexington, Bronx.
Well, you're like that. I saw you.
I never even liked the show.
Well, UNT in the comments are old enough to where you guys were high school or beyond. You know what I mean? So it's like you had me.
He was in high school. I was in
my
college.
recollection wasn't as sharp as it needed to be to remember this shit. You know what I mean? So it's they're testing to see who remembers it, if it'd be worth coming out. Because I mean, you just said it. The target audience is going to be UNT's age, unless they can grab somebody's younger audience by inserting something into it.
I remember the Disney afternoon was one show. It was DuckTales.
Yeah,
that was it. I'm that old.
Mickey Mouse Club.
All right, John.
I
can't find it. Like Instagram has the worst fucking search algorithm I've ever seen.
But we all know something for sure. And the first thing that we know is that the first thing that Disney's going to do is first they're going to attach shitty writers from Reddit or do it with AI. The second thing that we know that they're going to do,
TSN, as far as I'm concerned, that's a yawn, and then it's going to be whack.
Yeah, and then the second thing that we know is that after the writers, the second thing that we know is that they're going to try to turn it into a teen drama, and then the third thing that we know is somewhere in the show they're going to have some kind of gay romance.
Or a female lead. Probably. Is there a female in here that's gonna jump
with that? I'm gonna let John go here. So everybody say goodbye to John. Thanks for showing up, man. The maritime ex-lawyer, but also comes around. I never
did maritime law though. I'm not a weirdo like that, but I just love the fact.
You just know about it. Okay.
I just know about it because I did international kind of law stuff in another country. So maritime law is going to come up eventually.
Yep.
So, anyways, good night, guys.
Night, John.
See you guys
later, man.
Right on.
He said Last of Us sucks. If you want to switch over to talk about Last of Us episode 3, which I think you watched the other day.
Absolutely talk about that. Has anybody else seen that?
Because T said he really wants to talk about it right now. He said it's a great show. He'd love to hear what we think.
T was like The Last of Us, SUCKS. Seriously, you.
Is that how you pronounce season 2? Is that how you spell it?
SUCK stands for seriously, you cucks. No, I'm trying to find an acronym to like.
See, that's not how
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Season 2. That's you spelled season 2 incorrectly.
Yeah, Last of Us season 2's.
Abe, have you watched it? Have you watched it, Abe? Abe, have you watched it?
I don't think Abe has watched it. Hey, T, hold on. Hey, T, if you're there, if you've been watching Last of Us, I'll go ahead and I'm down to talk about it because I watched episode 3. Oh my god,
we're all caught up, aren't we?
Yeah, that's been a thing. But I'll see if T's down. We'll give it a minute. And if he's down, I'll shoot him the way to get into the stream because he doesn't like the word link.
Use a golf club and hit the link over to him as fast as you can.
Let me ask you a question. How many of y'all have seen it?
Link over to him with the golf club. We all have. Most of us.
Well,
have.
Me and Rockefeller. I don't know if Alex has seen it.
I've seen it. I watched episode 3.
Okay. So. That's 4 out of 5 of us. That's pretty good.
So more people have seen this than we have Andor season 2 episode 3.
The only reason, like I said, the main reason I was bringing up Andor was actually when John, I saw him post something about how he knows about the maritime law. So I hit him up and I was like, hey man, like I'm down to go ahead and talk about that. So I threw that into the thumbnail and I was like, and obviously Ellie's in the thumbnail. So I was down to talk about this. I know me and Rockefeller have talking about it later. So, I mean, we could talk about it now in as much detail and we can bring it up again.
Oh, we will.
So T says he is down. Let me go ahead and grab the URL for you since you don't like link. And then me see here and fuck up my screen.
Let me see if I can add some funny images or pictures for us to put up on there.
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen episode 3 or just it in general?
Dude, no. I didn't watch. I watched about 30 minutes into episode 1. I was so freaking bored, dude. I bugged out. I'm not even kidding.
What's up, Angel? Thanks for jumping on, brother. Like, good to see you, man. Hope all is well. Hey, Angel, have you seen The Last of Us up to episode 3? Because we're gonna mainly be talking about episode 3 just for a bit, and probably not gonna lie, probably trashing on it, but
go for it, dude.
I'm not gonna trash on it because I thought there was some good parts, but you know what we're gonna trash. Who we're gonna trash.
This is why I like having Rockefeller around, because like he actually liked the second game. I never played the second game. I did watch the first season and I played the first game. I liked the first game. The first season was all right. It was okay. And then the second season, I knew it was going to happen, and they did it very early on. So we're going to go ahead and talk about that. But hey, Angel, if you've seen up to episode 3, go ahead and hit me up, man, and I will send you the link as well. Hold on. Let me.
I watched people play the games. I just haven't seen the show.
Well, from what I understand and what let's see here, Rockefeller here has told me, since he did play the game, like there was some changes in the first episode. The second episode had some changes as well. But as far as where it goes, as far as the golf scene, all that kind of goes off the same way. I mean, maybe it's done a little differently, but it's kind of it all ends up in the same spot.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the consensus so far. Oh, here
we go. That's what people are pissed about. Yeah.
Yeah, well, people are pissed. Like, the people that are pissed about it are people that didn't play the second game.
Yeah.
Haven't watched the show. Don't look interesting to me. Hey, man, that's fine. That's all good, man. Thanks for tuning in. Hey, man, I think we're actually at finally my peak viewership for tonight. Got 26 on my end. It says hey, awesome. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're about to be talking about, and I mean, this might tank the viewership. Last of Us season 2, episode 3. So this is the episode after the golfing incident. And the main thing that I've been curious about with this show after that happened is, how much is the viewership going to stick around? So I haven't heard anything about that yet. I mean, it's been a few days. So while we wait for T to go ahead and jump on, I sent him the link. T, you have the you have it in your on your X. Everyone else here, other than Mars Monkey Max, has seen it. We will be talking about it, but Mars Monkey Max has seen the video game. I've barely watched some of the video game. The game actually didn't even look that interesting to me. I liked the first one a lot, but I played it back in 2013 when I was actually kind of playing video games. It's not that I'm not a big video game player. I just usually, I don't know, I just don't get invested into them like I used to. So it's hard for me to find one that I really like. Like the last one that I really, really liked was Elden Ring. Elden Ring, I was like, dude, I gotta beat this. I just felt challenged immediately, and I was just like, all right, fuck this, fuck you, game, let's go. And that's awesome to me. That kind of stuff, when it hooks you in like that, fuck yeah, you got me. Let's go.
Have you ever heard of Fighting Cowboy?
I have not. No.
Okay, so Fighting Cowboy, he's a dude from Tennessee.
Let me guess. Does he fight and he's a cowboy?
Well, just hear me out.
Videos, right?
He's a professional gamer. He's done competitions and won multiple competitions. We're not talking about low here. We're talking about $40,000 worth of competitions he's won. He's a big Souls player. So he is known for Elden Ring. He's known for Dark Souls, all 3 games. He's known for Bloodborne. He's known for
we don't need his accolades, man. It's all good.
Anyways,
the point is, he's a gamer.
Yeah. So anyways, the point is
on his channel, he's a big lefty, dude. So a lot of people here probably won't like him.
That's fine.
He's not a big lefty. He's more of like a centrist, but he does lean towards the left.
Is in the waiting room.
Yeah,
But anyways,
go ahead.
But anyways, he reported on his channel that he prefers the Last of Us 2 more than he liked Last of Us 1. He said the Last of Us 2
there were some people
storyline.
that were saying that there was like better gameplay, it was a little more polished and stuff like that. I only played the first game, so that's the only thing I can go off. Rockefeller has played both of them. He said he likes both of them. I don't know which one he likes more.
2. It's a way better game. Yeah, 2's way better. I could have got
see, there you go. Yeah. Well, with that being said, we're about to talk about season 2, episode 3 of Last of Us, and Uncle T is about to join the stage. Let me see if I can.
T, what's going, Cock?
What's up, Cock? Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing?
I played the wrong one.
Hey, mine, man.
Yeah, I played the wrong one. I'm gonna find better ones for you guys later. Those are the holdovers for now. I gotta find funnier videos. Those are just. I was thinking about those on my ride home from Vegas because I was thinking about that movie and I was like, oh yeah, they have those 2 scenes, and the 2 people I have on like the most is Rockefeller and T, and I'm like, that works. It would be funny. But I'm like, well, now I'm gonna play it out. So I gotta find something new. How's it going, T? How you been, brother?
I'm good. So you were thinking about Black Rock on the way home?
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about that movie, but when they do that scene, they do that. It's just like start guy, and they have the white guy come in, and it's all awkward. He's like, hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? And he's all awkward.
That's
like,
not a pause.
You haven't seen that movie?
I have seen. We talked about it. I've seen the movie.
Okay, yeah. So no, whatever. But he's like the way that he's so awkward about it because it's like the Mormon guy leaving, and then when they do it the second time, it gets me every time. And all of a sudden, the black guy comes in and he's replacing the white actor, and even the director's looking around like, "What the fuck is happening, dude?" It gets me every fucking time. Like they're just like, "Fuck it, let it roll." Like I love that shit. It's too funny.
It's like that in real life too, man. I've had that situation happen a couple times in real life.
Yeah. I believe you. If anyone that it happened to,
allegedly
in Minecraft, I swear.
Yeah, cover your ass, allegedly.
All right, Last of Us, man. What's up?
With that being said, so Last of Us, season 2, episode 2 ended with the infamous golf club 5-iron to the head, but then also he gets stabbed in the neck. And then we start out with episode 3, where it basically does a 3-month time jump, basically right off the bat, right? It's like 3 months later. Is that how it happens at the game? I've never played it, so.
Yes, so once it happens, I was actually going to my HBO Max. I was going to bring it up if you wanted to, and I can actually start find it.
Yeah, you can clip it through. I don't know how that works.
I'll do it, but still, I'll turn the volume off. We'll just go through pictures. Won't actually show the images, but yes, that's how it happens. It happens because once it happens, she's like, "I'll fucking kill you! I'll fucking kill you!" The guy comes and just kicks her in her face, and she gets knocked the fuck out. And then Dina comes in and finds her, and you don't see her in the hospital and all that shit. She just, next thing you know, she's just like at Joel's grave. The end of the episode. That whole episode, we don't see like her in the hospital and that shit. She just gets her ass knocked out. 3 months later, you see her at Joel's graves putting the fucking roses on his grave. Joel Miller.
Or that's what happens in the game, you mean? Yeah.
Yep. I mean, yeah. But you don't see all the shit between. There's like some parts you do see between, like, them talking about going on the expedition, but it's like different now. She's supposed to be talking to like Tommy's wife. There's different parts in it.
So we'll go through it. I mean, are you bringing it up right now? If you're gonna bring it up, then we can kind of go. Yep. I don't know, maybe picture by picture, every like maybe 10 minutes worth.
Yep.
And then we can all talk about up to certain points or something. And if you do that would be cool. While you're doing that, let me go ahead and check the comments, see if I missed anybody. Let's see here. I believe I've been keeping up with them pretty good. Let's see here. So Lost Anarchy magazine. That's Alex's friend. I'll have to. I just subbed to Alex's channel. I'll try to get it. You know what I need to do? I need to get everybody's links, so when I do live streams, that I can just put them into the description. Yeah, I see it. I see it.
All right. Let me know when you got it.
And
I'll
then I'm down to also promote other channels too. That's no problem. Not a problem on my end. See here, add to stage. There we go. So this is the beginning of the 3rd episode. So this is they're rebuilding the town after the zombie ambush, or well, the zombie horde kind of got in. And, his wife died, right? The one guy's wife died. Did she? No.
No. They're just rebuilding because remember the wall got its ass beat up. It got beat up.
Yeah, and then they firebombed everything so that you get a shot from the outside coming in, and everything is firebombed, and everything's like a rat. I mean, there's dead bodies everywhere, everything. And yeah. So from there, we go to Ellie waking up. When Ellie wakes up, Jesus Christ, this chick can't act for shit, man. So
Can't act for shit, bro.
What do you guys think about her? Like, even just the start of this episode, I was just like, oh my God, you have to carry the show now? You're Down syndrome ass motherfucker.
Wait a minute. I missed a part. Hold up, because it went to the episode. So let's go back. First thing we see is this. We got to go all. I was like, wait, what? I thought it started somewhere else. It does. It starts actually on this. Because I was like, I noticed it on this. Remember?
No, I don't really remember what's happening.
So
here.
this is like an intro scene. This is the end of season episode 2 where everybody got killed. You know, either this is Joel's body.
Oh yeah. No, so
and all the people that got killed when the wall got ran over. I guess they're cleaning their wounds to get rid of all the blood to try to minimize the scent. Is that what's going on?
Probably to clear them up from any possibility of like spores getting in or some shit. I don't know.
Because they're not like having funerals for them; they're just burying them. So I'm like, it's not like
I would assume they would. I would assume in a world like this, you would just burn the bodies so they can't get.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
And in season 1, Joel was paid to burn kids. You know, they show him throwing a little baby in there. It's like to prevent infection. It's harsh, but he was getting paid by Fedra to do it to ensure that the infection wouldn't spread anymore. So I don't know why they. I mean, I know they want to, but in the game, they only bury Joel. I mean, they're at a cemetery, but it's like they don't bury.
I mean,
they bury everybody.
They probably do, but it's probably like this is the only one we're showing because everyone else was,
the game didn't have the
background actors.
Attack, though. The game didn't have that big battle.
Yeah, the
battle on the wall.
Under attack.
Yeah. I mean, I told in episode 2 when we talked about that. Yeah, it was they were pushing the compound that the fucking people where Jackson were from. That like the beginning, like when they hit the wall, it was actually the fence of the compound. They kind of switched it up to give them a reason, the people in Jackson, not to be able to show up to the compound to stop what was about to happen, which is what.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
All right. Well, so
this scene is mainly about the watch, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just showing everybody dealing with like the aftermath of having their town basically overran, and then we eventually get to not overran, but they defend their town, but they have some casualties and stuff.
Because there's one part I want to talk about was this horrible fucking part right here. This great actress that we're going to be continuing to talk about. I wanted to show some of her facial expressions.
You can play it for a few seconds.
This is when she first wakes up.
It's like a freaking mannequin or a fucking doll or something, but like just those terrible ones you used to see in maybe your like grandma's house that were in the wrong side of the room that you just thought were looking at you all the time. You're like, Jesus fucking Christ! Like,
I need to screenshot that shit. How do I save it again? Oh wait, you told me how to do it. How do I do it? No, I went back too far. Fuck, damn it.
It's the window key, shift, and S. Yeah. And then from there you can screenshot them.
I went too far, but basically she wakes up and she's freaking out. The whole time, the reason she's freaking out is I can't really. I'm not gonna be able to stop it because it does every 15 seconds. She sees a picture of Joel in her mind. She wakes up and keeps seeing Joel getting beaten. So I'll try to play it to what she sees.
All right, so hey T man, what did you think about the beginning of this? Like, so you've seen obviously all 3 episodes so far, right? T,
are you there?
It looks like she's humping her pillow.
Damn it! Why do you even pause? I want to fucking control on the cabinet.
Oh, there he is. Sorry. Yeah, you got removed from the stage. What do you think about Bella Ramsey so far? As the new, basically the definite lead of the show.
I don't make that's what it turned, man. I'm telling you, man. You want to talk about instant, like non-hard, like anti-Viagra? That's her, man. She just, like, I mean, ugh. I don't. When it made. First of all, they're like little girls, man. I don't want to see little. I want to see women doing that stuff, not little girls. That doesn't make me. I lose so much interest in that stuff, man. It makes you just say, man, come on, man, cut it out, dude. It sucks, man. It sucks, man. It sucks how the writing goes, man. It sucks that that's what they think people want to see, man. And it's disinterested. There's nothing cool about, oh, man, I waited all Sunday to see these girls scissoring and fucking liking each other and shit. You have no fucking peen. There's no penetration here. Nobody wants to see that. I don't
know what's funny?
Well, I mean, it's not even to that point. Yeah, they didn't even do that. They barely kissed one time.
The one episode, they actually in the game they fuck, but when they're starting to do it and they cut scenes, and then Jesse comes in and interrupts. She's like, "What are y'all doing?" They don't fuck in the TV show. And then in this episode, when they're like in the tent together, they kiss again, and they're about to start getting intimate. They don't even fucking kiss. It's like they took all the fucking romance out of it. It's like,
does anyone want to see a Down syndrome person get like molested on? I don't think so, man.
You want to know how they know that shit is taboo? Because it's not a free flowing scene. It's always we're doing something bad. It's like they're getting caught with their hand in the cookie jar. It's never a smooth scene. It's always like, oh my God, we weren't supposed to be doing this, but we're doing it. It's not smooth, man, because that doesn't compute people's brains. Like, oh yeah, that's something you're supposed to be doing. Yeah, two girls kissing, two guys kissing. No.
Hold on, I heard Down syndrome and molesting all in one sentence. What's going on?
No, we're talking about Last of Us and how. I mean, look, I'm all for good acting. I just think those scenes don't transition well over to like good entertainment all the time.
Do you think she's been doing good acting though? Because I don't think she's been doing a good job at all.
I don't rate her at all. I've seen her.
I like how bad she is. She's like, she's so bad you like to hate her. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Like how bad.
I mean, like if anything, the only thing I'm rooting for is, and I know she doesn't die because in the game she doesn't, but it's like, if she were to die at the end of this season and then they just end it all, but apparently they might be going for season 3. I'm almost just curious how the hell they plan to keep people interested that long. It's almost like a morbid curiosity at this point. Like, how do you expect this to continue?
Side characters,
because they're gonna finish the game, dude, and then what they're gonna do for season 3 is they're gonna write their own shit, and it's gonna suck balls.
Now, I don't think they're going to write their own shit. I think they're going to. I think he's already written, the game, and they're going to have like basic, ideas for the story and side banter. But just like this, they're going to write it alongside with it, so it will be similar, but there'll be a big difference in part 3. Big difference because they're writing it alongside the game. The game isn't even.
When you say part 3, you mean the next season or the next game?
Both. Okay. I think the game and the seasons are going to be written. They're going to be writing. Greg Mason's going to have input in it.
If there's a part 3 to the game, like if
there is
at this rate, it'll probably drop after season 3.
Exactly.
Which so you might be able to, you might be able to watch the show ahead of the game and then play the game, which would be, I think, is a stupid idea. Which is why them doing stuff like this, even with like when they did it with Game of Thrones. And they're like, oh, yeah, he only has these many books out. And then you look at the release time on his books. It's like, dude, even if he was keeping up with his regular release time when he first started, you still wanted to fucking finish the 8 seasons without having to write your own shit within the amount of time frame. Or like all these actors would be under their own shit. Like, it's so stupid.
Dude, the problem is that these people think that they're better writers. And so the problem is that because they think that they're better writers, then for the people who originally did Star Wars and for the people who originally did Marvel and for the people who originally. These people think that they're better writers than the people who did the actual games. And so what's going on is that they're going to end up doing a shittier job.
Right. What do you mean, these people?
Like we even got Lost Anarchy magazine says, I refuse to watch it because I already know what
Somehow
happens.
I could see that coming.
See, that's the take from like a lot of gamers in general who don't want to watch it because they're like, look, we already know Joel dies early. But if anything, people were wondering if he wouldn't die early, and he absolutely he takes
He'll
the
still
golf
be in
club
2
and
more episodes. He'll be in
Neil
2 more.
Druckmann
he'll be in
is writing the show
flashbacks
too, right?
He might be in 3 episodes.
He's
He'll be in
probably
at least 2
some
more.
type of
Hey, take all that
overseer.
weird shit. Get all that weird shit out of here. Keep going. Fuck out of here.
T must be yelling at the McDonald's lady again.
You know what I mean? He's like, get her off the screen. She's disgusting.
I don't want pickles on this burger, bitch.
Just got walkers.
She's never gonna make it to one of T's parties.
Fucking walkers, man. That's it, man. Jeez,
That's a good picture right there.
But I mean, this is like a flashback thing, isn't it?
Yeah. No, this is after the hospital.
No. This is after the hospital. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize where you're jumping to.
Yeah, because she got out of the
I'm
hospital,
not
and
in
then
control of the jumping.
Yeah, my bad. When she woke up in the hospital, it was 3 months later, and she was talking to the homegirl about the
3 months
Peter and
later. The
cigarettes.
thing that pissed me out, like she gets up and then she's just a bitch to the psychiatrist lady.
Yeah,
like that's her character in general. She's just bitchy and fucking annoying. Like you
She's
just
not
want
like
to
that in the
hate her.
games.
You don't like her at all.
In the
And
game,
it's
she's
like-
supposed to be cute.
And on
She's
top
supposed
of-
to be
on top of
funny.
that-
She's supposed
Well,
to be quirky. In
And
this,
on
she
top
just
of that, she's not pleasant to look at. So you're bitchy
pleasant.
and you're fucking ugly. Like I
Mhm.
hate you. I hate
Mhm.
you twice just out of principle.
Mhm.
Jesus Christ.
It's very strange
just
that
don't
video
think
game Ellie has much more range than a live action character. Like she's sweet, vulnerable, and she's a pain in the ass. But she grows on you. This version
Well,
is
it's like
very
in the
she's just
game
mean all
she's-
the time
in
and
the-
unlikable.
in the game, like I said, I only played the first one. She's a pain in the ass teenager chick, and it's like,
Right.
okay, you understand that. You can understand the plight of that, and it's like, yeah, you want to be stubborn for the sake of being stubborn, but then you eventually start realizing, yeah, I'm in a freaking life or death situation, and shit starts to click, and then she starts like kind of becoming like more of your like partner like during the game or whatever. And also, you're
think
like
they don't have
surrogate child.
I think
But-
they have nothing. I think their dialogue. I think without Joel, the show is gonna fizzle, man. Because he was the most.
I think so. I agree with you.
he's still here, but he's not.
They hit a hole in one into like the ratings sinking
He'll be back
with hitting Pedro Pascal in the face. Even though I'm sick of seeing Pedro Pascal, but
Me too.
he's
Me too.
he's playing a character that everybody likes. Everybody likes Joel.
Right.
Like Joel's like, and he's the everyman, right? He is us usually, like for the most part. Like that is
He's
the
a
character
dragon.
that represents the fucking player and or just
Yeah.
the normal person, the regular dude.
He
And
wasn't
They did him
season
like
one.
Vic.
let me do it. Let me do right by being right, or like whatever, however you want to look at it. And it's like, now let's remove that element, and now you're just left with this. That's a fucking terrible idea.
Yeah, but they did him like Vic from Penguin. You know what I mean? Like you build all this love up for him, then he's gone, and now you're like, now what? But except it's not the last episode. It's season 2. Episode 3. You're dealing with this girl who's. I mean, who wants to see? I don't want to see a cat fight, man. That's nothing interesting. Like this, is not believable to see like that girls are that tough. Girl, I say this all the time, man. Girls don't want to take you to the theater. Go to the theater and see them rescue the guy, and then want to fuck later on. They don't. Show me where that happens. That's just not. That's not real
G20.
life, man.
It's a
G20, right?
That's where the real fiction is.
I mean, damn, I don't want to see the WNBA on fucking HBO Max. I don't want to see.
Are you horny, baby? No,
I don't want to
absolutely
see the Aces
Dude.
versus the Sparks.
My only point is if they don't bring in another protagonist to like kind of like take over for season 3, or at least a team of people to come in and take over for season 3, it's done.
Well, I
They
just
might.
can't imagine anybody like having like doing their auditions. They get this chick in there, they get Bella Ramsey, and then knowing where the story goes and being like, look, when Pedro's gone, she can definitely carry the show. You know who's more interesting than her? The freaking
Dina.
like the Indian. Well, Dina
Yeah.
is like she's actually relatively likable in the show so
Mhm.
far. I'm
Yeah.
like she just looks like a nice kid or whatever, and it's like okay, yeah, cool. You're just, I mean, I guess she did. I guess the one in the game is like a black chick, but whatever. Like, I guess this one is semi-black. I have no idea. I don't really care. But she just seems like a likable kid, whatever. And it's like, okay, yeah, you seem nice enough. I don't think she would be main character material. You know who I think is though is the dude is like the other kid who's like just got bumped into the council. What is that guy's
Jesse,
name?
the Asian dude.
Yeah, the Asian dude. That guy
He's fucking
actually seems
badass. He is a main character.
he
He's the main
seems like a
character.
main character.
He is.
Well,
And when he shows up later on, you can be like, "Oh, that I was waiting for that fucking dude to come back. He's bad as shit. He's a bad motherfucker." Yeah, Jesse's awesome as shit. Yeah, so I mean, it's different that they add characters in and they go off of characters, but that's what the game is. The first one was supposed to be about Ellie's journey, but it was
Nicholas
really
Snape, what's up,
through
man? How's it
Joel's eyes. You know, it was the first one was Ellie's journey, right? But we just
Yeah.
played as Joel. This one is Ellie's journey, but now he plays Ellie and her antagonist, the protagonist, which is
Yeah,
Ellie,
that's-
and the antagonist, which is Abby. The next
That's
one,
the elephant in the room. It's going to be Abby as the other point of view character.
yeah.
That's going to be a lot of filler going forward in the season, I think.
But the way they do it in the game is awesome. You when you get to this, you're probably halfway through the game, so you've played up. You've already had your dad, and you know he's not your dad, but he's a father figure, and eventually you really fucking love this guy, and then he gets killed, and he played fucking
Right.
40 hours of this shit. Like, dude, this fucking, I can't wait to see this bitch. But then Joel's gonna come back next episode, maybe not next episode, one after that, because it switches to a flashback, something that she talks about, remembering, because now that she's missing him, she's like, you know, she left him on, you know, they were on bad terms. So she's trying to find something like to remember a good thing about him. She remembers back to something she said even worse to him, even more fucked up, which is Bella Ramsey's gonna fuck that the acting up in that part. But Joel will come back and it'll be more. But while he's gone, it gives the other characters a chance to build up.
He's not going to come back. I mean, he's coming back in flashbacks. So that's the only way to come back.
There's 2 episodes. Yeah. For example, let me tell you one way you guys know he's going to come back. If you watch the first episode, he grabbed her guitar and said, "I need to get you strings on this. I'll be right back."
Right.
And never comes back. Right?
Yeah.
Never comes back with the strings. Never comes back. We're going to get the end of that episode 1, the last episode, guaranteed. I guarantee it. So
you think it's all like a hallucination, and then he's
not a
actually gonna come back?
hallucination. She's gonna have. It's gonna be flashbacks of her remembering what happened, but it'll show more the significance of Joel and why you need mentors and why you need to acknowledge them while they're here, because you can say a lot of fucked up shit to people and you never know when the last second is going to be. And this is Ellie's journey, a journey about getting better, overcoming. She did something fucked up in her life that she'll never be able to fix, but she's got to overcome that.
But I'm curious if does anybody care at this point? Does anybody care if she gets fixed? Like everything that she's doing, I feel is extremely uninteresting. Like
Bella Ramsey doesn't make it good. Bella Ramsey doesn't make good, but the Jesse guy, I don't know his name. I need to figure out the actor's name. Isabella Merced that does Dina.
I think oddly enough, the girl who's playing Abby should have played Bella Ramsey. Like she should have played Ellie, and that would have been way better casting. And then find some stupidly jacked chick to play Abby.
Well,
and then
can I tell
whatever.
Can I tell you all something? One thing that I always look for in the stories, like the stories that I appreciate, the ones that have an effect on me, is the ones that they always come to a crescendo, just like music. It always comes to a crescendo. There's always this launch where it goes up, and there's something, and it doesn't seem like this show has that. It seems like this show is just drama.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to think about that.
It's a hard game to process when you play. Like I don't know if you said you watched somebody else play a game. I don't know if you played it or not, but it's a hard game.
No, I
You're playing
haven't.
it, dude. You will fucking cry. I don't care how strong of a man you actually are. There's going to be a part where you're going to have a tear, a glaze over top of your eyes, something, because there's some hard parts to watch, and the acting is phenomenal. It doesn't convey in this show the way it does. And so if anybody, you don't have to play part 1, play part 2, man, and play it and give it a chance. If it takes you fucking a year to do it and you put it on the easiest setting, just the way it puts you in there and watch the difference of the storytelling, and you'll see what I mean, in the first fucking 20 minutes, you'll be like, wow, this is pretty cool. I guarantee you'll be looking up and you'll be like, it's been 3 hours? Holy fucking shit. And you won't even realize it.
Why is it that video games can tell a better story than the actual movies can? How is
crazy.
It? Like,
because it's
I
the
don't
source
understand.
material. It's the original.
Because when you get into like video games in general, a lot of people get into video games because of the storytelling, and now they want to learn how to build the world around the stories they want to tell. Like a lot of video game players or a lot of video game people, or at least they used to be, were storytellers. But instead of being able to like write it down and maybe put it out in a book, they wanted to visualize it and put it out there. So video games would give you the medium that they want to give it to you, which is like, here's what, like, you get to play the character that I'm thinking of doing the things that I want them to be doing. And let me learn how to design that and put it out there instead of writing the book on it. And maybe the book sells, maybe it doesn't. And it's like, no, let me design the whole thing so you can play the character I want you to play while you're playing the story I want you to play.
But I don't that's what it used to be that they catch you with. So when you're walking around, you get to walk into Joel's house and search his place. You get to like pick up. I can pick up a coffee cup. Look at it. I can pick up all the woodwinding tools and look at it. Right.
But there's no cookbook as to why Joel did this. Like there's a big cookbook as to why in Sinners. Oh my God, this meant this and this meant. I'm like, it was a stupid ass movie. What? But I don't see that in Last of Us or any of those video game movies where they gotta say, I gotta interpret this, interpret that. I just want to see a good movie and see good writing and say, okay, let me look at that to some more. Not where I'm like,
true.
Oh, look at this.
That's true. But another thing that I noticed is a lot of games are typically pretty successful at building up their characters and building up the story, where it feels like this one is like, it feels like this one is just kind of bland.
Yeah.
Well, as far as the show goes, I say there's some characters that have been pretty lackluster, like as far as their buildup goes. Like Rockefeller here really likes the second game. He likes the characterization and stuff in that. So maybe the game does it a lot better. I don't think the show has done it very well from what I've seen, because you only get, 8 episodes of the first season, or 3 episodes into the second, and I don't really give it, like, this is now our new main character. Our new main character is Ellie, and I don't give a shit about her. It does not help that I really don't like this actress. That makes it even worse. And then you got there's side characters that I'm kind of more interested in. Like, this would be one of these rare shows where if you started doing side episodes about side characters doing side mission shit, I would be way more interested. No, that's probably in the game. I don't know if they're going to do that in the show. They should do that in the show because they should realize their main fucking actress sucks. Like, she can't act for shit, and she's uninteresting. She's not great to look at. Like, even if she let's put it this way.
That's this era, though. That's this era. Millie Bobby Brown, man.
It is.
Millie Bobby Brown. Her in Kong versus Godzilla. Awful.
Yeah, no, she's not she's not a movie actor. Like, she doesn't belong in movies. Like, she was good in Stranger Things for the role of Stranger Things, and as 11 in Stranger Things. That's about it. And then maybe she could play some type of weird kind of creepy girl or some shit and other stuff. But like, they're trying to do this weird crossover nowadays where they're bringing TV actors into movies and back and forth. And the only time that works is when you bring like TV actors into cameo roles and or like background stuff. They're good for a second, but they obviously can't carry the movie. But it's also the same in TV shows. Some of these people should be more background actors, and they like you could be there for a minute and people would be like, yeah, that's the weird, quirky, weird looking Down syndrome chick who's like pretends to be a blacksmith in a broken time.
Rob
Like-
Lowe,
like-
Rob Lowe, Michael J. Fox. You got Leonardo DiCaprio, Growing Pains. You had
a
Kirk
lot of those people
Fred
were
Savage.
like, look, like they kind of started in TV shows, so like they had a role or two and whatever. Like even Johnny Depp, 21 Jump Street. But it's like that boosted them back into the movies, and then they kind of never went back.
Chad Lowe.
And it was because they realized they were like, wait, you're too good for this. You're not seeing that nowadays. You're not seeing anyone like, damn,
because they're not good.
The only one I can see
Exactly.
nowadays who like jumps back and forth, I think almost seamlessly, is why am I blanking on his name? The guy from Firefly, freaking
Nathan Fillion.
Nathan Fillion. Nathan Fillion can go back and forth. He belongs in both things. Like he just handles it. He handles it. And Walton Goggins. Walton Goggins is great.
Yeah. Well, great.
So remember how we were talking about they got to explain everything to you in writing nowadays?
Yes.
This scene is a perfect example of that. In the game, these are scars. They don't talk. They whistle. When they're out hunting, we whistle for communicating. You know what I mean? If I'm like one whistle,
they whistled themselves into oblivion in this episode.
But
that would actually be
you see it. Like you see the guy in the back line going, you go. And he goes,
yeah,
let me. Then they have to stop. Then they have to stop tell the audience. So I can understand. We're not idiots. We can tell what they're doing. So then we got to stop and tell the audience. So did you get that, sweetheart? We're whistling to communicate to each other. It's like,
yeah,
oh my fucking God.
That's typical Hollywood writing now. In case you didn't catch what's going on. Like,
I can understand. I can see them doing it. I can fucking hear. That's because we're communicating to each other because they can hear. No, oh Jesus fucking Christ! Won't you tell the fucking person ahead what you're doing too? It's like they have to beat you over the fucking head, and it's nothing subtle.
Ivy League writing.
It's Ivy League.
Ivy League writing, man.
If I came here and told somebody that, they'd say he's toxic. Get him off the job site. It's the fucking issue you're having. I'm troubleshooting and finding your problem for you. Do not do that. If you have, we just found out if you have a same-sex couple, we'll call them heterosexual. Somebody gets upset, try to kiss, they're gonna bump heads, or somebody's gonna eat a chip the second they get a sexual.
Dude, I got a friend of mine that like we don't exactly communicate in whistles, but we can whistle and we understand. Like we can whistle and look at each other and we know what the hell we're talking about in a certain situation. And it's like almost like I don't want to say maybe it's not as crazy as like the ghetto or whatever. They got this certain type of whistle calls, but it's like me and my friend. There's a couple of friends of mine where we can like make certain whistle sounds, and it's just like just to get their attention. You give them that right eye contact, and you're just like, "Hey man, this motherfucker's about to throw down. I need you to have my back." Or it's like, "Hey brother, check this chick out, dude. She's been talking about you." Like you can do that with a contact and a little bit of a whistle if you know your friends will.
We used to do that in the military too. And for instance, like when I was in training, I stuffed up like my helmet and everything full of grass and stuff so nobody could see me. And like during our training, we had this thing where we had to go out and we had to capture. They split us up into 4 teams and we had to go and find each other and shoot each other. And we had this gear. It was called, I think it was called MAPS. I can't remember exactly what it was called, but I think it was called MAPS. And what it does is it registers when you shoot your gun and stuff, but you're not actually shooting a bullet. You're just shooting an electronic thing. And then it's kind of like laser tag, but you're in a team and you have your actual M16 on you and you have to put this cap on the barrel. And then, dude, when the whole thing was over, I'm like in the middle of the field. I was sneaking up and they called everybody to the center and the sergeant is standing like right next to me. And he's like, and I'm down on the ground still. I didn't know what the hell was going on, honestly. And he's like, "Where's Arrington? Where's Arrington?" That's my last name. "Where's Arrington? Where's Arrington?" And I just stood up and he was like, "Holy shit." Like I didn't know that you
Did
were
he
even
whistle
there.
for you to get down? Because in the next scene here, all these, well, not the next scene, but later on, we get to see what happens when you whistle in a forest, and
Well,
maybe
no,
other people aren't as stupid about that. So
we
go
used to
ahead for
whistle
the
to
next
each
one.
other. The way we used to whistle to each other was to let each other know, hey, there's people coming into our zone.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
People
and
or
so the
wolves?
thing is so let me just say this. Let me just add this to the whole thing. It seems to me like the game itself is a lot more immersive than the show is.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes,
yeah.
way
I mean,
more.
you're the one playing it. You have to. You're the one first person experiencing it. Like
Here's-
when you're doing it like this, you got to make like people watching it experience it. The things that we're pointing out are like
it's a lot harder.
These are the protagonists. We meet somebody that's a runaway escapist from them later on. I don't want to give too much away, but these are definitely the antagonists. These are the bad guys.
I'm going to give you a hint right now, Rockefeller. Nobody cares.
Like, they're trying to make us sympathize these assholes that take fucking hammers out and beat people over the fucking head with them, break their arm. They take fucking and slice scars and kids like they're fucking jokers to let them know they're part of the. And you're not supposed to know shit about them. All you hear is there's less dialogue, the better. Share her love. Share her love. May she protect us. May she protect us. Share her love. May she protect us.
It sounds like bullshit.
It's
they're
supposed to be
like
fearing. You're not supposed to sympathize with these dudes.
Rockefeller, do you remember? Do you remember in the game the allegory? Sorry, go ahead, man.
Go for it.
Rockefeller, do you remember in the game the allegory between for the zealots versus the wolves? It was supposed to be kind of Druckmann's idea of Palestine-Israeli metaphor.
I figured it was a religious sect versus the government.
Religious sect
it's obviously religion versus government. These are the religious sect. You know what I mean? It's like that Druckmann peppers in religion, which is fine. Again, with Star Wars, that's what we do. We, as a society, we've moved away from religion. A lot of us have, but we haven't. When the Pope died, look at everybody that came together last fucking weekend. You know what I mean? So it's like we might not practice religion, but we still study it. We all know about it. So peppering that in is fine with me. And there are people that take it a little bit too far, like these people right here. But they're trying to make us sympathize with them. I don't want to fucking sympathize with these people.
We got a Negrous Snake, but damn, Rockefeller shilling for this hard, hard for this. Hey, look, I've even said this when I first started bringing Rockefeller on. I was surprised that he has the opinions on some of this stuff because he follows a lot of the, let's say, this style, like this side of the internet's channels or whatever, and he just happens to like games that some of these people don't, and then he can actually explain why the fuck he likes it and also explain what's going on. So
yeah,
I want to hear about it because I did not play the game. So as far as that goes, like I'm ignorant to it. I'm willing to listen. If people are willing to listen to it, great.
They're making this sect right here seem more innocent, like the immigrants in Andor, and they're trying to make the wolves, the ones that the militia group that Abby's with, very intimidating. Mean they're both just as bad. This part right here kind of upset me. I'm like, okay, she's like, oh, they're hiding. They wouldn't have been hidden. The first thing they would do is put a bow and arrow and shot him right to the fucking head and go, oh, one wolf down. You know, I'm like, what the fuck is this? This isn't them. You know what I mean? Why'd they chain them for the game? These dudes are vicious as shit in the game. They're vicious. There's no question. You're not gonna hear them. Buddy, I'm here. Bang! Arrow through the fucking head. You know, if you see somebody, you go, just mash your fucking head in with that fucking claw hammer. That's it. So I mean, they kind of took away from.
Sounds like they kind of nerfed him.
They nerfed him, and they're supposed to be just as bad because when you get to the end of it, we're when we're walking through all the trying to get to these wolves, we also have to avoid these people, and it's. I don't know why they did that. They made a lot of changes from the game to this. That when T said earlier, how can they do it better in games? They put you in one person's perspective. And from that person's perspective, I understand that this is a bad person. This is a bad person. But now they're trying to be like, oh, look, let's go to hang out with this little girl and her dad. She's sympathizing. Look, there's only two people I need to sympathize with in here. It's halfway through I need to sympathize with Ellie and like Joel. After that, you need to make me like Abby. So when we get to the end, you could be like, who do I give a fuck when this fight happens? That's what they do. Halfway through, we switch. We get it. We be all build up on Ellie and Joel, and then we switch to Abby. But right now they're putting all these other ones in to make it like you're falling off topic. You know?
I don't know if like you can make it like just a half a game when you play a game and a half with a certain character with like Ellie, and then you're gonna sympathize with the character you only been with for half a game with Abby. Do you think they do that? Do you think it works? Because
In the
like
game, not in
there's
here.
plenty.
In here, they fucked up by
No,
giving
it's
Abby
boring.
first.
I think it's boring. Exactly, it's boring. They're not there. You got two uninteresting characters, and you got Dora the Explorer messing with I don't know what you want to call old girl, man. Ellie. It just doesn't look. It looks like two little girls making out, man. I don't see women. That's not interesting to me. And they're
It's a Downey who's down. T. Don't you get it? Like
I don't know.
Well, another thing. Let me say it like this. Let me say it like this. Like, when it comes to like zombie movies or like zombie films, like shows, it's very rare that it provides something that's very interesting. Like World War Z, that was actually pretty cool. Night of the Comet, that was pretty cool. What was the one with Charlton Heston, Omega Man? That was pretty cool. But for most zombie films, they're really boring. You know what films like really blow my mind is like werewolf films. You can do those cheesy as fuck and they're still fun. Where it's like they're making a whole show on people that are battling zombies, and for most of the time you're not really seeing zombies. You're really seeing the fall of the people involved in that community falling, where there's very little interest in the actual zombie aspect of it. And to me, that just sounds boring, dude.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds boring, and I will say this: like for the episode that's right after like a really big event that anybody that's, let's say, online, even as someone that didn't play the game, we knew was coming. That my main curiosity still lied with like how are they going to carry on the show without like whether people like Pedro Pascal or not. He is a big actor. There's a lot of people that do like him, even though like if you're on the internet, a lot of people do not like him. But I mean, people do like him, and he is a good actor. Like I can't sit there and deny that. Like that's just lying. Like he is a good actor. But like to remove that character and then to have this as your new basically main character. So with this episode so far, we're about like halfway through it. We got her recovering. She like appeals to the council. Or like she fakes pleading to the council and then goes behind their back to supply herself with her and what's her girlfriend's name? Dina. Dina. And they take their horse, and now they're going to go to, I believe it's Seattle. They're going to trek to Seattle to go hunt down basically what are they called? The Wolves. So Abby's part of the Wolves.
The Washington Liberation Front. WLF.
WLF, so they just call them the Wolves or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so they go up, they're on their way there, and then so you get about, I don't know, 15 some odd minutes of them traveling there. Right? So if you want to go ahead and
it's boring.
Like, does anything here happen?
There's one thing here that happens really significantly. Seth,
well, sort of.
The guy that called him fucking dykes last week, guess what? Remember how I said this 2 weeks ago to you when I was like, we need more Republicans. Without Republicans, you're not gonna get shit done. And guess what? I'm not to get find my man. Where's he at? We're looking at.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, T, you're a little staticky, brother.
I was supposed to talk. I didn't talk.
No, I think he was.
I was listening to what he said. Did he finish his
comment?
No,
it's Rockefeller.
He told me I'm breaking up. Can you hear me now?
No. Just T in his background was staticky, so I didn't know if he was trying to talk.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
My bad. I was trying to get this picture. You need Republicans. Hollywood is nothing but Democrats. You need opposite viewpoints to debate. You can't have a debate if only one side of the fucking table shows up, right? In this last episode, he's the one who called him, hey, this is a family event. Quit fucking making out, you dykes. And that's when the Joel hits upside his head, like, what'd you call my daughter? You know what I mean? It's like, well, it's serious, no PD fucking A. We're having a fucking kids event. I mean, this ain't a fucking, it's like, especially with y'all teenagers, get y'all horny as hell. I don't want the 8-year-olds seeing this shit. If you're gonna do it, I'm not saying it's illegal. Take it out of the fucking public eye to the side, not right in the middle. You know what I mean? And so it's like,
used to just be called
governing. So I mean, he called it dykes.
Common fuck. It used to be just called common fucking courtesy. Like
they go to the fucking town and ask, we need to get revenge. The whole town says no. Guess who the one person that comes to their fucking side is? Like, look, Joel is my friend. I don't agree with everything we do, but I can agree on this. And one thing I can also agree on is that gun you have sucks. Here's a better gun. You're going to need a better scope, more high-powered rifles. He comes in and helps. He might have a strong opinion about something, but he has a passionate opinion because he actually cares and gives a shit.
Well, he understands the mission that he's like, I know what you're about to go do. And he's like, I actually support the idea about what you're going to go do. He's like, and probably also, I'm too old to go help. But you know what? Here, this is the best way I can help. And it's like,
another is stole from the game. Tommy gets injured.
I mean, I was just hearing
he said
about
he's
this
injured.
story.
He can't go. Tommy gets injured.
Hearing about the story of this liberal writer who lives in New York who moved to like a Republican town, and they got their car stuck in the snow, and they were all worried about their Republican neighbors. And they were like, well, the first person that came to help me was my Republican neighbor, pulled me out of the snow. My neighbor helped walk my dog when whatever. Like they all just offer help all the time. And it's like, it has nothing to do with Democrat and Republican. Like you guys just stop labeling shit like that. Cause that's not actually how life usually fucking works. And then when you're in your head and you're in like the fucking like the mind that mind virus mindset, when you're in these like basically big cities or whatever, it overwhelms you to the point where you're like, oh well, I gotta it's like conform or die.
I'm gonna make this meme right here.
As soon as you step a couple fucking feet outside of that bubble, you realize like, oh, actually everyone's actually pretty chill and actually nobody gives a shit.
This is my meme right here. Y'all gonna see me making it. We're gonna put Hollywood over top of the two chicks' face, and I'm gonna put fucking a big rhinoceros Republican sign over top of his face. And people be like, I don't understand. It means you fucking Hollywood needs fucking Republicans to survive, basically. And if you don't fucking do it soon, you're gonna die. So it's like this is gonna be a fucking meme. I can't wait to make this one.
It's not only that. To add to Syfax's argument,
you just need common sense.
To add to Syfax's argument, the difference between playing a video game with zombies is the scare factor. You never know when they're going to pop up. Usually you're the first or third person. And so it adds excitement to the whole situation that's happening. When you're just watching a show where these people are in this fucking lone encampment and they're falling apart, that's really boring. It doesn't make the whole zombie thing any fun. I mean, the reality is you want these attackers to be like right outside. You need that excitement, or else it's just like kind of like it's dumbed down and it doesn't add to any of the thrill or drama.
Yeah, that's part of the action of the game, is the action, the intensity, the horror aspect. They take out the horror, like the jump scares, like real quick, the unsettling nervousness. They take that out of that was a big part of season 1. These people had a problem with. And
they go Lost Anarchy magazine. It's all about diversity of thought. Exactly, or not just diversity of thought, diversity of opinion. Like you got to be able to get together. I mean, I think I've heard like even Chris Gore and stuff like that say that a bunch of times. Diversity of opinion is like actually what actually kind of ends up bringing more people together, because you realize like, oh, maybe I can compromise on this, or maybe I can compromise on that a little bit, or let me hear your reasoning on that. And also there's this other thing that happens out in the real world, especially if people are actually working, doing stuff. Everybody you meet knows something that you don't. And like once you throw that into the mix, you can learn a whole lot of interesting fucking things out there. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of amazing. But
yeah. And that's why werewolf movies are so much more interesting. And the reason why is because you need a specific You need specific tools in order to take them out. They're coming out during a full moon. You don't usually the people that are involved, the victims, are not they're not aware of the situation that's happening. Where with zombies, it's kind of like it's just kind of thrown out there. It's like, oh well, you could take them out if you shoot them in the brain. Well, yeah, but in these particular, for instance, in this show, they're not really showing that. They're really just showing the declination of society in a short environment, and it's boring.
Well, it's also breaking down to you that, hey, no matter what, government is going to fail you. So it's also what it said, hey, you pay for all those military and taxes, and at the end of the day, it's still going to fail you 20 years later. We can't get back on our feet, and it's just leaving you, right?
Exactly.
Which it also,
where werewolf movies are not about that. Werewolf movies are about this freak accident kind of thing that happens over one night or so. But yeah, you're right.
You like werewolf. We get it. You like werewolf movies. We get it.
Yeah,
I don't know how that
heard
applies.
it. But, hey, hold on. I'm curious. Is there any mods in my chat right now? Is there any mods maybe other than Rockefeller? And if not, is anybody willing to be a mod that wants to promote some links for the channel? Because for me to go back and forth while talking to people, I only got the one screen right now, so I could do it, but I'm trying to be in the conversation on my own channel. So, the Rockefeller, you down to shoot out links to people, or are you on your computer or just your phone?
I'm on my computer. What do you need?
Well, if you want to shoot out the links to people's channels and promote.
Okay, yeah. I got some coffee going. Give me about 30 seconds. I'll do that.
Yeah. No problem. No problem.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I'm sorry about it.
I don't mind modding.
Abe. Okay, yeah. Throw a comment in the chat.
Yeah, Abe would be great at it, dude.
Yeah, I think I learned how to do it last time, but once you
Echo Base made me a mod on their channel, but the only thing that they have me really doing is just like surfing the chat and making sure that anybody who comes in isn't freaking just attacking everybody. That's all.
Yeah, I mean that's the main point of a mod, really, isn't it? It's just to stop people being dicks.
What is the one to do? Is it standard or managing? What matters?
It's up to you.
Managing is like when they're able to like cut everybody, like they can cut people off from being able to chat.
Oh yeah,
and also they're and also they're able to completely cut them off from chat completely. And supervising is like what I do.
The main thing, and like this as far as like what I do with my channel, and like even like a DA does stuff like this where it's like I don't care. Like you can come on my channel, you could talk shit to me all you want. You can just go ahead. Just there's no no spamming, and obviously no whatever words aren't used on YouTube that you shouldn't be spamming. I mean, most of the time YouTube kind of curates that anyways, but anything that gets through, go ahead and cut those people off. Other than that, I basically don't care. These people could sit there and just be like, you blah, 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 blah. I don't care. Go ahead. Let them through.
Dude, everybody that comes on your channel is listening to us crazy fucking people say our own opinions about this shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, most of the people that listen to me are people from, well, all the channels that are probably, I don't know, any channel I've been invited to. And maybe I've taken one or two people from here or there, and they've all joined in, and I'm thankful for that. And if you have a different opinion, go ahead and throw it out there. If you don't like me, go ahead and throw it out there. But I mean, if you watch, at least hit the like button, or at least even hit the dislike button. It will actually still help the algorithm, which is kind of crazy. It doesn't matter. Go ahead. But if you want to watch and keep hate watching, definitely hit the subscribe button. I'm trying to get to 500 subscribers, because doing all this live streaming stuff, I think I'll hit my hour count way before I hit the subscriber count, because I feel I need to do some more videos to up that, and maybe do some shorts or something. I need to learn how to do shorts or whatever.
Yeah, dude. If you hate us, hit the subscribe button. If you like us, don't do anything.
Hate, like, subscribe, doesn't matter. It's all good.
It's all engagement. It's all good.
Syfax, I actually got to take off.
All right, brother. Hey,
wanna-
thanks for stopping by, Alex.
Yeah, I want to thank all the gents. And do you mind if I plug the
Yeah,
channel
hold
real
on.
quick?
Yeah. Let me get your link real quick. Let me.
It was nice to meet you, Alex.
Likewise, man. It's a pleasure.
Alex, the homie
absolutely.
from. Hold on, you sent it to me. Where the fuck did it go?
Here, hold on. I'll post it.
You might not be able to post the link in the chat. Post it into the private.
Just say what's up, and I got you. Just say what if you're on your channel.
In the private chat. I got it.
Yeah, it's a private chat, and then I'll post the Twitch one as well.
Check it out.
What else we got on here? Abe, you got one. So
yeah,
go ahead and check out Alex there at Psycher Mantis. He does a bunch of gaming streams, right? That's your main thing.
Gaming streams, and actually
on Twitch. He's trying to push for Twitch to get to, I believe it's 50 to get
yes, sir.
What is it called on Twitch? I'm not familiar with Twitch. Go ahead and
it's affiliate status. I think you got to get 50, and also on the YouTube channel that I just started, I'm doing the series with Lost Anarchy, our drunk Russian tale interview series. Episode 1 premiered Sunday.
You the guy who was talking Russian. Hey, я люблю тебя. You understand Russian?
Я тоже тебя очень люблю и рад познакомиться. Now, those are English words you don't know.
I don't know those.
He's like, I learned one sentence, I'm done.
I know. A little bit. You понял?
Все понял.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, with Lost Anarchy, we're doing our drunk tales. Episode 2 should be up tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Hey, before you go, send me the link to Lost Anarchy's thing too. We'll go ahead.
Sure.
We'll go ahead and throw a promotion out there for him as well. He's been cool in the chat, and also Lost Anarchy. I mean, I hope you come back, or I hope you even stick around if you're not crashing out. But
did you say Psycho Mantis?
Psycher Mantis. Yes, and it's from the thing you think it is. Yes.
When I die, I want you to pull this
Metal Gear combo.
Hold on. Lost Anarchy magazine.
There you go.
Oh, so Abe already got it. That's the link to Lost Anarchy magazine. If you ever want to jump on the channel, man, go ahead and hit me up on X at Gallows the Media, and I can send you a link if you ever want to jump on and talk, man. I do all sorts of, well, I mean, you've seen what we do here, but sometimes it's different. Sometimes we talk about music. Sometimes it's just joking and drinking, and who knows? It's usually kind of random. It's usually a lot of pop culture. It's just bickering and who gives a shit. Like, you know, it's
let's
I don't know.
give a little
Let's
shout
have
out to
fun.
Sean in the
Let's
chat.
What the fuck?
I hate your show. I hate your guest. Awesome.
I was trying to laugh, but it kept fucking up. I was trying to send a comment back. I was trying to laugh.
Awesome.
I hate Prissy
put
Brett.
Steinberg is your last name, but I put
Steinberg. You are.
I don't know
awesome.
if that's like a bad word or something, but Google wouldn't let me put it. I kept
hate
putting
Prissy
S.
Brett.
Every time I put B-E, it take the fucking E away, the B away. Every time I put the Steinberg, it kept taking Steinberg. It wouldn't let me put Berg.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a bad word or something, but if you Google
I hope you come back, and I hope that you hate on it all the time. Just
Hell
even
yeah.
I use Steinberg Cubase, and it's my favorite DAW.
Man, Google, I hate Google autocorrect. They never really type shit in this fucking thing. Try to put a word in and be like, "Oh, you can't write that. It's Steinberg. What the fuck is that?" It's like,
I have a bunch of DAWs, and that's my favorite one. Cubase.
The other day I was trying to upload a fucking thing on PlayStation Now where they're like, remove the profanity. I was like, there's no fucking profanity on here. I think I had like a question mark exclamation point, and I removed that. It's like, now you can upload it.
Hey, Sean Steinberg, you keep it up. I'm gonna fucking make you a moderator, dude. You're gonna hate it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put your hater ass to work.
Hell yeah.
Let's do it.
You're gonna get that. You're gonna get the haterator or whatever it's called.
Yeah. We'll give him
a
a whip too. We'll send it to him via Amazon, and he'll be able to spank us.
If he's got that passion for the channel, why not?
Here's your gay scene, T. They're gonna give to us, but they wouldn't do it. We almost got it. They're about to make out right here. I was about to see this hot chick kiss. Well, that ugly chick.
Yeah.
But we almost got it, but they didn't give it to us. This is the second.
We'll show you some
Join
kits
my new
soon,
thread and be like,
Steinberg.
you want to talk shit on my channel? I'm gonna fucking make you a mod, man. I'm gonna put your ass to work.
Yeah.
A managing mod at that,
And
not
if you
just a
don't,
fucking.
don't do that, I'm gonna deport you off my channel.
Not a
You
standard
can
mod.
silence yourself at any time.
Yep. You have to send us the boob videos.
How come nobody's chatting? He muted everybody. Oh shit!
Like, God damn it. Damn it,
Everybody's a
Steinberg. You got me again.
Yeah, this chick right here, she's gonna be. If anybody doesn't know, I think we talked about it. T, you want to know that this hot chick I like right here that I got, I'm getting the jostles for. She's gonna be the hawk girl in upcoming Superman film.
Yeah, she looks like Katy Perry. Like she gets off the shuttle and she's like kissing the ground. And she's like divine feminine.
I like it.
Felt the divine feminine when I was in the
With that being said, you guys go ahead and keep talking. I'm going to the restroom and make another drink.
And
then
y'all can.
we're gonna talk about some of that Superman leaks, or like I don't know how much time you guys got. I mean, I'm trying to make up for the time that I missed. So
I got an hour and 30 minutes. I got to leave. So I'm good. As long as I'm gonna pee, poop, or shit and shave, which I shouldn't have to do one of them at least.
I'll be back.
Make sure you don't get mixed up, Rock.
I know, right? Shave my asshole. Like, oh, goddamn, I'm bleeding.
Sack or cucks. It's cuck sack. You fuck. I'm not. Sean Steinberg. Hey, I like the Three Musketeers picture though. Good job, man. Nice. All right, I'll be right back. You guys.
Steinberg is awesome, dude. I like that guy. He's fucking crazy.
I assume they would at least give us like kissing, you know, like Syfax was saying earlier, like you can't get like a man and woman kissing in Hollywood anymore. But you definitely get a gay kiss.
That's not Three Musketeers. That's Mask of Sword. My bad.
Yeah,
I had to correct. I got up as I said it, and I was like, "Wait a minute, that was wrong." So I'll be right back.
Mask of Sword is the guy that kisses robots and masturbates them.
Yeah. She look at that screenshot I got. She looks like she's masturbating right now. Is she masturbating right now? Oh, look at that look at that face she got going. That's the O face.
Oh yeah.
She's about to reach climax, right? Meow.
Mm-hmm.
And you're pregnant. Just like that. That's a spoiler for the game, yeah. So they don't really mess around in here, which is crazy, but later on when
it's one of those quarter beds.
She's talking.
When you drop the quarters in and it shakes.
When she starts talking about Jesse, she gets a foreshadowing that this bitch is pregnant. Remember how she said, she's like, I went back to Jesse the other night. She's like, why don't you go fucking back to Jesse? She goes, I did last weekend. Crossed her arm like this because they kind of get in a fight because they're about to kiss. She's like, oh, whatever. I'm not fucking Jesse, man. And they normally kiss in the game. And she's like, why don't you go back to Jesse? She goes, I did last weekend. Long story short, later on in the thing, this bitch gets pregnant from Jesse. She gonna be out in the fucking field, pregnant, in a fucking. Now she's now she's a problem. Now she's just a fucking, It's like they throw that one in. It's like it adds all these in the game. You don't get it in like 1 hour. 1 hour later, again, this is over 40 hours of time. So it's not like just nailing it in the head with you. You have subtlety because it's a lot longer than 8 episodes? So an hour an episode, 8 fucking hours. We don't learn this, we don't learn half this shit, that we learned in less than 8 hours. We're just now, Joel's probably just about to, we're racing to the fucking house right now. It's been 8 hours. We ain't seen any of this shit. It gives it to us way too quickly in a TV show. In video games, it's played out over a longer time. It seems more natural.
Yeah, because you're living in the world yourself, aren't you?
Yes.
So like it seems like more of a natural evolution of whatever may happen. Whereas this kind of shit is just like, hey, fuck you. This is happening right now. Deal with it.
I wish they would
I
have.
had a girlfriend like that, man. She was half Chinese, half Ari Indian from Guyana. Man, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I broke up with her before she could break up with me, man. And dude, fuck.
Yeah.
You know what sucked about dating her? Is that everywhere we went, guys were always hooting and hollering, man. It was like fucking like, dude, I constantly had to defend myself. And she would be like, no, don't. I'm like, nah, fuck that. These motherfuckers, you think I'm gonna fucking let them get away with that shit? I'm like, nah, fuck that. And it's like, man, I'm glad I'm not with her anymore.
Sounds like it, bro.
Sounds like it was for the best.
Yes.
Yeah, she was a good looking girl, but fuck that shit.
You know what? The sheep devil comes in a beautiful disguise. Remember that.
Yeah, exactly.
So they don't fall for the devil because he's an ugly son of a bitch.
Yeah. I mean, like, dude, there was this one time I went to a grocery store and we're on our way in, and these two guys pulled up in a truck and they're like, hey, baby, hey, what's up? And I turned around, she's like grabbing my arm. She's like, no, leave him alone. I'm like, nah, fuck that shit. And I'm like, you got a fucking problem, dude? And fucking dude, she was pissed at me for the rest of the fucking day. It's like, what the fuck? Why are you mad at me?
So this is something I want to catch right here. Remember, I told y'all she was pregnant. You don't know it. It's subtlety. So we're here. You're back, Syfax. Before we go on,
I'm back. One second. We got Uncle T coming back to the stage. Did
we lose him? Oh, shit, I'm not
No. I think he's probably back at his computer or something.
I think T's cooking.
Oh yeah, we saw. Yeah, he's cooking. We got cooking with T going on the Syfax stream. No, he's like, nah. He's like, no, I'm just microwaving some Tostitos. Like,
so I was saying, Syfax, if you didn't know, they let you know without telling you. This is a subtlety I was talking about. Remember, without telling you, this bitch in the left is pregnant. They tell you without telling you, and this is a good way of doing it. When she was in the before you came back, they were in the tent talking. And you remember, like, she was like, and they were about to kiss, right? They took the kiss away because Bella said something about Jesse. And Jesse's like, she's like, why don't you go back to Jesse? She goes, I did last weekend. It crosses her arm, right? And that ends that part of the episode or the night. Next morning, it picks up here, and they see this shit, right? Well, I'm gonna play. Look, Dina sees it first, and I don't want. Audio isn't playing, is it?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'll show you why.
I'm looking up the next thing I kind of want to talk about, especially now that we have T-back. So
look at her when she runs out and she sees something.
I have something else to bring up if people want to stick around, of course.
Remember how I told you they're telling you she's pregnant without telling you? What's she doing right here? Dina, you can barely see her off screen. Can you see what she's doing?
Yeah.
She's fucking puking. She's got morning sickness. You know what I mean? She doesn't realize it, but she's got morning sickness. She just saw a whole bunch of dead bodies. Like, oh, maybe she's puking because of that. She's not. She's seen dead bodies before. We just came from fucking cemetery. She just fucking was washing up all of her closest people that she knowed pass away. She's not going to be sick from dead bodies. She grew up in the fucking in a apocalypse. She's puking because something turned her stomach, and it's just a natural reaction. She's having morning sickness.
Hey, dude, the guy was like, all I want is Jesse's girl.
Yep. I mean, but see, that's in the game, you notice it because she's like, and Ellie goes, are you all right? She goes, yeah, I don't know. Came over and she goes, are you going to be okay? I mean, do we need to go back? She's like, no, we keep pressing on. Like, she's not sick. She just had a bad stomach real quick. Once you puked it up, like if you're drunk and that's, she's not drinking. There ain't no drinking around. It's like, she's got fucking morning sickness. You know what I mean? So she's not flu sick. You know what I mean? So, or she wouldn't be it catches, you start seeing it. And then by the time she gets real morning sickness, she becomes flu sick because she's getting malnourished. She didn't have, the fucking malnutrition from the baby, she's not getting any food and shit like that. So she starts.
Wait, lesbians can get pregnant now? No, well, she didn't start out a lesbian.
Butt babies.
She hooked up with Jesse, right? So it's going to be Jesse's kid.
Yeah, so that's why they made sure that without telling you she's pregnant, they're telling you. Last week, they went back to Jesse.
It's post-apocalyptic in vitro, right? Is that what it is?
Well, I'm just saying this is how you do it, and this is what's cool in the game. Without saying he raped me, now he's dead. It's okay. You don't have to tell us. You're telling us without telling us,
dude. And anytime you see a girl randomly throw up for no reason in a TV show, movie, or a game, is it that cool anymore? Like, if you haven't put that together by now, like, I'm done. I'm fine. I guess it works. It's
the
a
only thing-
common fucking trope, but it's like, if that's like, oh my god, that's also happening. It's like, yeah, no shit.
If Ellie would have said, "You're not pregnant, are you?" Just a joke. I would have been like, "Oh my god, bang, bang!" That would have been the fucking.
Well, the thing
"She
is,
raped me."
Ellie,
I'd have been like, but they didn't do that. Thank God.
Ellie,
You know what I mean?
Ellie started too young to probably even really know what stuff like that is, and probably never learned through like basic experiences around life and or seeing that on maybe TV, television, other stuff. Or like her world was, apocalyptic because she was what 12 or 13 when all this shit started. So she wanted to have that, like, she didn't have a mother around or whatever, and
Her
like
mom
Joel's not
died
going to
giving
go.
birth to her.
Yeah, Joel's not going to go out of his way to be like, by the way, if you see a woman throwing up, it's like, it probably means she's pregnant. So she actually doesn't know that shit.
Dude, it's not only that, it's that every frame that you showed has been completely freaking boring. It's all drama.
It's because it's going 15 seconds. That's what I was trying to get to. It's because the way HBO
Well, I mean,
does it.
they get it. I mean,
every 15 seconds. And I'm
the
fucking
thing
missing a
about
lot.
HBO, like they shoot really well. Usually it's at least done really well. Like, it all looks good. That I can't deny. Everything about it, like, it looks good. It's just uninteresting. What I'm saying is uninteresting.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like just imagine Predator, the movie Predator. And it's like within the first 30 minutes, you're drawn in. Why? Because there's
that's
all
a
these
movie
fucking
and it's more
bodies
fast
and there's
paced.
all
This is
this
supposed to
shit
be
that's
an
going
8-hour
on.
adventure, like,
Yeah,
hey,
but you're
look,
drawn in and you're like, oh my God, what the hell's
yeah,
going on?
yeah.
And then they drag you into it and then they start explaining, oh my God, there's this thing that's happened. You're
Look,
already drawn in. This is
that's
boring.
That's not the problem with this episode. The problem with this episode is, look, after a traumatic event happens and shows and stuff like this, you need like the cool down episode. That's fine, whatever. But you need all the actors to respond accordingly and to do well with the response to what happened. Like, oh shit, this happened. That's the problem with this episode is, like, well, mainly the main actress, freaking Bella Ramsey, doesn't portray like well enough that she is, hurting, other than she's like, I'm gonna go get these people, and like her acting, her facial expressions don't work, none of that stuff works. But it's
Son
like
of a bitch.
that, like, this kind of episode after an episode like the last one is, I find that completely reasonable, but it's
Gotta play ads.
it's not enough. It's still not enough. Like, it's not compelling enough. And then the
I
acting,
guess my point is that the
acting
whole
isn't
plot
enough.
is boring. The whole plot is boring.
So far it has been. Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet I turn that shit down so I can fucking hear y'all. I know y'all can't hear it, but I'm hearing these fucking ads.
I didn't even know they did ads on HBO. Shit.
Yeah, well, I got the low tier one. You think I'm spending $15 a month for this shit just to watch one?
I don't know. Mine's still hooked up to our friend who moved out of here, and I'm like, I'm not telling her anything until we get kicked off.
I was trying to get to the end so we can see it, and I was right at the end, and it fucking kicked into a fucking
nice.
So
I got a bunch of
through.
sites. I got a bunch of sites I can usually watch this like the next day, no problem, or maybe a couple hours later. But if I want to respond real quick, then I try to watch it the day of. But luckily, a lot of people don't like, especially if they're on top of the shows, they don't want to actually hear all the fucking spoilers. And when I talk about something, I want to be able to talk about the thing in full, like whatever I'm talking about. Like, even so I'm going to watch Thunderbolts on Thursday, like, right? I'm going to watch it on Thursday. I'm going to jump onto Hold My DualShocks fan rant Thursday, probably around like 5:00, and they'll probably be, they said they're going to do a short one, so it'll probably be ending. I'm not going to give away spoilers. I'm just going to give like a quick little whatever review. Then I'm going to do my actual review, and then I'll do another show kind of like tonight. I plan on doing another one tomorrow. I'm not sure what time. I'll see if I wake up early, depending on how long this one goes. Like, we're coming up on 4 hours. Like Rockefeller said, he has about an hour and 15 left, or give or take. So, and I don't know what everybody else's schedule is, but I mean, if people are sticking around, I'm gonna let it ride because I didn't do one for the last couple of days, so I don't mind talking about stuff, and I do have another topic to talk about. And with having T here, did we finish the episode?
Yeah, that was it. They start walking, and then they see the fucking dead bodies, and they freak out when she pukes. It switches to
so
they say, "Who could have done this?" And it switches to they're marching by the WLFs.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? She's like, "Well,
Snake,
talking about."
I don't trust Film Threat anymore after they recommended Snooze Fest or Snooze Devil Board Again. Look, so I'm actually friends with Chris Gore in person. Like I know him pretty well, and like Alan Ing, I know these people. They live relatively close. We've hung out plenty of times, and I've been to plenty of movies where we've walked out of the same movie. And this is actually what I really like about them in general, because this is how they are. If they like something, they will sit there and say they like it. And I've sat there in the same movie theater with them, and I did not like the movie I was with them at that they liked. And I'll sit there and I'll tell them why. And they've even brought up points on like, yeah, we had a friend that didn't like it, and they'll bring it up. And that was before I was doing the YouTube stuff. So they'll sit there and still respect that opinion, or at least point it out, but they're going to push their opinion more,
I think sometimes Chris Gore, because he is the film threat and he wants to have film that a good idea, and sometimes he has good relations with people.
Actually,
sometimes he does say stuff.
That's
like,
literally not.
sometimes.
That's not it at all. Maybe
if you watch Alan's subtleties, if Alan's like, that says enough to me. I'm like, okay, listen to Alan.
Dude,
Alan's,
I'm telling you, I hang out with these guys. I drink
this.
with Chris. I'm telling you, like, no, and this was before I was doing the industry. This was way before I was doing the YouTube. I just barely started doing the YouTube stuff. Like, so this was the last like 5 years I've known this guy. Like, and when he started doing the Film Threat thing, when they were at like less than 10,000 subscribers, and then I was like friends with them, and I was like, oh hey man, you got a channel, cool. Like, he's from what I've seen, he's like, if he likes it, he actually does like it, and he has his reasons for it, and he's gonna say that he likes it. It's the same thing with me. There's like movies out there that like a perfect example lately, Sinners. A lot of people like Sinners. I got a lot of fucking problems with Sinners. I made a video about it. At the end of it, I still recommend it because it's a recommendable movie. It's still a good movie, but I sit there and I tell you my problems about it. I just don't know. Maybe it's the way that they're going about it and the way that they're representing what they're talking about. Maybe they're trying to get more access. I have no idea on that part of it.
There's another side to it too.
That's their business.
Gary and Chris don't even.
There's another side to it too, though, because when you talk about Chris and Alan, they were talking about, number one, they talked about Daredevil. Now they're talking about this new Andor season 2. I remember vividly what they said. They both said that it does get better towards the end. But I remember when Chris was on Nerdrotic's show and what he said about Daredevil. He said it does get better till the end, but he never said he liked it. Neither did Alan. They never said that they liked it, but they did say that it got better towards the end.
They do basically say stuff like that, and then people just take them kind of maybe not out of context, but they assume that means they liked it. I mean, that's kind of roughly what I do. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like I kind of will beat around the bush, like especially if it's as much as I like to review a movie almost right after I just saw of the movie. Like I said, I like to talk about things in full. Like, I'd rather be able to just spoil it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Like, if I just saw it, I just want to be like, I'm gonna fucking lay it all out there, guys.
Yeah.
I'd rather talk about that, just because then I don't got to be like, well, I mean, there's a part that's kind of, you got to see it for yourself. And when you got to do that every like couple fucking minutes, it gets really annoying. So it's like,
some people have different tastes, though. I mean, that's like Negress.
No. Of course,
people have different tastes. So when Gary is saying something,
I'm saying when it comes to a review,
being good, maybe he likes that. Like Negress. I knew you like Battlefield. and I like Call of Duty. Maybe it's just people's preferences, you know. Maybe they are being, you know, and they're not like when I talk about The Last of Us 2 liking that, it's not the cool thing to say on the internet to be like, I think The Last of Us 2 is good. You'd be like, oh, nail them, you know what I mean? If you do like something, it's okay to go against the grain and to stand up for it. You know what I mean? To say you like something.
And I also remember being dragged through Derek's channel when y'all were talking about Daredevil, and every episode y'all were more disappointed. And honestly, I've been through that before because we were doing watch parties on Echo Base for Ahsoka.
We've been through it with all of them, man.
But I'm saying but I'm saying specifically like on Ahsoka, when we were on Echo Base, we were doing watch parties, and dude, when you went into the chat every episode, we were arguing because half of the chat liked it and then the other half of the chat hated the shit out of it. I was one of the people that hated it.
Bases go. Yeah, that's fun. I mean that's just going to happen in general, and like I said, like more likely maybe going forward, like even if I do a review, I might just go ahead and just be dropping a spoiler fucking review and just saying fuck it, but I'll at least put the spoiler in the title just so I can talk about it in full, because a lot of my reviews, sometimes I'm sitting there and it's like I'm almost stutter stepping over my words because I like to try to do it all in one go, just to get everything I have out.
Each individual word precisely.
That's not my fucking problem. My problem is the enunciation is not the problem. It's stepping around spoilers.
You need to work on your diction. You need to be able to.
Nobody fucking cares. Like, they don't care about that.
Yeah, nobody cares because nobody really likes it.
But I'm no F&T stan. Look, I used to listen to F&T all the fucking time. I haven't listened to him for a long time. And basically once I started doing the YouTube stuff, and like I stopped listening to Film Threat and F&T until after I've seen whatever they're talking about, and then I'll listen to their stuff after, just because I don't want whatever they're talking about to possibly even influence what I might say at all. Just because
it's a big part of the internet. If somebody like in the chat will bring it up. So.
Dude, like I said, I'll listen to their stuff after the fact. Like after I've seen, like if they're like, hey, here's the big movie of the week. Like right now, Thunderbolts, there's a bunch of people posting Thunderbolt stuff. And I read that one interview, and I mean, I already kind of knew that. I mean, I've heard about Thunderbolt stuff for the last like 4 to 5, maybe even 6 months, because I knew people who saw it early. And they didn't spoil anything. They're just like, well, they kind of told me the tone of it. Like I've known about this stuff. The main thing that their takeaway was that it was fun. But this is coming from a guy who notoriously, when we go to we have like a movie meetup group that we go to, and he'll see a movie and then he'll be the only one who'll be like, dude, this you guys you won't believe it. And then we all go see it and we're like, the fuck was that, dude? That was trash. And then he's just one of those people who will turncoat and be like, yeah, you're right, actually it wasn't all that good. It's like, if you're gonna say it's good, at least stick by your guns, you know?
Yeah.
Like if you like it, go ahead and say you fucking like it, man. Fucking mad, like just because literally everyone else around you.
There's another side to that too, because Shogun, for instance,
we'll fucking respect you more if you actually fucking stand up for your fucking beliefs.
Yeah,
that's right.
Whether I don't agree with it or not, stand up behind it. That's it. I don't care what if I agree with it or not. If you stand up for what you believe,
dude, I felt that way the first couple of times I ever went to like the meetups with like Chris and stuff. I was like, fuck, man, I'm just a regular like blue collar fucking whatever. I watch movies on my own, and I do whatever, and like I have my own opinions on shit, whatever. And then I went to a couple of viewings and stuff with them, and there would be times where I'm like, actually, yeah, that was pretty good. And I'd be like, well, this is what I like, this is what I didn't like. And sometimes we would have some agreements, a little disagreements. And then there was a couple movies that we went to where it was like, I fucking hated that shit. And I would say that in front of like all 20 people that went with us, and like 18 people were like, that was amazing. And I was like, fuck that shit. I went off. And
what
they
I'm
were
saying,
like, okay, yeah, that's what he thought. Like,
yeah, but dude, what I'm saying is, like, for instance, let me give you an example. There was the whole Shogun thing on Doomcock's channel. And what ended up happening was Doomcock asked Gary, because Doomcock didn't actually watch it, he asked Gary, "Hey, Gary, you watched it. What did you think about it?" We were at that point in time, Hulu was only in about the 3rd episode, and Gary was like, "Oh, it's complete shit." Putin's cat and I both called Gary out for that, and we were like, "What are you talking about, dude? That show is great so far. There hasn't been anything that they have done that has been really bad. That show has been extremely great compared to the original, and the original I loved. And they actually did a good job.
It's really good. I tried to watch the first episode. I couldn't get over the main actor's fucking accent. Like his accent was so out of fucking place. But I've been hearing it's good, and I'm like, let me go ahead and suffer through it. I mean to do it because it's only 4 episodes or some shit. It's really short,
and that's fine. But that's not what was going on Doomcock's channel. Doomcock and Gary were talking all kinds of shit about the show, saying it was this and it was that, and we're like, no, dude, you're wrong. The chat obviously was going along with them, just doing whatever the fuck Gary and Doomcock wanted to say. And we called him out on it. And I kept calling him out. I'm like, no, you're wrong. This show is not that bad. You haven't given it a chance. Wait till the final episode and then come back. Dude, they came back at the final episode and they have fucking apologized. And they said, you know what? Y'all were right. That shit was good. And then what did the chat do? The chat went all along with them. Just like they do on Nerdrotic's channel. Anything Gary or Az or any of those motherfuckers say, they go right along with it. Even if you fucking confront them and you're like, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. What do they do all the time at the end of the day? They come back and they're like, no, you know what? You were right.
The chat. The main thing that I've taken from them overall is and I've said this a lot is chat is king. Like that's why I like to talk to the chat, and I'll bring the chat in, or I'll bring people in. That's the main thing I've taken from them.
Agreed.
The only other than that, like my opinions are like my own, which a lot of people like to say, and then you can easily see how people get dissuaded. Even like with my opinions on like the most recent one was Sinners. Like I gave a pretty lackluster review of it. And I don't want to say my review is lackluster. I mean, I thought the movie was lackluster, and then people were like, Kada was like glazing the shit out of it. He's like, I can't stop thinking about it. And I went out, I was like, dude, that shit was not that fucking good, dude. And I'm friends with Kada. I just met him in Vegas like the week before. And I was just like, it's not that fucking good. And he was like, oh, okay, man, whatever. And he just wants to, and I'm like, dude, it's fine. It's one fucking movie and it's one fucking opinion. I didn't like it as much as you liked it. But guess what? I stick by my fucking opinion on it. So
me too.
I'm gonna say this on here. If you hear me talk about something, you might be able to sway me eventually. But I mean, you gotta gotta give me some fucking good reasons and
exactly
turn over.
I've done that about flat Earth, and y'all ain't done shit. Y'all
because your flat Earth bullshit is literally bullshit. You're like, it's
okay. Yeah, I have to personally apologize to Uncle T. Since I learned his theory, I have yet to inflate the Earth into a spherical manner.
Oh my god!
Like every other planetary body that
has
ever existed.
There is no such thing as the Milky Way. That's some kind of jizz factor. There's no such thing as the goddamn flat Earth.
He believes all the stars out there are just like they're like little holes poked in so we can breathe, even though we can see solid fucking planets.
All right, man. What if I was right and you guys were wrong? What if that?
Let me tell you something, T. It doesn't matter if we sent you up in a. It doesn't matter if we sent you up in a Blue Origin rocket. Because if we did, we'd send you up there with Katy Perry, and by the time you reached that 80,000 distance, you already would have had her on her back, and you wouldn't even been paying attention. So
I'm looking at her boobs. She used to be a nice little thing.
Yeah, she does. Yeah,
I still knock it out the atmosphere or ozone layer, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I don't care. She
way
look
off.
crazy as shit, but guess what? She probably a freak in the sheets.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, if you watch, what's her husband? My man goes surfing naked, and she sits right there and lets the dong his head on her head, like, oh, I'm Katy Perry. Like, that's right, you are, bitch.
Oh, you guys,
You know what I mean?
like,
Hey, look. If you're
T's
gonna do Russell Brand,
he's one of the many.
Good
He's
girl.
one of the many flat earthers that they're all around the globe. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Yep.
He'd be
All
getting
around
off
the
the
globe,
rocket, and here comes
So many.
Legolas, fucking shooting a bow and shit at his ass. Fucking, he's like, "What the fuck, man?"
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Legolas is shooting fucking arrows and throwing swords and shit.
All right,
Look
does
at that.
What the fuck is that?
anybody need to take a break?
Is that a fucking Lord of the Rings fucking thing? What is that?
Yes, you nailed it. T. How'd you
he's
know? You were
married
sick
to
of
him.
watching Lord of the Rings? How'd you know Legolas was Lord from Lord of the Rings? Huh?
Dude,
It just sounds
he's
like a Lord of the
married
Rings
to
thing.
him.
The funniest part about like him hating on Lord of the Rings is actually
knows
Lord of the
too
Rings
much.
actually kind of has some flat Earth stuff in it.
It
You
does.
would you
Actually, in Tolkien's
don't give me
book,
the
if you read
actually. I'm gonna hit you with that meme hard, dude.
Middle
Don't
Earth.
do it. Like
no, dude. Listen, if you read the Tolkien, you have. I know
I've
you
read
have.
all three of them.
If you read the Tolkien books, you know that Middle Earth is actually it is flat, and in the center there's like a hole, and then it changes. It changes after
That's why the
what's the guy? Not Sauron, but the guy Melkor.
towers are raised.
After Melkor does that shit, that's when Illuminus or what's his name? The god.
Yep.
The god, the main god, the one that's over the
Not
over
Sauron.
everything. He changes it and then he puts an ocean in between.
Yeah.
But
See,
if
I
you
didn't read
read
the
it,
book. I only did
the Middle Earth was a flat. It was a flat. It was a flat thing with a hole in the middle. If you read it, and they even have a picture of it.
That's what.
There's
That's
even
what I
a
was referring to,
picture of it
pictures.
online. Yeah.
That's why in the Lord of the Rings, like everything they build upwards. The king's castle, the two towers are built up, and everything below is because it's flat Earth. You know what I mean?
Rockefeller, I had a question, man. Did you delete your Rockefeller 2 channel and just make it all into one channel?
I shouldn't have. Why did the YouTube get rid of me?
No, I looked at. Oh, you know what? I think I typed the number 2. You spelled it TOO.
TOO. Yeah. Let me go.
I was looking for it earlier because I was like, what time do you do your coffee and whatever stream?
Well, I do that on the Rockefeller on the one I'm on now. You know, I do that on Coffee on here.
I got them mixed up. Then.
Yeah, so I'll share that one. So we do YouTube and Chill Friday.
Well, do them all. Go for it. Yeah, but hey, is everybody good? I'm going to bring up this next topic because I think it'll be especially one of T's favorites here. If everybody's chilling, here we go. We got. Did that blow up big enough for everybody to read? No, let's go like 2 notches bigger. There we go.
Shout out to 37 in the chat right now. What up?
Dude, 37 right on. Hey, shout out to all you guys. Hey, if you have not hit like or hopefully maybe even subscribe if you like what we're talking about, that would be great. I'm trying to work my way to 500 subscribers. Even if you
can
don't
hit unlike too.
Like the video. I'm down this motherfucker.
You could hit like, you could hit unlike. I mean, if you hit subscribe, that would be great. You don't have to watch the stuff. You could probably even hide what you watch. Or like hide me, but just like have me subscribed just so you're someone on there so I can get up to 500 subscribers as soon as possible. That would be fucking amazing. I would appreciate all of you. There's also ways to donate if you are feeling so inclined. And then you're all welcome to join me on my birthday stream on Saturday where I will be probably drinking myself into oblivion. And also, I'm going to actually be promoting a friend of mine's GoFundMe page that day because he had a really bad, he's actually like a mom, like my mom's friend who had like a really bad, like a heart surgery that went wrong. And he lost his hands and his feet or his fingers and his toes, basically.
That'd be awesome, man. If you share that,
I'm gonna be doing like, well, I was like, hey man, I'm gonna be drinking, and my mom was like, she called me like yesterday, and I was like, well, fuck.
Better shit.
I was like, I don't really have money to donate, and then I was like, well, shit,
Maybe
I'm
we
gonna
can
be
do it
doing
another way.
I'm gonna be doing a drinking stream. Maybe I can kind of go back and forth with it and be like, look, if you don't got money to give to me, at least give to this guy who literally needs it.
Yeah,
That's
You
awesome.
know, like, so I can turn it
Good
into
shit.
both, and then I can find
What
a
do
way
you
to
get?
help
Dude, I'm not
donate.
gonna lie.
I
You're
can,
doing a drinking stream right now. I'm like I'm
well, I'm
into
drinking,
my
but I mean,
12-pack.
on that stream, I'm going to be doing. I don't know. I'm trying to debate on what price to set shots at, because I've seen people who do drinking streams, and all of a sudden you set it at $20, and all of a sudden somebody drops 100, and you're like, well, fuck, like that's like $5 real quick and real. It's like
Yeah, but they
that's
had
rough.
boobs.
Hell, if 37
They
people
did.
spent $1,
They did.
it'd probably change that person's life. You know, be like, wow, who the hell? It'd probably turn their frown upside down at least for fucking one day. That'd be fucking something
Well,
special.
see,
to do with your
the
life.
thing with that GoFundMe, though, like I looked at it
I'll
when my
start the
mom sent it
charge.
to me, and it was like because they're paying for like the medical expenses, and then they're also paying for hopefully prosthetics to help him like walk and like use his hands again. He's like an ex-military dude, like pillar of the society from where I grew up around. Great dude. I'll be talking about it a lot more when I do the stream, and I'll
Yeah,
bring
make
up
sure
the
you get some
actual
pictures for
GoFundMe.
like make sure you bring some
No, I'll
pictures
bring
for
up the
us.
actual GoFundMe,
Yep.
and I was like, when my mom told me that, I was like, actually, I might actually have a cool way to contribute, and because the people that are like supporting me on here, I'm like, even if I got a couple bucks from all like even $1 here, $2, whatever, maybe whatever. And he's a great guy, like pillar, like I said, pillar of the society. His whole family was like part of the Chamber of Commerce and stuff. Like it was good dude. And I'm like, well, maybe
Dude, you should get Cindy to come on.
maybe I might be able to help more than I think I could, you know.
You should get Cindy to come on.
I could probably hit up Cinevere. Cinevere would probably jump on. Cindy, I think I would hope she thinks she's a friend of mine. She invited me onto her stream. I played some games with and stuff with her.
Yeah, dude, she's cool with me.
I think she's a friend of Tomby's as well. So yeah,
probably. She is.
I feel like I oddly have people I can talk to. I just don't know how well they feel like that I'm their friend. Like I'll invite like when it's like on Friday, like when it's early Saturday, I'm gonna just send like a bunch of invites and just see who the fuck shows up and maybe cycle people through and see what happens. And then anybody, because the thing with my chat is obviously I usually just send out invites to whoever. Like obviously I got my regulars, like people like Rockefeller, obviously Uncle T, Abe has been a regular, Mars has been here a few times now. But it's like, yeah, I got my regulars who's like, yeah, it'll be like first come, first serve, and also the people I know the best first, but also I'll be cycling people through, and who's ever willing to jump in, jump out, whatever. We'll see how long it goes. I mean,
Dude,
this is just
I helped Badger make $1,000, and
I'm not even looking to make that. Like literally, you know what my goal is for my birthday? This is how low my goal is. I'm going to buy about a $25 bottle of liquor, which will either be rum or whiskey.
You're fucking rich.
No, it's going to be that, and then all I need to do is make back that money. Like
I thought you were going to say
that is my goal.
I'll
That is my
a
goal.
bag of chips and a pack of gummies.
My goal is to pay back the bottle that I bought.
Dude.
That's it, and it's going to be like Jameson or something. It's not even going to be crazy. Like,
listen, dude, on Badger's channel, he was talking
Badger has
about
a lot more people.
I know, but listen what I'm saying. He was talking about he was begging everybody for $200. He's like, if we get to $200, I'm gonna do this. And I came in the chat and I said, dude, if I help you get $1,000, you have to wear a wig, a dress, and makeup and pumps to Snow White. And everybody else on the panel were like, I don't know, dude, that's a pretty good deal. And so I convinced everybody in the chat to donate. And dude, by the end, dude, all I donated was $2. everybody else kept donating to do it.
I could start shilling some weird shit like that because I'm not a well, I don't know. I'm 6'2" right now because I lost some weight, but it's not like it's not like a super fit 210. But
but the point is, dude, is that when they reached 800, they were all thinking, all of the panel were thinking, yeah, that's our top, dude. We're not going above that. And I said, oh, really? You think so? And I kept playing with them on chat, and they ended up making $1,000. When it got to 960, I said, I don't know, Badger. It's looking really close. And he didn't think it was going to hit that. And then it hit that. And when it hit $1,000, the other people in chat were like, come on, Max, time for you to donate something. And I donated $2, $1.99. But the problem was that he never did it. He never went and wore the dress and he was supposed to video himself.
Oh yeah,
wearing a dress, a wig, and pumps.
Dude, like if you're gonna do something, like you got to follow through. I mean, obviously, don't throw out something so ridiculous that you definitely will not do it. Like, don't get me wrong.
That wasn't that ridiculous.
I'm not
that
afraid.
Wasn't that ridiculous? And Chris
myself.
Even brought it up on Film Threat. He even brought it up that poor Badger had to go.
Like if there was
Badger was supposed to do more.
Thing, like if there was say a princess dress thing to go on, and say it was for like Snow White. What I would have done, I would have hit up my friend who has his daughter who probably wanted to see that, and I'd be like, hey, dude. I'm gonna wear a dress and we're all gonna go together. Like I'll sit away from you guys, but I need to show up with you. I need to show up with you to make it look like I'm a part of something here, and then we walk out together. Other than that,
not just a dude in a dress.
But my point is, that actually, I can go on the Badger's channel. But my point is that I can go on the Badger's channel and I will tell him in chat. I'll say, hey, dude, you still owe me for that $1,000. I want you to come to Syfax channel for his birthday.
No, don't hit a Badger.
And that'll bring people.
Don't hit a Badger. Like, I mean, if anything, just mention, like, if you're on Badger's channel beforehand, or like maybe Friday, whatever times he does his stuff. Don't be like, don't do the. I don't want to say blackmail thing because that sounds like
I'm not going to blackmail anybody.
No, just be like, hey, by the way, and I'll be mentioning it in people's chats anyways. And I talked to Badger too. I've been on his channel. I've met him in Vegas. Like,
Badger's cool. Gooch is cool. Yeah,
Badger's cool.
Leon is cool.
Leon and Moxie, if that's what you want to call them. I met a bunch of them. Like all those people will be invited. But I mean, there's only 10 slots on the channel, and then if you're trying to cycle through stuff, so we'll see.
No, I'm not trying to get on. I'm just trying to tell you that.
Not just you. I'm saying even them or whatever. I'll just say like, hey, I'm doing a birthday stream, but also possibly a fundraiser, and you can either donate to me or donate to them. I mean, if you donate to me, I'm gonna fucking take the money, but I'm gonna throw out the fundraiser, and I'm hoping like the fundraiser will make more money than I would actually be able to donate myself. So, the only thing I'm looking forward to is to cover the bottle of whiskey I'm gonna buy to drink for everybody. After that, if people want to donate to the guy who. I don't know. He's, like I said, he was like a pillar of the community that I was around. It's one of my mom's good friends from back in the day. He's always been a good guy. And then, because I'm going to they're doing a fundraiser thing on Friday before, and they're doing a fundraiser. So far, they've already raised $20,000, but for everything and all this stuff, because he was in the hospital for like, I don't know if it was like 4 months or 5 months. It's ridiculous. He owes like $100,000. So he's like 1/5 of the way there.
Look, dude, all I'm saying
I get what
is that if you bring in the people in the chat and you bring in the money, don't be surprised if you have to go watch Fantastic Four dressed as a woman.
First you get the chat, then you get the money, then you get the bitches.
Yeah, first you get the money, then you get then you get the Invisible Woman outfit, and then you get arrested for indecent exposure. Got it.
Yeah.
Well, see, there's an easy way to game that one. Just say, I'll go as Invisible Woman, and then just don't turn up.
Yeah, exactly.
It would be like, guys, look, and I'll just have
Like,
I'll
yeah,
just
I
take
was there.
random people's
Of course I
pictures and be
was.
like, look, I was here the whole time.
Yeah.
Rock's doing a John Cena right now.
Yeah, no, so I could just Photoshop myself in the background and put transparency to like 5% or something, and I'll just be like, I was there as a ghost, I swear.
Or you could actually do it and gain a lot of points for your channel, and people will tune in because
Well, I'm not gonna do
they're gonna
that.
wait. Listen, I had a roommate when I was in the military. That dude was nuts, dude. Mike would do anything. And let me tell you something, dude. That guy got every woman I could ever think of, dude. That guy was always with a new girl. And let me tell you something. That dude, everything that he did, like there were like all these people were always, and the reason why is because he wasn't afraid and he was always willing to do. If it was a joke and a prank and shit, he was always willing to do it. This was my roommate in the military. I used to prank him all the time, and he would fall for that shit. And dude, guess what, dude? People loved him for it. They loved the shit out of him for it. And fucking dude, trust me, if you do that kind of shit and you show your channel, the people in your chat that you're willing to go above and beyond and be funny, dude, they will do everything for you. Trust me.
Oh, I absolutely believe it. Well, with that being said, let me get to possibly my last topic, because I know some people have to leave here in a bit. Well, actually, no. Well, I kind of brought it up for a second there, and then we derailed. We derailed there. So, James Gunn's revenge on the conservatives and the internet? A bizarre and rumored plot for James Gunn's Superman has surfaced online, which claims the Man of Steel gets dragged into the world of cancel culture. In the leak, it's claimed that James Gunn sets up Superman to be battered by social media. Hate by us? We don't hate. What are you talking about?
What the fuck?
Which apparently makes the Man of Steel, he feel sad. I'm so sad. I feel so sad out here. I'm Superman and I feel sad. That's what I'm doing. I am Superman and I'm super sad. That's what I'm doing. I'm fat. No, we're not joking. It's further claimed that James Gunn uses a hashtag super shit hashtag in the movie, which trends and damages Superman's image. But the real twist, Lex Luthor's behind it all, using an army of mutant monkeys at keyboards to flood and trolls the internet and tear Superman down.
Wait a minute. Doesn't Donald Trump do the same thing about good people like Biden the same way? Huh?
This is the leak, but apparently there's been confirmations from people like Nerdrotic, who, like I said, I do actually know Gary, whatever, and some of his sources I do actually kind of know too. But they have, whatever. But I believe him when he's like, actually, these have been confirmed in the the behind the pre-screenings or the screening tests.
That fucking is hilarious.
That is, I mean, there's a part of me where I'm like, that is fucking terrible, right? Like everything about that sounds awful, but at the same time, it also sounds pretty fucking hilarious. I'm like,
mutant
so
monkeys
bad
with keyboards, for fuck's sake.
I mean, it sounds terrible. It's like, but the funniest part is like that article doesn't read the same as another one that I read earlier, where it's like, oh, it actually makes Superman feel bad. It hurts his feelings. Like, oh, like poor Superman.
Why would they follow it up with
People
that?
are mean to me. I bet. Look. Like, I mean, Uncle T's on mute right now, but it's like if you were to talk to me about this movie back in December when this stuff was first coming around, I was all on board. I was like, dude, Superman
Mhm.
might be actually pretty good. I kind of like James Gunn.
Mhm.
I feel it's not even every single month at this point. I feel like it's every other week. I'm just like, oh, this sounds worse and fucking worse. And they're
Look what's
just
trending next to it. Look at the two things trending next to it too, which was probably not his intention of having trending next to this big product.
President Trump and Candace.
First 100 days, President Trump.
That might
not
just
Candace.
be my
First
algorithm.
100 days. Like, there we go. The first says first 100 days, then President Trump. It's like, yeah, James was like, shit, that's
Superman
not what we
plot,
want.
like James Gunn makes online trolls Superman's new kryptonite. Oh my
What
god!
the fuck is
Like,
Candace Owens doing these days?
Not
I
in the
mean,
canon.
look,
Before he
you
hit
know what
that, that 100 days.
Okay, before we get into Superman, I'm just gonna address something like that real quick. So, like people like Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, like whatever, these independent kind of people who then all of a sudden join like a media conglomerate. I don't understand why they would do that to begin with. Because if your channels get that big, you don't need to be in any of no. Well, I mean, maybe it's quick money. Maybe it's quicker.
Quick money. Yeah. Money.
It's quicker, big money, real quick. But if you just stayed your own independent thing, you're your own fucking boss. You set your own fucking rules, and you make your own move. You make your own, like, if my channel were to blow up out of nowhere, and as much as like I like geeks and gamers, I like people like Nerdrotic. Like, I don't see myself joining them to be like, hey, here's 10% of my shit, and I gotta, like, I mean, I guess from most of those people, they probably don't got like excess rules where you can't do XYZ. But like, I want to join like a bigger conglomerate, other than to be like, hey, I'm down to jump on and like maybe do something like what Ripa does, and it's like, hey, I come on, I talk about my stuff or whatever, and I move on with my life. And
listen, dude. Listen what I have to say.
Dude, we've already been
listen to
listening. What's going on, man?
So, like, Jesus said, you'll know the truth when you hear it, right? That was written in the New Testament, right? You'll know the truth when you hear it. I'm bringing that up because a lot of people left the major media because they could see through the lies that were being told by the major media. The thing is that what happened when Trump was reelected, a lot of these channels on YouTube went on to go, we're the new media, we're the new media, we're the new media. And what did they do? They went on spreading their own version of events. And why were they doing that? To build their own channels. They were building their own channels with more discontent and more lies, right? And so what ended up happening is they ended up losing a lot of people that were watching them, is because they ended up going and doing exactly what the major media was doing. So the point that I'm making is the fact that people can see through phony bullshit. People aren't stupid. The world keeps thinking that we're dumb and that we don't know or understand when they're lying to us or when they're telling us bullshit. And the reality is that we see right through that shit. Whether it has to do with that British guy, whatever the fuck his name is, when they're trying to convince us that he's a rapist and shit, or whatever else. The point is, dude, is that people see right through it. And they can do this shit as much as they want, but people aren't going to fall for that shit, man. Straight up.
Absolutely not. Nobody's going to fall for that. But outside of the all the politic bullshit, what do you guys think about this Superman plot leg? Do you actually think this is true? Because even though these people say it's confirmed, like, I personally believe someone like
I do,
but
I do.
If so, like, what do you think about that? Like, online monkey trolls are disheartening Superman. Like, how do you feel about that?
This is bullshit, and I'll tell you why. Because this was basically the plot of She-Hulk, and that failed abysmally. There's no chance.
Hold my DualShock says, yeah, not falling for it. What are we not falling for? Okay, like hey, hold my dill shot. Andy, if you're back from the gym, you done getting your pump on there, Arnold? If you have, I got to meet Andy in real life. This guy's fucking massive, dude. This guy's built
you're a
like a
big guy.
frick. Like I'm 6
Whoa,
foot
everyone.
size. This guy, I was like, Jesus Christ! Like, okay, man, good job.
Good, man.
Like, yeah. Like,
Who cares? Who
he just-
cares how he's built?
I don't.
You wait till you see him. You'll
Shut
care.
the fuck up. Well, I'm talking here. Jesus Christ, man. Like, come on. Let me say, you would say your piece for all your military stuff. I get to talk about my friends, man. Here we go. I get to talk good stuff about my
You seen
friends.
a
You can talk
fall down
whatever.
the crack of a man's ass in the shower.
Yeah. Dude, I felt like I thought I had that clip somewhere. No. Oh, yeah, I do have that clip.
You seen the soap slide down the crack of a man's ass?
Honestly, dude, I would not put it past James.
I almost fell for that. I ain't gay. Y'all gay, not me. I ain't gay. Y'all gay.
Dude, I have that clip, but I overdubbed it with Kata. Have you not seen that?
No. That's just awesome.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm uploading right now. I'm gonna play it.
What's his name?
I can't believe you just said
Ice
that.
Pick? Isn't it Ice Pick?
Something
Because
like
they all
that.
got gangster. Isn't he Ice Pick because he
Hey,
stabbed him with Ice Pick? Yo, keep it down.
Dude, after those trailers, I would not be surprised.
Keep it down. Keep it down.
Really? I would not be surprised after those trailers.
Yeah. So hey,
I think
dude, just because you reminded me of this, hold on. We get this great thing from Kata.
Y'all, come on, man. Y'all ain't never been in the shower with a man and you see the suds roll down the crack of his ass and you just be turn. I was fooling y'all, man. I was fooling y'all.
Mm-hmm. That's from Dope Man Menace, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love that movie. Drinking your juice.
Dude, I use Kata's face to overdub. I wanted just to do on the main character, but because because AI is racist, it put his face on every character there. So it's just his face talking to himself.
I love it. The dude is like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Nah, man, I ain't. Y'all gay, not me. Y'all are. Nah, man, we know what time it is. Everything he does is based on being in jail, incarcerated for way too long.
Got that line is one of the few things I did an AI on when I was on something with that kid.
See, that funny as shit is based on just somebody that's. If you've ever met somebody that's been incarcerated for too long, they're incarcerated mentally.
They just say wild shit.
When they're doing when he passing the butter knife to fucking cut the crab open, he's like, keep that shit down, man. Keep it the fuck down. You know,
dude, my nephew's in prison right now.
Hey, hold on, Mars. Hold on, Mars. We got T-Bag. T. What do you think about these plot leaks, man? I know you've been one of the advocates, and I know you're sitting there just rubbing your hands like I was right the whole time. I actually still have a feeling the movie might be good. There might be some stupid shit like this in it.
Me too.
But
Me too. I feel the same way. I feel like it's gonna be.
But I do feel I have to give you your due because you were calling out some of this shit. Well, maybe not this shit specifically, but you were like, "There's gonna be some stupid shit in it," which I think was probably inevitable. But regardless, you were calling it out back in December when a lot of us were defending it. So.
Yeah,
go ahead, man. Take your victory lap. Or I mean, so far.
I think it's gonna be. You know what I think it's gonna be? It's gonna be some movie that we appreciate like years down the road. It's too close to Cavill, and that's ultimately the thing that finished it before it started. It didn't. He's got to make a totally different movie than what Zack Snyder did. Look how bright this movie is. It's bright. It's supposed to be upbeat. And it's a joke. Look, we haven't even gotten any post-production of him really like doing him flying and doing Superman stuff or laser beam eyes. Nothing. We haven't gotten anything so far. This movie is not done. It's not finished in post. The trailers aren't finished. I mean, it's jumbled up mess.
We haven't even got a new trailer yet. Like there should be like at least another one. I mean, dude, we're about to.
Can we all agree? Snyder's what Tita said with the laser eyes Snyder did that best. Laser eyes, the frost breath. You know, like some of his fucking powers you see. Snyder did awesome, in my opinion.
I think the best frost
Look at his
breath was
speed.
done in a Superman and Lois. Like I thought
think
that
the
was
best
some of the best
acknowledgement of speed is when he's fighting people and he's stuck and he sees Flash start moving, then he goes and just moves his eye and look at him. I'm like, whoa, that shit is fucking amazing,
That's
bro.
a good acknowledgement of speed, but what
he just slowly starts picking up speed and catching
what
up.
What I always liked,
I'm like, that's fucking badass.
Like what I always liked was like the acknowledgement of speed in something like Smallville, right? So like before he could fly. I mean, so I guess maybe at that point, obviously Superman is Superman in that movie, but like in Smallville, when like every time he meets somebody who's better than him at something that he's obviously amazing at, like say when he's good at like he's great at speed, he meets the Flash and the Flash just takes the fuck off. Like he doesn't become Superman until he can fly, and then he learns how to basically manipulate the fucking like the atmosphere around him, and he could just like speed the fuck up.
I don't think it's anything like that. I think that all that they've shown us in the trailers is all the serious stuff. I think the reality is, I think the whole movie's a comedy
at all.
No, no. What I'm saying is I think the whole movie's a comedy.
I really hope not. I really hope it's not.
I think it is. I think the whole movie's a comedy.
Guns movies aren't always comedies. Guns movies have comedy in it.
No,
but
it's not.
Guns movies are never straight comedy. They're always tear jerkers.
That's
Anybody
right.
that can say they never had a glazed eye in a fucking gun movie is comedy.
Dude, think about the scenes that you've seen, and think about all the serious parts. It's not that much. I think it's a comedy.
I think
the whole
being
thing's a comedy
for the cinema, which should be. I think what we've seen is only the first 20, 30 minutes of the first third of the movie. You know, nowadays they break, movies down into 30 pieces. The final third act. I think we've only seen the first one third of the act in the trailers.
No, they can't sell a movie. They cannot sell this movie yet. They cannot sell this movie up against Fantastic Four, Jurassic Park, and let alone anything in the Smurfs. They cannot.
I think all three of those movies are going to relatively suffer because of all three of those movies.
So you have to ask yourself, why is James?
Hold on, I'm bringing this out real quick. Hold my DualShock, bring me on so I can clap for T in person. Wow, I don't know what all that. I don't know what that means. But hold my DualShock, Andy. You have the link. It is in. It's all up in your inbox, brother. And maybe you can clap that.
We don't know what he's gonna be clapping.
If you clap that twice, it'll bring you onto my stream. It's like Red Heels, but
when T was talking about Superman, and he's referring to when T was talking about Superman. It just brings you into a
mediocre stream. You just clap twice, and bam, mediocre stream. Here you go.
Well, I'm not talking about movies.
So you have to ask yourself, why is James Gunn so proud of this movie with the trailers that he's given us? And yet the trailers that he's given us are only showing us the serious parts, but the serious parts look really ridiculous. The only thing I can think of is that this whole thing it's a giant comedy. And I think people are going to be surprised because people are thinking that they're going to walk in to a movie about Superman where they're going to be thinking that it's going to be like Superman 1. No, I think they're going to walk into a movie where they don't have any idea, and they're going to be completely surprised that it's a comedy.
Well, me and Andy were talking about the robots the other day.
With that being said, Andy, hold on.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing?
What the hell, man? Why is everybody taking my intro? What the fuck is this?
I only have the two.
That's the third person stole my intro. What the hell is this, man?
I only have the two. I'll get more. Don't worry.
Andy, what's up?
How's
What's
it
up,
going,
Andy?
guys? How you doing?
Yo, Andy.
Hey, Andy.
What up, T?
Hey, I don't think the movie. Hey, guys, I don't think the movie's going to be horrible. I don't think the movie's going to be super duper horrible. What I think is it's not going to be like anything we've ever seen on the big screen for Superman. And it's got tones of comedy. Anytime you make this be about Superman's the side character to his own movie. That's crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's why I'm calling bullshit on it.
Yeah. I don't know what he's going to do about that. He has to be very different, obviously, than what Snyder did, man. And we're going to like James Gunn regardless of if this movie does well or not. I think everybody can agree to that. They just don't like what he's done to the fucking superhero of all fucking the fucking end all be all superhero. You treat him like shit. And that's partly him and partly
I would say
Warner Brothers.
he's like one of the like what would you consider like the big three of superhero? I would consider like Batman, Superman, and superhero or
Spider-Man.
Like Batman, Superman, and Spider-Man. Right? I would say those are the big three of superheroes in general.
In the world.
You know, like over like across the world, like
everything starts with Superman.
Everybody knows. Well, Superman. It technically started with Superman. I don't think he was the most popular. Like he's probably number 3 in the top 3. You know what I mean? Like I think it's between Spider-Man and Batman. Like, dude, kids love Spider-Man. You know?
I don't. I think it's more like
you're
Naked
not a
Gun.
fucking kid, so who gives a shit?
I think it's more like Naked Gun. Dude, look at Green Lantern's haircut.
Dude, who gives a shit?
He's got a bowl cut. He's got a bowl.
You know,
dude, I guarantee you, it's more like Naked Gun.
30-years and 40-years.
I mean,
it's more like Naked Gun. I guarantee you. I guarantee you, it's going to be a comedy.
In the comics, like Guy Gardner, that version of Green Lantern does look like that.
I know. But today, that's ridiculous.
And
he's supposed to be comedic relief. He's supposed to be comedic relief. He's going to be a pawn guy.
Nathan Fillion. Everybody loves Nathan Fillion.
As a point. There's a point to him looking ridiculous. It's to make us laugh. He's going to say some stupid shit.
Exactly.
That's actually
exactly just like the kaiju.
Like that. Dude, shit like that is my least concern about this movie.
Yeah, that's not
that's like it looks ridiculous. It's gonna we already know it's gonna be whatever, but it's like that's my least concern for the movie. Are we gonna get a good story? Are we gonna get a good Superman story?
Wait. What is your least concern about the movie?
Explain all the side shit that you're talking about. Shit like Guy Gardner or fucking Hot Girl. Like, I don't really care. Like how well or not well they do those characters. I don't care. It's a Superman movie. I want to know how well they do fucking Superman. I want to know how well Lex Luthor is actually portrayed. I want to see what
we're all thinking that.
Then what the fuck are you talking about?
Can I add some pros?
No, I'm saying we're all thinking that, but my point is that based on what we've been shown through the trailers, we've only been shown the serious parts.
Basically,
with
one
a dog.
One time.
With a dog.
Which
I'm
is good.
Telling you, it looks more like a comedy.
So we're getting serious parts from the Superman, little bit of Superman parts we're getting. James Gunn is known to make ensemble pieces. We can all agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Which is fine because we can go to other characters for comedic relief and keep the seriousness for him. We can go to the robots for some kind of comedic relief, like we are just robots. And we're going to the seriousness for him and his story. And we got to pepper in the other shit because he is building a universe that me and Andy were talking about last week. He's building a universe. He's got to do this because Warner Brothers told him, we got to make this fucking universe. You know what I mean? So he has to pepper in just a little bit of it.
Let me tell you something. If he doesn't do
hold on, one at a time here, guys. Come on. Like,
if he doesn't make
different levels, and I don't want to start muting people, so come on.
If he doesn't, just hear me out. If he doesn't make a comedy out of the trailer that we've already seen, he's going to lose money. If he makes a comedy out of it, people are going to love it.
I think his suit. I think that suit is abysmal. I think the joke of him showing him flying, that they have made some serious marketing mistakes. There's serious marketing mishaps. Superman Day, you didn't release a trailer. What you did was do a little bit of behind the scenes. Nobody is pumped for this, and they're going. It looks like they're going towards the female audience for this, and that's fine if that's what you want to do. I'm all about educating new fans about Superman, but they don't have a trailer yet, man. That means there's definitely an issue in post.
Unless it's a comedy. Unless it's a comedy.
We've never had an honest discussion about this film because from the moment it was announced, you've had two camps. You've had people that are seeing stuff and discussing what they're seeing, and you have people who've made up their minds either that it's going to be terrible, but more often than not, you run into people on the internet who've made up their minds that it's going to be perfect. And perfect means something different to every single person. It's impossible to please everybody, but Warner Brothers was very, very happy letting that be the narrative for the first year of this development. And now people are starting to see definitively what the film is going to be. And a lot of people who lied, and a lot of people who, you know, went out there and simped for this film without knowing what it was actually going to be about, who said every rumor that they didn't like was inherently not true because I don't like that, and this film's going to be something I like, are now, they're being divided. And some people are getting very disappointed, and other people are solidifying, no, it's going to be perfect. It's very hard to have an honest conversation about this film.
Again,
dude, you don't got to
unless
cut
it's a
on every
comedy.
fucking thing, dude. Like, I'm sorry, Mars. Like, you keep
No,
doing,
you're cool. Go for it.
but it's like let people finish what they're talking about, man. Like, I was doing this the other day too. It's all good. But go ahead, Dandy. Continue.
No, that's all I've had to say. Is just it's
Yeah, he
impossible
was
to
done.
talk about this.
Yeah. I'm just making the point again. If it's a comedy, then a lot of people will get behind it.
I don't
Really?
think so.
I mean, we could.
I think if it's a comedy, it
I
fails.
don't think it'll work for a comedy for like, well,
Yeah,
for
I am
most people.
punching X to doubt.
I'm feeling it. That's good. Uncle T is a huge Superman fan. Obviously, like he has the posters.
I am too.
Like, no, most people are. But let's hear from Uncle T since he hasn't like spoke all.
I'm gonna say this, Syfax. I'm gonna say this, man. And Mars, you'll get this too, and Andy, you certainly will too. If this movie were anything, it would not be surrounded by all these blockbusters. If it were something, they would totally back off. They would say, you know what? That's too much of a movie, man. We got no chance. It's surrounded by other blockbusters. They are not threatened by this movie. This movie is not going to. It will not do $400 million domestically, maybe worldwide, but it's going to struggle to get that. This movie is not what you think it is. Otherwise,
my thing with that is I feel is more like a victim of circumstance. Like, look, all these studios are trying to pump at big movies, and everybody wants a blockbuster right now. And because the movies have, or like, probably a lot of these studios have finally semi-recovered from all the pandemic bullshit. And some of the like, say, like the MCU stuff, well, obviously MCU, DCU, and like even Mission Impossible is dropping something in June or whatever. It's like there's a bunch of big movies coming out this year that are, some of these are like the end of some series, some of these are the beginning of some series. Jurassic Park's like another beginning of like a new version of a new series. And it's like, you all want to drop it in, like, July is the best time to drop it. Like, and Superman to be dropped in the middle of that, or like, it's not that Superman shouldn't be dropped then or whatever. It's like, he's the American hero, and you want to drop it probably as close to July 4th as possible.
Right.
Fucking America Day. Like, that just makes fucking sense. You know, what's the closest Friday to that? Or maybe whatever the closest Friday that doesn't have like that, like all the theaters aren't packed with other bullshit. Like, this year is like getting kind of jam packed. There's a lot of movies coming out this year. So
let me tell you real quick, Syfax. Let me tell you, just hear me out. I don't think that James Gunn is an idiot. He may not be the greatest fucking director, but hear me out on this. I think he's going to surprise everybody. And I think what's going to end up happening is this movie is going to make a little over $500 million. And the reason why is because he's going to surprise everybody, because it's going to be a comedy. I think Fantastic Four is going to completely flunk. I think that Superman is going to go above 500 million. And the reason why is because there's going to be a little bit more people that are going to be wanting to see it, because it's actually going to be a comedy. He's going to surprise people. That's why he's not scared of releasing it when he's doing it.
If it makes 500 million, they sell the studio.
Yeah.
The studio sings. I think it makes minimum Well, I was saying 700 before all this bullshit's been coming out, because I think 700 would be the minimum that they need to make to justify continuing. Like, it's not going to make money. It's not going to make money off 700.
You mean like the minimum that they can explain for like try and mitigate
Exactly, exactly. Like, I think 700 would be the minimum that they can justify continuing with the idea of whatever James Gunn has going on. I think then with that, something like that, they're like, look, we have something. Look, we can build momentum off that. Whether that's true or not, I mean, they can sell that to the studios. That, I mean, that's on their end. But the Hollywood bullshit. I mean, we've seen that happen plenty of times where it's like that failed, and all of a sudden a number 2 comes out, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, what is happening here? That happens all the fucking time.
Yeah.
But what they'll say is, hey, we made money on this movie and we didn't have to do anything with the marketing. Because I bet that's what it is. They're keeping the marketing budget low so it can look profitable no matter what. So we didn't spend double what we spent for the marketing, so it'll look like a profit. If it is a comedy, great. But there's nothing. The numbers it's a numbers game with them. Andy just said it. If this does what we think it'll do, they're gonna sell the studio, man, because his whole universe is hinging upon this movie. And this movie is not moving the needle right now. No. Fantastic Four has taken the momentum from this movie, and so has Jurassic Park.
Okay, no. Bullshit. Fantastic Four isn't taking I haven't seen anybody talk about Fantastic Four at all. They dropped a second fucking trailer, and I haven't seen nobody fucking talk about that shit on anybody's channel.
The Fantastic Four has the benefit of they're leveraging all of them now, and now there's leaks that Tony Stark's coming back, and that's the big reveal. That's going to move the needle.
The reveal, like if at the end of fucking Thunderbolts, apparently there's something to do with fucking Fantastic Four. That's the leak going on. Yeah, which we all fucking knew. Which is probably what we've all been talking about. Which is Galactus fucking wins. Doom takes them into the 616. People thought about that before we saw the goddamn trailer.
Yeah, it's a secret in Hollywood. Yeah,
Disney fucked up a year ago when they announced that the Silver Surfer was going to be a female. End of discussion. We don't need to know anymore.
If they would have gave her tits like they did in the comic book, they wouldn't have failed. But
yeah, if she actually looked like a comic book character, that'd be genius. But
by the way, if anything, making a female Silver Surfer lose, I mean, there you go.
Bro, but that's the thing.
But she's the one guiding Galactus like a ship,
Well,
like
I mean, herald.
like didn't she just crash the ship into the planet? There you go. I mean,
helicopter pilot.
She just piloted a fucking a giant into a planet. I mean, that sounds pretty like up to date with what's going on nowadays. There you go.
It doesn't matter. They've already announced that the movie is going to be girl bossy. And they announced a year ago that Silver Surfer is going to be a female. That knocked out all of your comics fans right there. Boom, they're gone. Now you're announcing that it's going to be a girl bossy film. There you go, another 25%.
Yep.
Done.
Well, it didn't really knock out the comic fans. It got the real comic book fans talking like, have you heard of Shia LaBeouf? And I was like, who the fuck is Shia LaBeouf? I was like, I haven't even heard of that. And I'm a comic book fan, but I guess it was like, from before the 80s or some shit, which I was born in the 80s.
It was in the 70s. It was in the 70s. Yeah.
So I was like, okay, it got me looking back into shit. I didn't go buy the comic, but it did get me looking back into older, stuff. Be like,
either of them are going to be
the Galactus is back, stories.
Dude, those comics failed.
Do you think any of those things that they what you just mentioned about what the plot is for the Superman movie and this stupid thing? Like, come on, man. Like Mars said, it's a comedy, dude. This is going, and everybody's worried about it. You knew it was going to be a comedy when they put that damn dog in it, and you seeing, and when they revealed what that scene really was, what the dog was, it's like, come on, dude. When he's getting sun, he's literally jizzing because the sun hits him off, man. They make Superman look weak, man. It's horrible.
Nah,
and the comedy is what's going to bring people in.
Dude, you take imagery like that way different than, I don't know, fucking 99.9% of everyone. You're just like, oh, you're like, You're like, dude,
Skate.
I've seen myself like that when I was on a bed looking up at a mirror that this girl had on top of her bedroom,
exactly.
and I saw
Yeah.
myself doing that move, and then I was like, oh, I got hit by the sun like that too, and it was this girl's titty raise, and you're like, what the fuck? Like,
Was he not
Jesus.
fucking climaxing for the sun? Was he not? Oh,
Yeah,
come on,
that
man.
was that was a skate
I
maximizer.
guarantee
Right.
you, it's going to surprise everybody. It's going to surprise everybody that it's a comedy, and people are going to love it. And they're going to be like telling all their friends, dude, go watch it, dude.
I don't think it's a comedy as much as it's going to be comedic relief. So when he gets picked up by the robots, me and Andy said this. There was a lot of discussion about this Mars like 2 weeks ago. When he gets picked up by the robots, he says, "Thank you," and they're like, "You don't have to thank us. We're robots." It's gonna be that right there is gonna be comedic relief because he just got his ass beat. It's gonna be probably a 3 to 5 minute scene of seriousness, and Andy's gonna say it's a kids movie. This is gonna be geared to kids, so they're gonna be like, "Wow, this is blood. Superman's got blood. We need to." Bring the audience back on our side now because we had to show him doing this. So we have to bring him back. How do we do it? Comedic relief. It's going to be peppered in there, but it ain't going to be a comedy.
Yeah, moments of levity.
It's going to be a romantic level. There's going to be a romantic level to it for him and Lois. But let's be honest, it's going to be a comedic film.
Will they kiss or bump heads?
In any of the scenes, have you seen them be? Pardon me. Any of the scenes, have you seen him look powerful or look Superman-like? No. I haven't seen that. That is the biggest seller, man.
The only one I've seen is him like punching the glass. That's about it. When he grabs a girl, he breaks her fucking head. Besides that, he punches. It's supposed to be like a a cage for superheroes, and he punches through it. That's about. But we don't know that. I'm just assuming that because you see all the other. You can see it. I've watched trailers 100 times. I know there's other super villains, whatever, bad people that like so that's the only thing with strength we've seen. We've seen Speed, him going after that girl that I swear he broke that bitch's neck. But that's another story. But yeah, we haven't seen anything about strength or powers or any of that shit shown yet. No, not at all.
I think that given that it's a trailer, it's meant to throw you off. And James Gunn does that very well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So when it comes to actually seeing the movie, we're going to see Superman's real power. It's probably not going to be a comedy because if it was, that's the end of that universe.
But notice what you just said there. If it's a comedy, it's the end of that universe.
Yes.
And yet you'll have people on the internet now saying that it should be a comedy. And they're trying to placate. There are people online right now who, when the first rumors came out that James Gunn was going to make it, and people's natural inclination is it's going to be goofy. And there were people who came out and said it's not going to be goofy. He's going to take it seriously. And then it came out that there's going to be some goofy stuff in it. Those same people have now backtracked and said, well, of course it's going to be goofy. And that's what I want. That's the level of dishonesty with the discourse around this. And this is why, with what T's saying, there's so little sustainable hype, because this film tells you do not discuss it, wait for it to come out. And that is, pun intended, that is the kryptonite for the film industry, is for scoring fan engagement in order to try and maintain a narrative. You cannot control how your art is perceived, and they are desperate to keep this in their own grasp.
But
not necessarily.
That's
and
actually
Can I explain real quick?
Before you go on, Mars, let me just say that that's exactly the strategy that Gunn has pursued in the past when he's marketed the Guardians films.
Yes.
They were incredibly heartfelt films, but they had moments of comedy. But they weren't comedies.
What is the main complaint for the detractors from the Guardians films?
So here's my point. My point is that the movie's going to come out. It's not going to make a lot of money. What I'm saying is it's going to make enough money where when Fantastic Four fails, Warner Brothers is going to give James Gunn the green light to do whatever he wants, which is what he's aiming for. He wants to do a comedy so that it brings people in. Once that's done, he can make DC whatever he wants.
He's
And
already the
that's what he's
president.
aiming for.
Yeah,
He's already the president.
See
You
what
know
you
he
just
makes
said
what he
there.
wants.
That's another
He's
false
gotta prove
narrative.
to them that he knows. No, he's got to prove to them that he can. He's got to prove to them that he can beat Marvel, and that's exactly what he's about to do.
According to what we've heard for the past since he became the CEO, he hasn't got to prove it to anybody. We've been told that DC and Warner are completely separate. He answers to nobody. And this is another thing. So when it suits the narrative, he answers to nobody. This is his unadulterated vision. And if you like James Gunn, you say that's why it's going to be good. But then when you see things that you don't like, people will say, not you particularly, but just the general, you will, say things like, oh, well, it's the studio. He's got to compete with the studio. That's another lie we found out, because if you believe what you're hearing, the studio made him cut 20 minutes from the script.
Yeah.
Really? Is that what he said?
Yeah. Because it doesn't matter. All that Warner Brothers cares about is the fact that he's beating Marvel and then he's bringing them in money. If he does that with this film, he has the ability, they'll sign off on it, and it gives him and Peter the ability to do whatever the fuck they want with DC. And I guarantee you they'll go darker.
Do we
There's
have
no
a time
dialogue.
Do we have a time for the actual movie yet for Superman? How long it's going to be?
I don't know, but there's no dialogue in these trailers. All we've heard is robots' voices, and we've all heard people. There's no dialogue, which is a concern for people where you're thinking, wait a minute. So is it a comedy? Is it not is it a dramedy? If it's a drama,
we've seen looks corny.
Let's compare it to previous works. Let's say it's Guardians of the Galaxy. If it's a buddy cop comedy, we know there will be a heartfelt Peter Quill storyline, and we're going to replace Peter Quill with Superman. That'll still get through, and it'll still be Peter Quill's story. Even though it's Guardians of the Galaxy, and there's some comedic relief, and when they go to kiss, there's going to be a Drax going to be eating a chip, Lois Lane, and never going to get that kiss. It is still Peter Quill's story. Am I wrong on that?
Well, we know this.
I think he's going to diversify himself from that.
1 second. We got some regulars in the chat. We got some One Punch Man Tolkien fan. What's going on, brother? How you doing this morning? Or probably this morning on your end. What's up? And then I saw another one. Where'd he go? The voice protagonist said, "Yo, Rockefeller," but I saw him say something earlier saying, "What's up?" So what's up, voice protagonist? Hope you're doing well. More than likely this morning on your end, man. Thank you guys for tuning in, man. I appreciate it. Just want to give people a shout out while I see them. Like right on, man. If all you're doing is listening, awesome. Hopefully you're having a good time listening. Keep on tuning in, man. We'll be going here for I don't know, maybe what is another hour? How long do people got? We'll figure it out. You'll hear us end before we end. We'll be updating people on where to find people's channels and all that fun stuff. We're currently talking about Superman, our Gun Superman, and whether we think it's going to do good or not good, and also the current rumors about maybe there's, I don't know, Superman is getting disgruntled by monkeys on the internet. Is kind of basic. Like,
you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me.
They've said that's probably true, though, right?
Well, Nerdrotic kind of said that he confirmed it.
Well, he said it's true. He didn't say it's kind of confirmed. He said it's true.
Yeah, and I tend to believe that guy.
He wouldn't say it if he didn't have evidence.
Nobody has said what I've said, and I guarantee you that's what's going on. Everything that we've seen from the trailers, you can have is that he's going to make a comedy, and that what's going to happen is he's going to blow Marvel out of the water. And when he does that, what he's going to do is he's going to go back to Warner, and he's going to say, okay, let us take care of this. He's going to split the DC universe into comedies, and then the other half he's going to do serious films. That's exactly what he's going to do. And he's not. Y'all are talking about Guardians of the Galaxy, and I think y'all are making an important point. But the reality is that he's going beyond that. He's not trying to copy what he did with Marvel. He's going in a different direction.
But Mars, we already know it's going to be a comedy. They've already confirmed that with the end with
Supergirl. We already knew it was going to be a comedy because there's fucking James Gunn. James Gunn does fucking comedies, man. Like why are you bringing this? Like I'm sorry, man. You keep bringing this up like it's James Gunn. James Gunn, like even if he does serious style movies, it's like probably 60% comedy. Like, and if it's Superman, we would hope it. Nobody's fucking worried about it, man. Like,
but
calm the
everybody's
fuck
been
down.
no. Everybody's been worried about the fact that it's going to be serious
I'm
enough
about to mute
for
you,
it to be a
man. Like,
Superman movie. No.
no.
My point is that
We've heard your
everybody's been
point.
worried if it's going to be serious enough to be a Superman movie.
I think
And
it
he's
will.
going the other direction.
No, I think there will be enough seriousness. I think maybe well, it depends on how long the movie is. I've heard different things about it, but I'm sorry. I'm not trying to like
highlight the comment. I don't know. Highlight the comment.
Which one? Mars Mike, did you know James Gunn's going to make this a comedy? Look, we all know there's going to be Look, James Gunn's involved. We already know there's going to be comedic effects. The main worry is it going to be too much of a comedy? That I think is that. Yeah. Do you think it's going to be too much of a comedy? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's going to be like Naked Gun. I think it's going to be like really funny.
I don't think it's going to be.
I don't think it's going to be that funny.
It's going to be. No, we literally have Naked Gun coming out later this year. Like,
if it's Guardians funny, it'll be too funny for Superman, and that's what people don't talk about. That there's a huge difference.
That's going to be the problem. That's going to be the problem.
Wasn't funny.
Yeah.
Brightburn was not funny. He can do movies that aren't fun.
No, he wrote that. He didn't. He wrote that. He didn't direct it. He wrote it. He didn't direct it.
Yeah. But he knows how to direct.
He wrote it, and
he knows how to direct different genres. He was working for Disney.
He's technically already written a Superman movie, then, hasn't he?
Yep.
Well, he wrote an anti-Superman or Superman movie, or reverse or whatever.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
I just don't think that movie has a chance. I don't think that movie has a chance based on all the negative.
I think what it's surrounded by is going to really hinder it, and actually, like I feel like it's going to possibly hinder the rest of the movies. And it's not just because nobody wants to see those other movies. It's going to be what movies are the families going to choose, and more than likely, the families are going to choose the fucking dinosaur movie. Because kids want to see dinosaurs. Kids want to see dinosaurs. They kind of
movie didn't come out to November.
No, it comes out in it comes out the first. They all come out so it's the first week of July is Jurassic World Rebirth. The second week is Superman, and it's either the next week or 2 weeks later. It's the next week. It's either the next week or 2 weeks later is Fantastic Four. So these things, like three basically heavy hitters.
One right after another.
These should all be almost separate blockbuster movies at different times, all come out within 3 weeks. And families just can't afford that. If a family of four went to that's $600 just for the fucking tickets. That's not including your popcorn. That's not including your drinks. That's like a family of four is not going to see all three of those things that month.
Yeah, I made that point.
It's stupid.
Yeah,
that's what's stupid. You have too many heavy hitters coming in at one fucking time. That doesn't make sense. Go ahead, Andy. Go ahead.
I was just to say, can I address what Uncle T said, like about the placement of this film? If Warner Brothers were as confident as they want you to believe they are, they wouldn't have it sandwiched between two films that'll steal the oxygen out of it. They'd want to be last or they'd want to be first, and they're not. And as far as the marketing of this film, if you go based on what we know the actual budget probably is, not the fact that we all know that Hollywood lies about their budgets, it's well over 300 million because that's what the taxes showed. There may not be money for marketing. They may be mitigating loss.
What I'm curious, like, do all the I know some of these things have like say Superman came out, or like they established their spot at a certain time, but all these other movies are being made. Well, they can move it. What better time to have Superman come out than after fucking July 4th? Like,
why is it? But it's not. That's the weekend for Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park has Wednesday and all of July 4th weekend.
Well, I mean, so yes, that's dumb on maybe the marketing standpoint and everything, because yes, that's gonna stop. Hold on, like it's dumb because Superman is the all-American hero, right? You want that after like I joke around and say July 4th is America Day, right? You know, like whatever. But it's like that makes sense. That adds up. Everything about that like rolls into each other. It's like we just had July 4th. Let's go see Superman. I'm feeling super American right now. Let's go. Bam. Whatever.
So
that works for America. How it works for worldwide probably doesn't play out that way. But like Jurassic World or whatever, Rebirth, doing that, maybe that was a power play to be like, fuck your movie or whatever from that, what is it, Universal or whatever, and they're just like, screw you. Like, I mean, it could be a bunch of studios just giving a bunch of giant like middle fingers to each other. But you know, the biggest person who suffers from all that shit, sort of, in the long run, is going to be the movie theaters, the things that they need to survive from. Because now that you need to split IMAXs between 3 different movies within 3 freaking weeks of IMAX and Dolby theaters, right? Like, did nobody even consider that shit? Because all these movie theaters now need to, you're going to have 3 powerhouse movies in your theater, and everybody's going to want to see it in the best quality because these are blockbusters. These are blockbuster hits. You don't have enough fucking screens to supply all this shit. I think that's the dumbest part overall, because now you're actually screwing the people that you're supplying to. And those people are going to start saying fuck you, and they're going to find better deals, or they're going to find a way to say F you to certain movie theaters.
I don't think so.
I mean,
don't think so.
Why not?
Let me
Why
say
not?
something real quick.
It's a crime. That's why
They can charge more. Let me get 70% instead of 50. Give me 70% instead of 50 per fucking theater. Bam,
just hear
there
me
you go.
out.
They're
I
gonna
think with
they're gonna
Jurassic
tariff the
World-
theaters.
No, hear me out. I think
They're
with Jurassic-
absolutely gonna do it.
I think with Jurassic World, what they're intending on is that they're going to bring in a lot of teenagers. After that, what you have is you have Superman. Both Disney and Universal are hoping that Superman is not going to do that well, and that the Jurassic World is going to last for another 2. But I think what's going to happen is
teenagers do not go to movie theaters. The
they
last
do for Jurassic World.
No, they
They
go
take
to
their
shit like
dates.
Minecraft, and that's fucking
No, I think
Well,
they're
here-
going to bring in teenagers for Jurassic World. I think what's going to end up happening is when Superman comes out, it's going to be a comedy, and I think you're going to have a lot of people of all different age ranges come in. And then what's going to happen 2 weeks later is when you have FF or Fantastic Four come in, I think that they're betting on Superman not doing as well as what they think. And then what's going to end up happening is they're not going to get anybody in the theaters for those.
Hear me out.
Nobody's
Of
gonna
the
come-
3, Jurassic Park, Superman, and Fantastic Four, I have the most hope and anticipating definitely going to see in theaters Superman before any of them. With
There
that
you
being
go.
said, I have to gracefully bow out everybody because I got my day to start, and I love y'all. I'll see y'all next time.
Night Rockefeller.
Have a good
All
one,
right.
Rockefeller. Peace out.
Take it easy,
Go
y'all.
check out Rockefeller Plaza. Go check them out, man. Yes.
That's what I think is going to happen, dude. Because James Gunn is not scared. He's not scared of any of it. He's going double down.
Are you saying that based upon Peacemaker, or are you saying that based on Suicide Squad? Because I actually like the Suicide Squad. It was a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, but
It was-
those weren't him. Those weren't him.
Yeah,
We're
that was
talking
him.
about this is his first film. And I think that what he's doing is he's going to surprise the shit out of everyone. And I think what he's going to do is he's going to draw people in to see a comedy of Superman, because everybody's going to be talking about it, because everyone's going to be like, dude, that was one of the greatest Superman films I've ever seen. It was so funny.
I
And
think
it's
Warner
gonna
Brothers
draw
isn't
people
good.
in.
Pardon me. I think Warner Brothers just isn't good at summertime blockbuster movies anymore. If it's outside of the Batman universe, they didn't do well with The Flash. They're not going to do well with this one. They didn't do well with the Suicide Squad. That was based on him. Those are summer movie releases. They're not good at
Yeah.
that. They're better at wintertime or early before spring releases. But they're not good at what they're doing now because they don't know that. They could do it afterwards, like how they dropped Joker. Look what happened, and they have huge misses with Joker 2 when they did Harley Quinn and the Forgettable 3. You know, like it's just they don't have a system that produces anything that does really well on a consistent basis. And they can't, one thing they're not good at is sequels. They're not good at that. Aquaman 2 failed. The Joker 2 failed. The Batman 2 is probably going to be a fail. They're not good at being consistent in anything, right? Because they don't want to develop the world around a nucleus. They are good at bad guys. Build your universe around bad guys and then do something. Instead, they want to do knockoffs, and it just doesn't do well. The marketing for this movie sucks. Everybody has said that from day one.
You
We are
know
in.
what, T? You know what? Believe it or not, I agree with you more than you know. But hear me out. My point is that I know all of us want a serious Superman film. All of us do. But the reality is that in my contextual thinking is that what James Gunn is going for is more of a comedy. The reason why I'm thinking that is because he's trying to break a mold, and two, he's trying to get a go-ahead, a clear consent from Warner Brothers to continue doing what he's doing. I agree with you. All of us want that. All of us want a serious Batman and Superman film. All of us want that. But I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to show Warner Brothers that, hey, I can bring money in.
Okay, so tell me what superhero comedy besides Thor Ragnarok comedy has done well worldwide? Because this is a
I'll do
worldwide
better
release.
than that. I'll do better than that. If it were me that were running DC, you know what I would have done? I would have remade and redone a serious Green Lantern film. Excuse me. I'm drinking. Green Lantern film. And I would have started to introduce the DC universe that way. And at the end of the movie, I would have shown.
You're saying you would introduce the DC universe with the Green Lanterns first?
Yeah, I would. And let me explain why. Because they could have done that
All right.
with the movie that they did with Ryan Reynolds, but they didn't do that because they were all over the place. So what I would have done is I would have used a Green Lantern film to reintroduce DC, the DC universe, and I would have built the universe, not the characters, the universe, and built it off of that. Kind of like what Marvel did for Phase 1.
No,
They
but what I'm
started
saying
with-
is, but I'm
Phase
hold
1
on.
didn't build a universe. They built characters
Right.
first, and then
No,
the
they built the
universe
universe
developed.
because they started.
The universe developed around them. They built the
Right.
characterization first.
Yeah, they built Captain America. Then they went on to
Well, no, they
do the
went
second
Iron. They
film in
went
Hulk.
Iron Man. They went like you're
They
doing
went
it
second
in
film
the.
in Hulk. Then they went Iron Man.
Well,
Iron
Hulk
Man,
is
Hulk, Iron
it
Man
was
2,
Iron Man.
Thor, Captain America,
And
then
they built
Avengers.
And
the
those are all
Avengers team.
character films, and then the world
Yeah.
gets built around them. Those
That's
are all
right. And then we
character
got
films.
to Endgame. But the problem with Marvel is that they didn't introduce the because they were still relying on Fox's version of X-Men. And the reason why that failed is because when they were introducing the Avengers, they should have been introducing the X-Men.
But
And
where is the
when-
comedy? I'm asking about the
Yeah.
Where is the
didn't-
comedy that surrounded the entire, like a worldwide comedy superhero movie that kicked off a universe? There is not. The Thor Ragnarok would probably be the closest you can get. You're talking about the big dog.
Guardians of the Galaxy is the closest you can get.
The first Guardians is the least funny of the three.
Right.
The first Guardians was funnier than most of the other Marvel films at the time.
But the comedy had already been established because of how late it came into the MCU. And it came after like the ice had been broken.
Yeah, but they had done it with Iron Man as well. So by the time they did Guardians, it's like they were kind of like, it was gradual. You know what I mean?
Iron Man's not funny. Tony Stark is funny.
That's my point.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the film itself is not a comedy. Tony Stark is a funny person in a serious film.
He's a funny
None of the
character.
films are
The
comedies.
things around him aren't funny. He's just funny in general.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And then so what you end up having is that like they mixed comedy in with the actual action and everything, and they slowly started building on that. And then what they did was they built. My point is that they built the universe around Infinity Wars and Endgame. They built the universe.
They already had an entire universe from the first Avengers film at Paramount. That wasn't Infinity Wars.
No, but they were rebuilding it. They were rebuilding it from Captain America: The First Avenger. They were rebuilding it. The problem is that if you ever read the comics, in the comics, the X-Men are very full partitioned into the Xfinity Wars. So the thing is that they knew that they couldn't do that because of ownership licenses. So what they did was they just focused on Avengers, and they worked their way up from there until they could own the rights to Spider-Man.
But we don't have a rights problem. Hold on. We don't have a rights problem with DC. Let's focus on DC.
No, we don't.
What is going on? Do you think a comedy is going to be worldwide, across in different languages, different cultures, that they're going to say, yeah, I want to see a Superman comedy movie and it's going to be profitable? I don't think so.
I don't think that James Gunn cares. And let me explain why. Because DC has been failing for decades.
Agreed.
And so what he's trying to do is he's trying to revive it. And so his point to Warner Brothers is, let Peter and I make a movie that's going to bring people in the theater. If we beat Marvel, then you give us the rights to do whatever we want with DC. That's what I think is going on.
Why would he do that? I don't know why he would do that when he already has creative control.
Because they don't trust him. Because they haven't trusted anyone. Dude, Warner Brothers doesn't trust anyone with the dude. What Greg, what's his name? I knew his niece. Greg, the guy who did all the shows for
Greg Berlanti.
CW. Berlanti, yeah. That guy. Dude, everything that he's done has destroyed DC to a point that Warner Brothers, well, specifically the CEO of Warner Brothers, what's his name? He's got a Russian name. Anyways, that guy, he's like, dude, I need to fix whatever I can with DC because I need it to help Warner Brothers come back up on stage, come back up with superhero movies. So he's giving James Gunn and Peter, whatever his name is, the chance to rebuild. And he's saying, listen, if you make me a good movie where I can make money off of it, then I'll give you the reins to the world for you to work whatever you want. And so James Gunn is taking a chance. This is a chance. This is a moderate chance. And James Gunn is like, dude, let's do something that nobody's going to expect. Let's throw them a bone. Let's fucking do a comedy. And see if people buy it more than they buy into Marvel, then we can move forward. Because if we make more than Marvel does during the summer, then Warner Brothers will give them what they need.
That's a fail, man. That's a
I think that's an interesting perspective, but I don't agree with it. Is there anything else that we can talk about, Syfax?
I was going to ask, can I have 2 seconds to walk you guys through a line of thought?
Yes.
Sure. Absolutely, man. Bring it on. Yes.
So I think the entire problem with this is kind of like T was talking about. We never got a conclusion to what came before. And I think everything that we're looking at is based on one singular bad assumption by Warner Brothers back in 2013. See, Warner Brothers saw the money Marvel was making, and they couldn't understand why their extended universe wasn't raking in $1 billion a film. But what they didn't look at is, if you look at the first couple films from Iron Man to the Avengers is their first $1 billion film. So it takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 films.
Yeah.
If you look at Warner Brothers, from Man of Steel to Aquaman, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 films to get to $1 billion. What they were looking at is they looked at Man of Steel when it came out, and they couldn't rack out that in the same year the Iron Man 3 made 1.2 billion, but it was the third film in a trilogy, whereas Man of Steel was starting an extended universe, and they thought they were entitled to billion-dollar superhero films, and they just couldn't wrap their head around the fact that actually, for a first installment, Man of Steel back in 2013 money made 667 million. That's actually more than the first Iron Man film made. And then if you look at the first 5 films, they made far more money in their early years of establishing a DCEU than Marvel made in their starting of the MCU, because MCU had already done the hard work. They did get the benefit, they just couldn't understand why it wasn't $1 billion, and it's because you hadn't earned that yet. And by the time they hit Aquaman, they took all the wrong lessons, and then they said, let's match what Marvel's doing. But by 2018, if you look at what Marvel's doing, they are well into the silly side of it, because you've already had Guardians 2 and Thor Ragnarok. And so what do? They start playing catch up, and we talk about this with T all the time. Fucking DC, Marvel is just desperately jealous that the MCU did it first, and every single time they try and copy them, and they never built their own thing. So now they're saying the solution is to copy what is essentially a 2020 Marvel model, but they're going to see the exact same return. They're not willing to put in the time and the investment that the MCU was. Why would they expect to get the same results? And they want this cheap, lazy, easy way to do it. So you have James Gunn being told, go make a fucking Creature Commandos film. Go make a absolutely insane a secondary Suicide Squad, even though the first Suicide Squad made about what James Gunn's Guardians film made, that made like 700-800 million, but then his film comes out and it crashes, and it's all based on this false assumption that people wanted silly superhero films. And we're seeing that collapse on Marvel, where people are saying, hey, the humor is too much, the tone is all wrong, these characters don't have staying power. And like Syfax was saying, the MCU developed 5 films that you deeply cared about the characters. They didn't world build, they character built. The DCEU did the complete opposite. They introduced Superman, and then boom, second film, they're like, oh, by the way, here's fucking Wonder Woman, here's fucking Batman, and everybody's just jumping in, no origin story. It's just, you'll get that later. And they're making the exact same mistake now, assuming people don't want an origin story for Superman. All of these assumptions are fucking stupid.
It's more like circumstance establishment, isn't it? More than anything else.
Go for it.
Whereas,
and continue.
The problem with Marvel
like,
is the fact that
hold on, Mars. Abe,
right.
Mars, hold on. Abe, go ahead.
Well, I agree with you and Syfax on that point. Like the first films in Marvel were character driven. That's why people loved them.
Yep.
Whereas the films that DC started out with, they were just like, okay, this is the scenario. Oh, by the way, here are the characters in them. So they established the circumstances far more than they built the characters up.
Yeah, I mean, you can even say like like the plot is more interesting than the characters, where a lot of the times more people should be interested in the characters during the story, and if the plot is that good, the characters should be also invested into the plot. Like that extra helps. And if you got that right meld together, then that's when you get like a really great and awesome story. It's like you got great characters, you got a great plot, and they're all intertwined together, and it melds together, and everything's awesome. Like a lot of times you either have one or the other, and maybe at the worst times you have neither. It's like, wow, that plot is stupid and these characters all suck. And that's kind of what you've been getting with Marvel lately in general. It's like, well, you suck. That thing sucks. I don't give a shit about any of this. Like, so you get to the point of fucking apathy. You're like, well, I'm apathetic about this decision of watching this, whatever. So you just do not give a shit. Well, at least you should have one or the other at the bare minimum. And sometimes, I mean, what I will give Marvel this is there'll be a character you kind of like. Let's say even let's say one of the one of the worst films, Eternals, right? So like you don't really care about this character, but they have a cool fucking scene, right? In Eternals, they have the awesome fucking the speedster scene. People really like that
scene,
speedster
yeah.
scene. It's a great fucking scene. It's like that's a
Yeah.
cool way to depict fucking speedster skills or whatever. You know, it's I don't want to say it's as cool as like the way that they depicted speedster stuff in like the X-Men films, but it's pretty fucking cool and it's pretty awesome. And it's like that's awesome.
Yeah.
I can say
Very
that
much.
is a great scene in a bad fucking film. You know?
Yeah.
You like that's fine, but the rest of the film is not like I wouldn't say go watch that film. I'd say, hey, go watch this scene. You know, like just go on YouTube, watch this I don't know, minute and a half scene, and like that's the coolest shit you'll see in a 2-hour movie.
The Eternals is amazing on YouTube Shorts, is what Syfax is saying.
Yeah. If you doom scroll on Instagram, Eternals is amazing.
Yep.
The best 5 minutes I've seen on YouTube or on
it'll save you a good
Instagram.
2 to 3 hours.
They make it seem great, and like the music, they do different music cues. Everything is changed. Everything's amazing, and all of a sudden, maybe you can buy a blender in the background. It's amazing, guys. Like you can just blend your feelings right off into the void. It's fucking awesome. And by the way, this is sponsored by Ninja. No, I'm kidding.
By the way, just on the point of the DCEU, again, how crazy is it that they thought they could have their third film be the Suicide Squad or 2016 Suicide Squad? Like by the time Marvel
So
had it on,
fucking stupid.
bro, that is fucking retarded that they did that after Batman versus Superman, like a year before Wonder Woman.
Nestor, what's up, brother? Like, I see, this is kind of why I'm not gonna lie. Like, I do a lot of my streams kind of late at night. Like, see, like my viewership has came in. Like, I started at 10 p.m. my time, and then people flooded in, like at like 1 in the morning my time. I feel like I have a lot of European viewers, and it makes me feel like I need to get a job that makes me be able to stay up late at night.
Yeah.
Because,
Sorry,
I mean-
folks. I've dragged all of the trash in with me.
Yeah, well, whatever. It's all good. Like, hey, man, if people are interested and they want to hear like, I don't know, maybe a couple Americans and some random Europeans talk the shit, let's do it, man. It's all good, and I appreciate the hell out of it. But is there any other topics people maybe wanted to discuss? Those were some of the main
something
ones.
I wanted to add. There's something I wanted to add to y'all's discussion.
All right, go for it.
So y'all are talking about the fact that well, why is Marvel doing so much better than DC? And then, well, then you're talking about the Eternals and stuff. Well, just hear me out. At the time when they did Phase 1 and Phase 2 and Phase 3, you have to remember that Stan Lee still had some production rights with Marvel. George Lucas thought he was going to get the same deal. He didn't. Disney learned their lesson with Marvel, so they made sure that they could cut George out if they needed to. So the point is that if you watch Phase 1 and Phase 2, those go along primarily, not all the way, but that primarily they go along with the comics, with that timeline.
Wait, hold on.
Let me finish. With that timeline,
Good
they
luck.
go along with that timeline. When we get to Endgame, I think that it was Stan's idea to do the multiverse because he knew from Disney that they weren't going to have the rights to do X-Men and all that shit. It was his idea. Hey, let's do a multiverse and blah, blah, blah. When Stan Lee died, and he died before Captain Marvel and Endgame came out. After that, we saw the steep decline in Marvel films and shows. And the reason why is because they were no longer going by that timeline. They were no longer going by that bridge that led everything up to or that built everything up to where it was supposed to go. And that's why we're seeing Marvel at the way that we're seeing it. With DC, it's never been that way. With DC, it's always been separated. You had Batman, you had Superman, you had all this shit, dude. Fucking go look at the old animations of DC Comics. They're retelling the same stories over and over.
I'm sure they have, but I'm curious. Like, did you hear about like how like what happened on production with Iron Man 1, where they kind of basically like ad libbed like most of their script, and then. So what does that have to do with anything with what you're just talking about? On top of that, later on when James Gunn was introduced, like he actually kind of wrote out the idea for the Infinity Gauntlet. What does that have to do with Stan Lee? How is he involved with any of that?
Because in the beginning in phase 1, you can see a clear elevation in the films where it was moving up to build up the Avengers.
What does that have to do with Stan Lee?
Stan Lee, when they signed up the deal for Disney to have production rights for Marvel, he still owned a part of that deal where he was able
I can own a piece in the stock, and all of a sudden that shit rises. Doesn't mean I told them how to make it rise.
No, in the contract, no, that's not what's going on. We're not talking about the money side of it. We're talking about the production side of it. He still owned rights.
I'm making a comparison here, but yes.
Yeah. No, he still owned controlling production rights with how Disney was going to pursue Marvel. That's what he owned. And so he was able to control how they were doing the films, what the timeline was, blah, blah. After Endgame, you saw a steep fall off. The reason Endgame happened that the way it did with just the Avengers, and then you had just the people that were in that Marvel universe, was because Disney did not own the rights for X-Men at that time.
We all know that.
It was a big conversation. We all were talking about it back then. And we were all asking, where are the X-Men? Where are the X-Men? Well, the reason was because Fox and Universal still own the property rights to those characters, including Sony owning Spider-Man and the Spider-Verse.
Well, we all know like the Infinity Gauntlet saga and all that stuff. Like X-Men are technically a part of all that shit in the comics. Like you obviously are a big comic fan or like a connoisseur of all that stuff, but it's like we got what we were dealt with, what the studio had available, and I felt like they did. I felt like well, exactly. I felt they did a good job with what they had, but we knew why. We knew why some of these things weren't in them, which was because they didn't have the rights to them. Now, like right now, they're trying to introduce them I feel they're doing it in a very terrible way. I think the easiest way to do it would literally just be a massive reboot. Like take a year, don't do fucking Doomsday might be the Doomsday of fucking Marvel. You know what I mean? Like that shit might end it because there's no build up to fucking Doomsday. There's no build up to any of the shit that's coming up.
And
like
that's the point. And that's the point. Stan Lee died in January. Stan Lee died in January.
I'm curious where Stan Lee comes into this. I'm curious where that like what is
because when Stan
I'm
Lee
finding the correlation here. I'm trying to help me understand the correlation.
And I'm trying to explain to you because when Stan Lee was alive, he was able to control. He still had controlling interest in where they were moving production wise.
Just because you have controlling interest doesn't mean you have any word in anything.
Dude, he was in the hospital from October till January when he passed away.
How is he making any decisions?
Because he was making decisions in phase 1 all the way through. It wasn't until March that they came out with Captain Marvel and that they made minor changes, which is what I was saying earlier. He died in January of that year. In March is when Captain Marvel came out. And it was right before June is right when Endgame came out.
You,
And
you
after
do you
that
do
is
know
when we
there's
see
like
the
a bunch of
decline.
reports that he wasn't cognitive for like 3 to 4 years before that, right? Like they were just shambling around. Like there's actually like reports where like it was almost elder abuse. Like that's crazy,
Yeah, I
right?
know, but I don't.
It's sad. Don't get me wrong. That guy's a fucking legend, but it's sad to hear about that. But I mean,
But he
if
was
you're
in
gonna
the
sit there and say
hospital in
that that
October.
guy was contributing, that's a stretch, man.
I think
No, he
the-
wasn't contributing. He was.
That's
he
what you're
was-
saying, though.
No, I'm saying that what I'm saying is that he still had shot calls, and so when they came
That
to
would be
him and
contributing. If you're shot calling,
contributing would be for him to tell them what to do. I don't think he was telling them what.
That's
to
what a
do.
shot call
which
is.
would be a shot caller.
No, I think he was telling him what he didn't like, and I was thinking he was telling
Hey,
him
Andy,
what he
if I
didn't
told
want in
Andy
there.
to shut up right now, and then I was able, not on top of that, but I could also mute his ass right now, I would be shot calling on him. And then on top of that, I'd be able to mute him because technically
No.
it's my stream. Like, right?
I don't think that's what he was doing. I think he was telling him, no,
Then
this
what
is not
was he
right.
doing?
That's it. That's it.
I mean, he
Hey,
might just be
Mars,
saying
Mars.
no.
Mars. He died in November of 2018. He was 95 years old, man. He probably didn't even know where he was, man. I'm sure you're saying he probably he had a hand in the script of phase 1, 2, and 3, and they probably just followed some of his notes
Yes.
as a favor. Yeah, great. But I mean,
that has nothing to do with the overall.
That has nothing to
development
do with
of
the
MCU.
overall production of what happened with the movies at all. And
No,
even if
I'm
so,
saying that you see a steep decline after Endgame. That's what I'm saying. You see
Well,
a
the
steep
decline-
decline after Endgame.
well, Endgame was
decline is-
2019.
yeah,
That's
and
not even true,
well-
though. That's not even factually accurate. There's not the steep decline. Like, I have the numbers pulled up right here, by the way. After Endgame, they still made
Bring it
over
on,
$1 billion for No Way Home, and this is
that
where
was Sony.
there's
That wasn't Disney. That was
God.
Sony. That was Sony. Everybody was talking about it at the time. That was not Disney. That was Sony that made that money.
It's not about who made the money, though. It's part of the MCU.
It was part of the MCU after the fact because it was then that Sony lost the license to Spider-Man, and that's when Marvel decided to make a deal with Sony to continue doing Spider-Man films, which included the what's the name of Venom, the Venom films with Sony. But at that time, that's when those ended. It took time before they even got rights to the X-Men after that. My point is, I'm talking about Marvel. I'm using it as an example. DC never had that. DC was all over the place, and the reason why was because of Greg Berlanti.
On that, I agree.
Greg Berlanti was throwing whatever the fuck he could to just make some fucking money, and it destroyed the whole DC universe.
Agreed.
And the whole point in James Gunn and Peter, whatever the fuck his name is, taking over was to correct that action, to fix it so that they could bring DC back. That's my fucking point.
Look at their choices, though. Peacemaker season 2, like, does that not seem against spaghetti against the wall? Creature Commandos, a Waller show that nobody wants.
That
It got
wasn't
canceled.
James Gunn. James Gunn
That's
only
his
did...
slate.
No, James Gunn only
Clayface.
did the Frankenstein monster cartoon and this Superman movie.
No,
He's
that
in
was
the-
his slate. That's
Oh,
what
that's
he
his
announced.
baby.
That's what he
Yeah,
announced
that's
in 2023. That's what he announced. He
That's
announced
the
his
start of
whole
his
slate.
DCU.
No. What he decided in what was it, January or December, was that he was gonna keep certain things canon or not. That's all that was. The Spider-Man, or not Spider-Man, the Frankenstein, what's the name of this group of people? The cartoon?
The Creature Commandos.
Creature Commandos. Creature Commandos and Superman are the only two things that James Gunn has done since he's been with DC. That's it.
What?
And he's
that's it.
doing Peacemaker season 2.
Look, these are
No,
interesting
he had-
perspectives, but once again, I have to learn more
He
about the
wrote
flat
for
Earth from Uncle T.
He was
He was not in the position that he's in now when he helped with Peacemaker. It was after Peacemaker that he got the position where he's in now, where he's managing director.
So after Peacemaker, how long did it take him to fly the helicopter to see over the ice wall to clarify that he couldn't fly over the edge of the wall? T, can you explain that for us?
Exactly.
T, we need a
You're
solid
making my
explanation.
Hit like, subscribe to find out answers more. But look, I'm gonna keep it going until people are done. If people are done, I'm down to be done. But at the same time, actually, I got nothing to do tomorrow, so I do not care. But we will keep going.
More fuel for the fire. Suicide Squad, James Gunn's Suicide Squad, released during COVID of 2021. Like a month
I
after Black Widow.
I actually really like that fucking.
Doesn't
movie.
matter about liking it. It's about does it bring people to the box office?
It
Black
does not.
Widow,
That's
which
true.
is
It
a
does not.
dead in the water fucking project, right?
All right. Andy's just sitting here bringing facts. Go ahead, bring them on. Bring them on.
Same windows during COVID. $379 million.
Bring up your folder. I have a feeling he just has a thing on his fucking laptop there. It's just like and it's probably just typed in Cajun. He's like photo effects, just photo effects. It's just ghetto as shit. And he does that he does it for Katie, not for him. But
with Marvel, their pretty hard floor was 400 million. Bad films made 400 million. Shang-Chi made 400. The Eternals made 400. Ant-Man Quantumania made almost 500 million. The Marvels killed that.
One Punch Man is asking for 12 hours. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do that. Maybe. None of these people are staying with me for 12 hours. Maybe I can get a whole new line of guests for that. I've been sleeping in weird hours because I threw out my back and I've been eating painkillers like they're fucking Pez dispensers or some shit. And so my sleep schedule has been fucked for the last 3 days. And that's why I wasn't streaming. Even when I was streaming on, excuse me, on Monday, I went on a stream I've never heard of before. It was reality based. And they're I guess it's more European or he's British too or whatever. And it was it was 12 o'clock my time. And one of my friends was like, hey man, if people want to come on, I was like, I can make it. I'm not working that day.
When was that? I must have missed that one.
I mean, it was whatever. When I'm on other people's streams, I'm much more I don't want to say more docile. I try not to talk too much unless I've been drinking. Andy probably knows there's times where I'm just people either ignore me or maybe I talk too much. I need to find I need to find an in between. No, but when
it's tricky.
Look, no. I need to find an in between, and I understand that. It's fine. It's a whole thing. But whatever. But so I was on that stream, and then on Monday nights there's been a stream going on. Well, it's just started, which is our friend Nick from The Plot Strikes Back. If Abe is, since you are a mod, if you can find The Plot Strikes Back, if you can find his link, he's not here right now, he's probably sleeping, but if you can post his out there. He's doing Masculinity Mondays where we're talking about masculine fucking movies, dude. We just talked about fucking Tombstone, dog. We just went up there and we got the Tombstone, brother. So we went out there and we were talking about some of that, and that was a lot of fun. The next movie is going to be Goldfinger. We're gonna be out there dun, 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 dun. Even though I know this is Gold Night, dun, 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 dun. It's gonna be a lot of that. And
just double check if that's the right link.
I have no idea. Somebody check that. I can just hit show.
Well, even though we're done with the conversation, I will say one thing I did enjoy that Greg Berlanti did, and I don't know if y'all ever saw it, but it was a show on HBO called Doom Patrol.
Yeah.
And I loved it.
Yeah, I watched that.
Loved it. It was with Brendan Fraser. It was great.
So hold on. T was asking what's happening right now. I was shouting out random channels that I've been on, and I was giving shout outs. Sometimes you got to do that when you're the host.
In your Macho Man Randy Savage voice?
Well, no, that was just for the one channel. Like he's doing a show called he's doing a show called Masculinity Mondays. Actually,
thought it was
you'd
Hulk
probably
Hogan.
you would be a fucking perfect guest for that.
He would love
Other than, dude, he would have a blast with having you on. If you're interested, it's Monday nights. I believe he's doing it at like 6 o'clock our time. So if you're interested, I'll hit him up if you're interested. The next movie is going to be Goldfinger. So we're all rewatching, like, he has a whole list of movies that we're watching. It's every Monday. But
okay.
Uncle T
No,
doesn't
really
know
does.
what the fuck's going on right now.
no, I mean that's a whole separate thing with other people or whatever. Like
No, I just
T
didn't know
does
the
it. T
Macho
does his
Man.
own thing. Well, the macho thing. Well, like that was a callback to the. Like if anybody saw me on there, whatever. Maybe there might have been one person, whatever. Even if it's just one person, whatever. Cool. I'll make this stupid reference. It doesn't matter.
Hey, I got something really cool to say. Hey, if you look up Google Earth and you see look up Algeria.
Here we go.
Yeah. What was that? Muted.
Dude, I used to live
Okay, I'm kidding.
serious. I used to live in Algeria. I lived there for 5 years.
No, hold on. T. I muted you as a joke, but for some reason it kept you muted. Like I thought it would unmute you.
Algeria. For some reason, looks like the moon. For some
It
reason,
does. Yeah.
there are things there that might or might not look like the moon landing. I'm just saying,
Oh, bro, we
Dude,
absolutely
if you,
face going to the moon.
Do you see are you on Google Earth right now? Do you see the orange spot?
No,
in Algeria?
Who the fuck is just on Google Earth? Like, hey man, right now. By the way,
No,
like
seriously.
right now during the stream, have you been following what's happening?
I'm always on Google
is
Earth. It's my default. It opens instead of Google Chrome.
It's just
when I
your
open my
browser.
computer.
Like,
yeah.
where are you right now?
Exactly. Yeah, Google Earth is actually where I live.
I lived in a town. I lived in a town called Bethwa, and it's just north of that orange spot in the desert. It's a giant orange spot. If you look just north of there, it's called Bethwa. It's close to a big city called Oran. And I lived there for 5 years, man.
Yeah, how'd you find it?
What was it? Okay, so you got something you was gonna add to the comment. Come on, man. Let's go.
No, that was it. That was all I was saying.
Oh, I thought.
How old
were
are you,
gonna
Mars
say, "Man, I saw
Monkey?"
that stuff."
I'm 46.
Oh, you got this, Mars. We good, man. We're same age.
Yeah, a little younger than me, but that's cool.
Damn. I thought I said, Jesus Christ, I need to get. Oh man, yeah. Anyway,
I met Andy in person. I got more grays on me than that motherfucker will ever have. Jesus Christ!
Just for men, bro. You can change that, bro. It's $8 a box.
Yeah, just for men. I'm sure that's a prescription you subscribe to. I'm sure.
You don't know about Just for Men to dye
I know.
your hair?
I know, but it's not for me. Just for men. If I gotta say, just for men is for me, in any type of text message, it's not for me.
Yeah, I actually hate going out in the sun. Like my hair is now.
I don't mind the grays, dude. I was told when I was about like 12 to 13 years old, my mom told me, she's like, I dated what was called, like in her era, like a silver fox, and he was like old school biker. And she dated somebody like probably way out of her age. Like she was like 20, he was like 35, 38 or some shit. So she dated way above whatever. And she was like, oh yeah, he had like silver hair at like 35.
Yeah.
And I'm 36 and I still got dark hair. There's plenty. So like when I got my hair cut, dude, it looks like silver all around me though. But my hair is dark.
If I'm out in the sun for even just like a few hours, my hair starts turning blonde.
Oh no, I was like blonde, like fucking like something you see in a baby photo blonde with like fucking bright blue eyes. Now my eyes are all dark blue and like and like my hair is all dark.
Now
and it's
my
like,
eyes are red.
It just makes me think like it's like, oh, did my soul leave my body? Like did I kill myself through like all my terrible actions through my life? It just sucked the soul out of me. And so I look back on pictures and I'm like, I had so much life back then. Like,
Dude,
what happened?
You probably just got
it's just age, man. Whatever.
Yeah.
Dude, my dad and I both, when we were born, we both had really bright
at the same time.
Hair. No, I mean, I saw pictures of it. And my aunt told me when we were both born, we both had really, really bright blonde hair. It was almost white. And as we grew older, like when my dad died of cancer when he was 56, his hair was almost black. And what's crazy is that like I had really bright blonde hair, and then it started going darker and darker and darker as I grew older.
Yeah.
And now my hair is dark brown, and I'm only 46, and he was 56 when he died. He had black hair, dude. So I'm wondering if I'm going to do the same thing.
You will. Yeah.
You have a lot of magnesium in your diet. I mean, most of that's based on magnesium.
I mean, it's mostly determined by genetic traits.
From the
you
mother.
can do other things to mitigate any changes, but like it's pretty much inevitable. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Wow.
So T, tell me more about Algeria.
apparently that's where we landed. That's the moon, apparently. So you know, go figure. I know y'all don't like to hear it, man, but
Stanley Kubrick up in that bitch.
Did you guys see that movie they made, Fly Me to the Moon, where they playfully
that was a good movie. Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet, but I have heard of it. Yeah.
I think it's funny because they do the whole thing of, oh, well, we were going to fake it, but then we didn't have to because it all worked out. And it's like,
If you ever want to see a funny movie, go see Capricorn 1 with O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
Waterhouse. Great movie. Great movie, man. Like a total, oh my gosh, like really, really good movie.
He took his raping, murdering ways into the stars, did he?
You know what I heard? I heard he didn't do it, man. I heard that there was somebody.
Do you know what? The most interesting theory I've heard about it is that it was actually his son that did it.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
that's what I was gonna say. His son took the hit, man. Like that's a very, very weird kind of story, man. Weird.
Believe that one. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell y'all something about Algeria that's pretty fucking weird. Is the ants. Those ants out there are freaking huge, dude. And they don't build mounds; they go down.
Ladies,
so when you run into one, you don't even know that you've done it. It's just like a crack. It looks like a crack in the earth.
Yeah, you've got to be careful with the underground crevices, haven't you? Like if you notice them, you might fall through them.
Yeah, and those things will crawl out, and man, when those things bite you, man, they freaking hurt.
Hey, happy birthday, Quentin Edwards. It's Quentin's birthday.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It's in the chat.
Happy birthday, Quentin.
Wait, hold on. Quentin Edwards, can I get a birthday shout out? Of course you can get a birthday shout out. Dude, you want to jump on right now? You want to jump on and get a happy birthday from everyone on stream while you're on stream?
Happy birthday, Quentin.
You know I'll shoot you a link, brother. Dude, you're always welcome on here. Dude, get the fuck on here. Well, I'm not gonna say we'll sing you happy birthday. Maybe I'll find you a death metal version of happy birthday. Dude, happy birthday, brother. Like if you're about to jump into work, I'm assuming you're about to probably go to work, dude. Happy birthday. Everybody give a shout out to Quentin Edwards. Well, I believe that's Quentin Edwards the first. Because his son, I would assume, is the second. But Quentin Edwards.
A second.
Cool. We weren't talking about you, dude.
Got him.
Quentin Edwards, dude. happy birthday. I'm about to do some cardio, then I got to go to San Antonio for work. Well, dude, hey, how about let me find a song for you. Let me find a song for you. And it might be actually super terrible, but
Chuck E. Cheese, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Chuck E. Cheese, Chuck E. Cheese.
Like just like a machine reading it out.
Let me see if this one works.
I recommend you guys do not go on Threads, man, because you will see some stars on Threads. Man, these girls, god dang. Lord have mercy.
Bro, that's like
Well.
that's all it seems like Threads is for, is just girls that don't have to chill to be on Instagram.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just Instagram on crack.
Boy.
Yeah.
They're threatening. They're threatening to get some tea. Boy.
They're a thread, all right. Yeah.
It's called Threads, but
The
they're not
moral
wearing any.
fabric of America.
Yeah. It's global. It's women
Hell
around
yeah.
the world.
Yep. Fucking us all up.
This lady.
Actually, I kind of like this one I found. Let's see here.
She's gonna get all of me. Wow, she's very hippie here.
You gonna put it on the screen, like,
oh,
There
absolutely.
are some hot Russian chicks, though.
I'll play that whole thing. I'll get copyrighted. I'm gonna.
Sweet.
What's up, Dragon Master?
Metalocalypse. Classic.
Sounds like Joe Satriani.
All right, that's all you get. Like, why not? There. Happy birthday, Quentin from Dragon Master Zero. What's up, Dragon Master Zero? Hey, man. Look. So there might be a new group of people here. Maybe, I don't know. Some reason there's over 30 some odd people watching. I have no idea why. I mean, you know what? Between the 5 of us, we are that interesting. I mean, 6 people are interested in all of us. I swear. That's what that means. But 6 3/4, 6 1/4. I don't know, something like that.
Let's go with that.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Let's go with that numbering. And with that being said, on Saturday, I'm going to be doing my birthday stream. You guys are, well, obviously all invited. I'm going to be, I don't know, broadcasting it to the fucking world, or to, well, whoever is willing to show up. I'm going to be, well, I think I'm going to be doing shots. I'm going to buy a bottle. I don't know what size bottle yet.
What time are you doing it, Syfax?
Well, I realized you guys were doing your watch stream at 4 o'clock, and I didn't really want to crash into that. But I also did tell you guys in Vegas that I was doing a stream on my birthday.
I'm just, because, we're trying to run the Spite stream the entire duration of your birthday. Just, make sure that we.
Okay. Perfect. Like, dude. Well, on top of that, and I mean, this is going to be sympathy points, but actually, like, none of this money will actually go to me. Somebody that was in like the close community of where I grew up around, and is like a good friend of my mom's and a good friend of mine, and like ran a really good business in my area. He had a bad heart surgery that happened, and he ended up losing like they say he lost his hands and his hands and his feet, but I believe it's just his toes and his fingers. But still, it's not great. That's fucking awful. And the surgery is pretty brutal. So far, they've already raised about 20 grand. And I mean, I don't have all that much to contribute. And I figured because I'm doing something like this, maybe I can find a way to use this as a way to use, well, it happens to be literally the day that they're doing their fundraiser at our local Elks Lodge, which is a veteran ran thing, because he is a veteran. And then do that while running my drinking stream. So, well, I'll be getting drunk, but also if people want to donate to something like that, I will be doing both things. I'll be throwing that out there if people want to donate to that. And I mean, it's a it's a cool thing for me, but it's also it's a balancing of scales, right? Like, hey, like let's get one person happy while we also help somebody else that's in peril, type of deal. And so I'm trying to find a way to balance that, and I figured that would be a good way for me to give back to that person, because that person actually helped me a lot when I was younger. And I'll just say I dated his daughter on top of that, but that was a whole different thing.
Haven't you
But
given enough?
no, that actually had nothing to do with anything. Like, that was way later on. He was actually like a pillar of the community. His family was like, it was like the family that can, like, did the tree lots. They had the like they were the president of the Chamber of Commerce. My grandma was like the treasurer of the Chamber of Commerce in our little town and everything before the town kind of blew up. So like a lot of our families were pretty close, and this guy was awesome. He ran a really cool bar, had like some of the best food in town, and I've always respected the hell out of, I always respected the hell out of this guy. So I mean, even if I can get I don't know, a little bit of donations towards him, I feel like I would have helped contribute and in the way that I can now, because I don't know, I at least have some people watching. That's cool. Like, even if it's $1 here, $1 there, whatever, it's all good. It's all good. So I'll be doing that this Saturday on May 3rd, which is also my birthday. I'm going to combine it into one, so you don't got to do double. If you donate to that, I will also drink for that, and then I won't be taking the money from that, because that has nothing to do with me other than me supporting that. So um, I don't know. We'll figure that out. We'll figure out the logistics on that or whatever. Or I mean, like, even if the only thing I'm looking back to make on my birthday stream, on my drinking stream, is to pay for the bottle that I pay for to drink, like, which is about $25. I don't think that should be too hard to cover. So I'm like,
What fancy liquor are you drinking?
What's it going to be, James? It's just going to be, I'm going to buy one bottle of Jameson, or maybe if not Jameson, I might buy, depending on how much people are willing to spend, I might buy a bottle of, which actually is kind of the reverse of that, which would be like what we out here in America call a handle, which is like 1.75 liters. 1.75. So basically a big bottle of
that's a huge bottle.
Yeah, love Captain Morgan, just for shots. Captain Morgan is more of a shooter than I think Jameson is. Like, Jameson, I consider more of a sipping whiskey. Like, that's a cheaper sipping whiskey. That's like the cheapest sipping whiskey. But I'll shoot it. But whatever.
No,
But
the bartender shoot down here is Jameson.
Yeah. I mean, that's a quick shooter. But yes. With that being said, let's also shout out again to happy birthday to Quentin Edwards. What's up, brother? Dude, it sucks you got to go to work today, but I hope the rest of your day is fucking awesome, man. If I do a stream later, you know what? Hit me up when you're off work, and if you want to jump on a stream, maybe I'll just throw a stream for like an hour, and we can do like a birthday celebration, and I don't know, whatever gets thrown your way, I'll throw it your way. You know what I mean? We can alley oop the funds or some shit, whatever, or at least pay for your drinks. You know what I mean? Something. Maybe we can figure that out. Just hit me up, dude. That'd be cool. Well, damn, I'm already at 6 hours and 6 minutes. Who's tired yet?
I'm good.
I feel like nobody's tired. Anybody got any cool topics? Because I might have some interesting trailers to show.
Oh. What kind?
Well, gay, very gay. No.
Is the trailer for Backdoor Bastards Volume 23. Let's
Have you
go.
seen like the trailer
no.
for the driver from Deadpool, the Indian dude, and it's called like Indian Boy or something, and it's about him getting colonized by art. It's like legitimately like a gay film.
So no, there's this trailer. Like I literally saw it before I started the stream. Like once I came back to my computer, loaded everything up, got everything ready, and I was like going through, and there's this new trailer from, I believe it's from The Rock, and I think it's actually a wrestling trailer, but the fucking title was hilarious.
That's that A24 film he's doing.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I didn't watch the trailer, but the title is the title is fucking amazing. Like, because I don't think they realized what they did, and if they did, then let's see here. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know what this. I'm assuming this is a wrestling trailer, but the title of this fucking movie is called The Smashing Machine. And I don't think they realized what they did with that. Like, so let's go.
Oh, Jesus.
It's probably
my eyes.
How did that happen?
Well, have you ever heard of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, the UFC?
That's the bloody thing they're trying to ban.
This guy is the best.
And now they're recruiting kids.
Do you hate each other when you fight?
All right, so we're like 20 seconds. So besides the ridiculous title, like so far the trailer actually doesn't look that bad. I mean, it just looks like typical UFC, almost like found footage shit.
It's probably going to be one of those kind of movies that's in between Rocky and like The Wrestler.
Yeah,
I'd imagine.
Like Iron Claw and all those A24 fighting films.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Absolutely not.
How do you know Mark Kirk? Oh, we go way back. But he's a buddy of mine.
Come on, baby. Too much?
Never.
Too much?
No.
Please welcome in his Octagon debut, Mark Kirk!
All right, yeah. I mean, we didn't got to watch the rest of the trailer. I just thought the name of the trailer was hilarious. And,
yeah, I think we got a gist of
people could get like a fucking run of that name, The Smashing Machine. I mean, Jesus Christ. When I saw that and The Rock was like, The Smashing Machine, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe like he's backing this. And then when I thought about the words, you're backing this on top of The Smashing Machine, I was like, oh, it's so much worse. Like, like that. What is
yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate title, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder, like, how if the people in like Hollywood and or like in are they aware of what they said, or are they so out of touch they don't know what they fucking said at all? You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
what makes me wonder. Like
They
that's
probably just got
like
no idea.
titles like that make me wonder. When I see like a comedy trio, like say like The Lonely Island does some weird shit or whatever,
Yep.
you know they know what the fuck they're talking about. Like
Yeah.
this is stupid. This is gonna be ridiculous. Everything about this is gonna be
Bro, I'm on a
unnecessarily
boat.
ridiculous.
This
Yeah.
is optimized for search.
Yeah.
What's up?
This is optimized for search when someone types in smashing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I mean, that or is the marketing department fucking with these people? If so, that's hilarious.
Probably both.
Well, it's like, yeah, you might be selling to a bunch of meatheads, you know? It's like, I want to make a movie about me beating people over the head. And they're like, cool, we'll call it the Smashing Machine. Like, that sounds great. And they're like, okay, dude, good for you. Like, all right.
Did you
like what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what is happening?
You guys saw Iron Claw, right?
Yes, Iron Claw was really good. The only thing that was really off about that, I think it was the first time that we've seen what's that like main actor's name who like his face like he fucked up his job.
Fucking Zac Efron.
Zac Efron, like so it was the first time you've seen him once it's either some type of jaw surgery and what it was either something went wrong or he had an accident, whatever
He
the
said he
claims
broke
are.
his jaw.
Whatever the claims are, I mean, like he looks
different.
He looks
very different. I mean, don't get me wrong, he still looks okay, but he kind of looks like a I don't know, he looks like a fake person. Like he just kind of looks like
I thought you were gonna say homosexual. But yeah.
I mean, he's always kind of looked like that. But no, I mean, dude, look,
it's morbing time.
Look. When you're a decent looking man in general, you can be like, that's a decent looking man without it being gay. You know, you're just like, okay, yeah, fine, whatever.
He's
okay,
legit got his own cult as well, you know.
But it's just like, oh my, okay, yeah. Like if that guy, I used to say this all the time as a joke. It'd be like, dude, if like fucking Brad Pitt walked on the bar, I'd be like, fuck, I got to compete against that guy. And it's like, I know it's like that guy is clearly a better looking dude than I am. That's fine. But all that means is that I got to be funnier than him or whatever to take home whatever leftovers.
I read an interview with Brad Pitt years ago where he was like, before I was famous, no one gave a fuck about me. I wasn't getting loads of women, wasn't getting any of that. Nobody
he
would
probably
even
also didn't have fucking personal trainers 24/7 and looked ripped to the fucking nines all the goddamn time.
Yeah, not everyone can be in.
That's the thing when like these like the personal trainers and the people who body train like that, and then they get sponsored by all this shit. It's like, sure, you can do that on your own, and it takes an extreme amount of discipline and crazy amount of effort and whatever. And you can do that, and you can still look good. But to look like some of these like Instagram models and all that crap, for one, a lot of those people still use filters on top of their shit.
Yeah.
You know, on top of whatever they're doing. But it's like a lot of them get to the point where they're paid to, well, they're paid extreme amounts of money, like actors and stuff like that. I've straight up said this before, even when like, especially before I got all the tattoos and stuff. I was like, motherfucker, pay me 500 grand for a fucking, or 500,000 for a fucking movie, and I will sit there for 6 months and train my goddamn ass off to be the best I can be in that movie, and I would probably be in the best shape of my life for that movie. But you know, I'm not out there trying to, I don't know, lines in a movie. But it's like, also you would also have to be picked for that. So it's a very risky thing to do. But if you do get picked for it, it's like, wow, that guy looks amazing. Yeah, he has like a personal trainer. Like you hear about The Rock, that guy literally flies his own gym to every fucking place that he goes to. He has a personal gym set up to every fucking set that he's at. Like, of course, these people have that. And then they got their personal trainers on their ass with personal chefs with the perfect amount of food. And the only time you see them do their little TikTok videos are like, this is my cheat meal. It's like once every like 6 months. And it's like, oh, I get to eat like 8,000 calories today. And look, man, I'm gonna go shit like a rabbit. Like, you know, like
Yeah,
like,
there's that picture of The Rock where he's sat there with like a mountain of pancakes.
Yeah,
and I'm like, bro,
like,
that is not a cheat meal. That is a cheat month in a meal.
He's not
calories a day, but for somebody who burns like 12,000 to 15,000 calories a day, that is
but
nothing.
that's bollocks, though.
Dude, no, because even
thermodynamically impossible for a human body.
Well,
with that much muscle, you can.
More likely, he probably did not eat all that. But it's like look, when I was like about 265, 270 at one point, and I cut down to 185, and I did that in roughly under a year. It was like under a year, and I was working out, I was riding my bike all the time, and then I got to the point where like my hunger was like crazy, to the point where like I remember I went, like, right now I could go to a sushi stop or like a sushi place and get a thing of whatever it is, and I can maybe eat like probably less than 12 of them. I remember I sat there and I ate like 60 at an all-you-can-eat place, and then I went back for like the rest of the all-you-can-eat stuff. I was like, that was my filler, just because you're burning so many calories, and you're just like, you don't care, you don't give a shit. And I was just like, I don't give a shit, and you just eat, and that was cool and all. But it was like also like I was doing good on money, I was doing good on my health, I was like, everything in my life was like on the up and up, like things were cheap, everything was fine, everything's just like, I'm not gonna like gone downhill. I'm not gonna say I'm like super obese. I mean, Andy just met me, I'm probably not the most out of shape person he's ever met, but it's like I'm probably also not the most in shape person he's ever met. Like,
hey, it's okay to be normal. It's cool.
Yeah, I'm like average dude, 6 foot with maybe a slightly bigger build because I used to work out. Like, there you go.
Yeah.
That's
same here, really.
I would say that's a fair statement.
Yeah. Uncle T's gone a bit quiet.
I'm here. I'm just listening to this Paul's conversation.
He's out there. He's like, well, I'm about to be curling all these nines numbers. He's like, oh.
Why does it have to be not? Look, I grade fair, but hey, everything, you know,
you know what T, look, you know what the fact of the matter, you don't grade fair at all. You do not grade fair. You do not grade fucking fair. You grade for maybe what the fuck you feel is fair, but you don't understand the playing field. Like, and maybe your playing field might be different than other people's playing field, but it's like what maybe most people's sixes, or like what you would consider people's sixes, those are 8s to 9s to most people. You gotta understand that.
You know why that is so? Because T does grade fair, but he don't fuck with that curve in his earth, and then curve in his grade. It's just a flat. It's a flat rating system.
It's probably flatten his women. I would say, look. I'll give him this. I would say it's flat in his women. Other than we were in Vegas, and he did show me a couple pictures. T does mess with. He messes with.
He doesn't give people like a grading curve of being like, oh, this chick's good for X.
He messes with some good looking women. I'm not gonna say what they look like, whatever. I'll just say they're good looking women. T is he's not bullshitting. He's not bullshitting. I'll give him that. I can give him that. But but it's like you got to understand that not everyone that you talk to and everybody that you're around is maybe, I don't want to say on your same playing field, and also maybe not looking for what you're looking for, and what you're looking for is I don't know, one and dones. You're looking for one and dones, dude. You're not looking for futuristic there, you know.
The way
Why
you're
would I need
explaining that,
futuristics? Why would I? My kids are grown. I'm married.
See that's why you talk the way you do, man. Like, you talk for the now. You don't talk for the later. Like,
Nobody wants to change my drawers when I'm old and decrepit. Who wants to sign up for that? None of them do, man. They don't
well,
care
see,
about that.
then yeah. Hey, Andy,
They're
you're
just
out.
here to get
Yeah, I gotta
bulldozed.
roll. Thanks, guys. I'll
All
catch y'all
right,
later.
Andy's out.
all right.
He's out,
See you
brother.
later, Andy.
Bye, Andy.
Later, T.
Later.
We're coming up at just about 6 hours and 21 minutes. I mean, I missed I believe the weekend, Monday, and whatever. I feel like I made up for it tonight.
I don't know what fucking day is it now.
What day is it
for you
now?
guys?
Hold on, let's give one more quick shout out to Quentin Edwards. Happy birthday, brother! I hope you have a great day. Have a good jog and or run or a vice versa of both. And hopefully, I don't know. Even after the run, dude, go get yourself some cake, dude. It's your birthday, or get a cupcake. Just the one though. Don't eat the whole fucking thing. You know, just do that, dude. Come on, man.
Birthday.
It's your birthday, dude. Like,
It's your
celebrate.
birthday.
Do that. Go get like, I don't know, a couple drinks when you get back, and maybe
Yeah.
later tonight I will do another stream. And if you want to jump on, we'll celebrate some more of your birthday, dude. And with that being said, I'm going to ring out the stream with a. I need a fucking outro.
Did our boy
Okay.
Mars
Actually,
fell asleep, man? Mars,
he might have. That guy's been drinking hard. So, with that being said, hey Abe, you got anything coming up?
What day is it? It's Wednesday for me now.
It's Wednesday for most of us, but for
yeah.
you, it's probably much later.
Yeah, it's like, it's it's well past 12 o'clock in the evening now. I'll be
evening?
on. Yeah.
So you're almost to Thursday?
No. That'd be 12 a.m.
Okay, so it's 4:23 a.m. here. So you're 8 hours ahead?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so you mean the evening? You mean afternoon then?
Yeah, afternoon going into
afternoon.
the evening. Yeah.
Okay, afternoon. I consider afternoon like 5 o'clock. Or no. Like evening, I consider like 5:30, 6 o'clock is what I mean.
Oh no, it's some fucking time after 12. Who gives a fuck?
Whatever. Like, you confuse the shit. There you
go. You'll find me later this evening on Tom B's channel for the Hump Day Chinwag, which we do every week. And then on Thursday, we're probably gonna do some party animals again, same channel. Then Saturday morning, for me at least, anyway. For some of you, it'll be late Friday night. I'll be on Beelzebub on Beelzebub's channel. And later on that day, I'll be back on Tom B's for Anime After Dark, which everyone is welcome to join. Same with the Team Play Tuesdays as well. We play Marvel Rivals. I think I mentioned that before as well, Syfax, for you and Rock.
You did, and I think I think I slept through it today. Like, dude, my back was shot. Like, I had to throw like an extra couple lumbar pillows onto my seat here. I might be sitting a little taller than normal, even though like I have this cool desk where I can just like hit this button and all of a sudden it just rises.
Oh, nice.
And then And I got it for free. Like somebody was just throwing it away, and I was like, "Yeah, give me that shit." So
Who throws that shit away?
well, my friend works at a company that they were like, "We're restructuring," and he was like, "Dude, there's this cool
Ah.
desk," and I was like, "Give me that shit, of course."
Hell
So
yeah.
Those are always the best. You know what, man? I know people try to you buy an offer up or any of those things, man. Like where people sometimes on offer up, people are giving away stuff for free. Like what? I'll take that, dude.
Yeah.
I've got plenty
yeah,
of
as
stuff
long
on
as
there.
you just got to be
Oh,
able
yeah.
to go and pick it up. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. And then after Anime After Dark, I'll be on Samuel the Infamous's channel for Screaming Into the Void on Saturday. And that's it until next Tuesday, and then round and round we go.
All right. And Uncle T, what's up, man? What do you got going on? You got some Uncle T streams coming or cooking with T streams?
I'm chilling, man, for a minute, man. I might.
I felt like you're taking a break. Do you know when DA's coming back?
I think DA's coming back. On Friday. I don't know, man, but I've been
Friday?
chilling, man. I'm chilling, man. I'm just chilling right now, man. But I might do something, man. I might get a pizza and say, hey, here's a flat earth for you right here. But other than that, man, I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling
Well, hey
right
man,
now.
you know whenever I got something going, like I'm probably gonna do something. I'm gonna probably do what I did last week and start doing some streams every week or like every day. I'm just not sure what time. It might just be random. I'll just be throwing them out there. Just to, like I feel like I want to test the times because so many streams and so many people have streams going on that it's like you get to the point where it's like, well, am I overlapping somebody else? But at the same time, at a certain point, you can't really think about that because it's like, well, this is what time I have available. I'm sorry, that's the same time you have available. And it's like,
you just gotta do
if
what
I'm
you
not
gotta
if
do.
I'm not on your thing, then well, I'm gonna do my own thing or whatever. You know what I mean? So you just gotta make it work for you. So we'll be seeing. So, but okay. Well, with that being said, tomorrow I will. Later today, I guess I will say, I'll probably be doing a stream probably when I wake up. Probably gonna be passing out here in just a little bit, and then we'll see what time I wake up, and then go ahead and do a stream from there. And then Thursday I'll be watching Thunderbolts pretty early, which then I will be following up with Hold My DualShock on Fan Rant Thursday, probably when they're about to be ending. Which then I will also do a stream later that night, possibly, hopefully, a video between that to talk about it, so I can get double the coverage. There we go. Maybe get some views out of it. Maybe I should learn how to make some shorts. I have no idea. And then, with that, let's go ahead and see Mars Monkey Max. Do you have anything going on there, brother? Are you passed out or what? Yeah, that sounds about right. Hold on, let's just let this go for a minute.
This is gonna be another 6-hour stream, folks. Buckle in.
Yeah, I might just let this ride. I didn't really I thought he was just like making a joke, but this dude's passed out on stream. Luckily, he's not on camera. But this guy
he wanted us to hear
out.
him out, and we're doing it.
Hey Mars, what do you think about Superman?
I think it might be a comedy.
Hey man, wait. Are you gonna have a good time with it?
Hear me out. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a comedy.
Okay, what about Mission Impossible?
Comedy.
Hold on. Oh, he's just sleeping through it. What about Naked Gun?
Horror.
All right.
Look, he had a different perspective. I didn't agree with it. It's
Clearly a different perspective. All right.
yeah,
Here we
yeah.
go.
I see what you're saying there,
doing-
Mars. Yeah. God damn it.
What do you think about the Mars? What about the polling in Canada or Canada?
I love it. I love the WEF. China's my favorite country.
Man, yeah.
How about tariffs? Tariffs?
Do you know what? I think he's making
Dude,
some compelling points.
he's literally sleeping on the tariffs, guys. I feel like I could do this for like another hour. Like,
I want the United States to subsidize the entire fucking world forever.
Oh, okay. It's probably not going to work out for the U.S. citizens, but I see where you're coming from.
Oh my god! All right, okay.
I just want to apologize to him now.
I feel yes.
Later on.
Mars, we're. I feel like that's a good way to take the piss out of you, but at the same time, like whatever. Come on, like, you technically fell asleep on stream. Like at least it's not me just sitting here like fucking clocked out like a zombie, and then like.
Hey, do you know what? He was dedicated to the grind enough to fall asleep at his desk.
I mean, he was going off for a bunch of the stuff that he was dedicated for, but so good for him on that. But with that being said, you know what? Since I don't have an outro, I'm gonna play my intro for an outro, and then that will be the end. Even though, like, actually, maybe hold on, let me see here. Maybe I have something fun to play as outro. You guys can leave whenever. I mean, I'm gonna go and talk in the back string once we're done. But let me see if I can find. All right, fine, T. Peace off, motherfucker. Like, oh my god. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find a fun video to play as an outro.
I did post one in the private chat, and it's a little bizarre though. You might want to check it out first.
Wait, we're not over yet. Hold on. Bonfire and coffee at 8:30, which I believe is about an hour from now. Go check out Rockefeller Plaza. He was a guest tonight, and he does a lot of gaming streams. He has excuse me, very different. Well, I don't want to say very different opinions on games. He just I would say he's more passionate about games than maybe other people, and I don't want to say that he's right, but I feel like he actually has a more positive opinion on stuff that I've been hearing people talk about. Because for how much I'm not a gamer, I hear him talk more positively about stuff that people talk negatively about. And I kind of actually appreciate that, because it kind of makes me want to maybe check out some of these games.
Yeah,
and
well,
maybe if it's a game.
So
No, he's awesome. He's a very legit, awesome person. And then on top of that, like I said, it's like when I hear about these games online or like whatever, like I don't play that many games, so when I hear a bunch of negative feedback, it does deter me from wanting to play and even check out some of these games. But then I talk to someone like this, who's a level-headed, pretty awesome dude, and then it's like, dude, I fucking love this shit, and he can explain why. That's what I really like. Someone who can actually explain and then literally knows the story like back to front and can explain that. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not saying that maybe other people are wrong, but just hearing a clip or seeing a clip or whatever, these are the reasons that some things might get disregarded. And someone like him, I think, is it's a good deterrent for something like that. But also, if you do buy something, because of his opinion and you fucking hate it, go talk all the shit to him. Do it. Like, absolutely roast that dude. I don't think that'll be the case, though. He seems pretty legit. And then also, he plays a lot of the games that he is talking about. And he delves into it, man. He loves this shit. And that's awesome. One of the main reasons I bring him on, that, and I know he loves the stuff that he talks about. I appreciate that.
Yeah, he's a cool dude.
Yeah, sure. With that being said, let me see if I can find a video to play. You know what? Here, I'll just play this whiskey song. Bam. And then we will be out.
Cool.
Whiskey lead a wandering soul to heaven's watering hole. I'll drink to forget a memory, but hell's got one more trick for me. I walked up, said, what's your favorite sin? She could have killed me with that smile. Said it's lost with the touch of wrath, but I'm a glutton for love, so let's just dance. Next thing I know, we were burning up that dance floor. I didn't know what I was in for. Well, I might be an open sinner, but I know I'm no false saint. That wicked little angel's got me praying for some faith. .151 and a touch of fun got her going wild. Sin on my lips after just a sip, it's just her style. Envious stares and crocodile smiles talk of the scene. Sin for sin will be the ones they could only dream. Next thing I know, we were burning up that dance floor. I didn't know what I was in for. Well, I might be an open sinner, but I know I'm no false saint. That wicked little
Abe, are you still there?
Yep, still there.
You down to go 22 more minutes to appease One Punch Man Tolkien fan for 7 hours?
Yeah, sure.
yeah. I'm gonna remove Monkey Man here. We'll do it just for you. Like I said, I'm all about the fans here, right? I saw you say it twice, man. Go to 7
One
hours
fan in
at
particular.
least. For one fan, that's what I'm willing to do, man. I will jump out of my fake intro video, but also you're just playing, guy. Don't tempt me with a good time, man. Rockefeller is saying, do it. Rockefeller, if you're here, man, why aren't you here, dude? Like, come on. You want to come on for 20 minutes before you start your stuff? Come on. You jump on here, I'll jump on yours, and I'll be commentating in the background, dude. Nah, come on, man. Like, look. I say it all the time. Chat is king. Chat is king. Negasaurus Rex. I almost want to say Negasaurus Rex. I mean, that would be, dude. Can you turn that into a Negasaurus Rex? That would be hilarious. You don't have to do that, but maybe just once for my stream. That would be hilarious.
My Negarus.
You're driving. Okay, so he is busy. He's busy. So, so you're saying it's possible? Not you madman. Look, I'm telling you, I read the chat. I actually read the chat. I try to respond to the chat. I do like the whole number 2, and it's only 21 minutes. The problem is I need to use the bathroom. Would A be able to handle it for like I don't know, 2 minutes?
Yeah,
less
sure.
than 2 minutes.
If chat wants to keep me company.
I think, well, surprisingly, there's 29 people there. I'm kind of convinced that if I go late enough, all of a sudden bots come in, which is kind of crazy. Like we got DK Bones jumping in, but it's like I've had times where like when I did that 12-hour stream, there's times where it went up to like 50 something to 60, and I don't know if people realize that. Like I only have 100 and like I think tonight I barely broke 190 subscribers.
Yeah.
And like you can go into channels like Hold My DualShock, Hold My DualShock and other stuff, and they get, they get, I don't want to say the same amount, but they get very decent, like consistent numbers. But they have like 4,000 to 5,000 people, which is what is that? 30 to 4, maybe 45 times the amount of people that I have.
Yeah.
Technically. And
damn.
So I'm like, how much is this bots? How many of this is what? But like my chat actually moves even right now. Even like I stopped my outro and my chat is still moving. I mean, sure, it's only the couple of people that we're talking to, but it's still moving. I've seen this like when I had 50 something, 50, it was like 55 to 60 people. My chat was dead silent. And and we had people on the channel, or like I had people with me.
Right, mate. Go for a piss.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah. All right. I'll be right back. Just kidding. I wasn't going to drown you out. Go for it, man. Go ahead and talk to the chat. Do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to the chat for a bit. Go for it.
Yeah, Abe, go ahead and talk.
Get. Right, so who do we have? So One Punch. Do you know what I find really odd? Is that I like the idea of the whole number, but the fact that it's gonna end on an odd number kind of boils my piss a little bit. We could have finished on 6 hours and then just, toss the rest aside. God damn it. And I think DK Bonus is on the same sort of level there. What's happening in England? It's going to shit, mate. I've got nothing else to say about that. Just fucking these beautiful islands of my ancestors have gone to absolute shit. And honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be bothered if they got sank into the ocean. And that's a damn shame. Negara Snape. I'll go 1 week as Negara. And 1 week is 12 years as Snape. That's genius, bro. Do real Brits love Doctor Who, as I'm led to believe? Well, yes, to a certain extent. Not any of the new shit, though. Like the Shooty Gatwa bollocks, no one has watched that at all. No one gives a fuck. But in terms of it generally, yes. Yeah, 7 is a lucky number. Well, the ancient Celts thought so. Didn't really work out too well for them. Is it as bad as Canada? They're probably on the same sort of level of absolute retarded dog shit right now. Like our collective politics across the Commonwealth right now is just trash. It's just sad. Like I think it would be really interesting if the United States did join the Commonwealth. Then we might get some fucking sensible people back in power again.
Like what kind of sensible people? Like, how
do you know what? I'm quite keen on the color orange.
I'm sorry, what? Is it the background with all the deviltry? Look, I play a lot of just so people know, like, I'm not a Satanist or anything. I've always liked the concept of like demons and stuff like this. Like, I like this imagery. Like, I've always thought it's kind of cool. Like, I have like tattoos and stuff like that. I'm not a Satanist. I'm not anti-religious or anything like that. Actually, if anything, over the years, I've become probably more prone to it, if anything, just so people know. I just like the imagery. I think it's fucking dope. I think it's cool.
I'll just answer these last few questions here, just so we
can handle it.
Okay. Is it better than what's happening in Ireland? No. We Americans have Walmart and Best Buy and Target. What is the UK equivalent? Probably Tesco, Morrison's, Asda, and probably B&Q, because between those you can buy pretty much anything. The old Doctor Who up to Peter Capaldi.
Rockefeller.
What kind of? Honestly, yeah, fuck you, Rock.
No, Abe, continue. No. Rockefeller is actually still in the. I was wondering if he's still in the chat. Hey, Rockefeller, what time do you start? Is it 5 or 5:30 your time, or 5 or 5:30 my time? So you're 3 hours ahead. So is it 8:30 a.m.? So it'd be like 45 minutes from now. Because if so, I mean, even if Abel needs to leave, like maybe I'll just write it out till then, and then I'll jump onto yours for a bit, and then I'm gonna crash fucking hard. Like I've been drinking fucking vodka and orange juice this whole fucking time.
Yeah, but I've been drinking cider, mate. Yeah.
Well, what time's it on your end again? I'm so bad at these time differentials. I need to almost write it.
They're all kinds of screwy. 12:48 p.m.
What's funny is like, so I started at obviously I started at 10, which is when like DA starts his stuff, and like even like Name came in and he was like, dude, you only got like 12 to like 12 13 people, like Hold My Dual Shot gets more than you. And I'm like, yeah, I fucking hope they do. They got like almost 5,000 fucking subscribers. I would hope they get more. And then like later on, I'm like, well, I'm not saying, like, I've seen them get way more than what I'm getting right now. Like right now is good. Like this even right now, like I stopped my I stopped my outro to continue, and I still have a good run going right now. Something about like doing these long streams kind of works, and I don't know.
Well, it allows people to come and go, doesn't it? Really.
It does, and then it allows people to just like there's obviously there's the people that are willing to talk in chat, and then there's how they call it, like I was what like most people would call a lurker, like you lurk, like you're just that's just the term. It doesn't mean that's not a bad thing or anything. You just click on a stream and then you walk the fuck away and you start doing your job and you're just listening in the background, which is what a lot of people do. That's what I used to do.
I was a lurker for years as well. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, that's the best way to start. Just lurk around until you hear about something, till the point where like, well, that's what happened with me. Like I heard about enough people talking about stuff that I felt I was interested enough in, and that I felt confident enough to talk about in a public setting to where I could be like, look, I got my fucking opinion on this shit as well.
Yeah.
And it's not actually exactly the same as everyone else's. There's plenty of times where I disagree with, let's just say, not even the common opinion and or the uncommon opinion, which I believe, like, let's say this side of the internet is considered the uncommon opinion, like, I don't like this. It's like, no,
Yeah.
I'm somewhere in the middle, and I'm not a fence sitter either. I can explain why I like this part and why I dislike this, why I can recommend this while I still dislike the movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like that's what I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find a balance, like, you ever heard that Atmosphere song, like trying to find a balance? That song's fucking awesome. I fucking love
think
that
so,
song.
yeah. We've
There
got
you
an
go. I
interesting
only
question
lurk
here.
if I'm at work. Which one is it?
Guys, Dio Sabbath or Ozzy Sabbath?
Dio. Sorry, Dio just has them pipes, man. Dio.
Yeah.
Ozzy, I would, what? I would say Dio for the singing, Ozzy for the stage presence.
Oh
Ozzy
yeah,
had
for sure. That's a great
amazing.
answer. Yeah.
Yeah, Ozzy's stage presence is fucking amazing. So it's like you can make up for very good to, if not great, singing compared to excellent singing. Dio has excellent singing all the time. But when you got to do that, you got to sacrifice your stage presence, because you got to sit there and be like, you got to prepare your whole body to be belting that shit out. You can't be
Yeah.
running around like, I'm going to run to the other side. I'm going to run this way. Like, you can't be doing that. Like a punk band, like, "Ah, da, 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 da," and then you run to the other side. "Ah, da, da, ah, da, 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 da." Like, you can't be doing that when you're trying to be like holding out like 10 to 12 second notes on like the highest pitch that like a man can make. Like, it's just not gonna it's just not gonna happen.
do you know Star Trek much?
So I didn't get into Star Trek till I was dating one of my last ex-girlfriends, and like, we would put it on when we'd fall asleep, as like how I fall asleep to like procedural stuff.
Yeah.
And then there'd be episodes that would really catch my eye every now and then. So
Yeah.
I can't sit there and recite it like people can, but the stuff
Yeah,
that I
for sure.
did catch and I watched it, like, it would really catch my eye, and I was like, shit, I need to really rewatch this properly, because it's really good. Like, the stuff that I would watch, I was like, damn, this is actually really interesting.
Oh,
But I
man,
need to
great.
I need to go to sleep, like that. That was
Yeah.
the time when I was watching it. Yeah.
Well, that whole Dio versus Ozzy thing reminds me of a T-shirt I saw once. So Captain Kirk and Captain Picard, right? So Captain Kirk was from the original series, played by William Shatner, and then you've got Patrick Stewart's Captain Picard.
Hold on, this is funny. One Punch Man told me, were you dating Anna, that Star Trek girl? No, I do know her though. I've met her a couple times. Oddly enough, I mean, unless you change her phone number, I actually still have her phone number. The funniest part about
Yeah,
that is
pretty
I
cool.
actually have like the picture that I have saved for her phone number is like when she did her Barbie review. She actually took my ticket for the Barbie review because I didn't want to go to the Barbie movie, and it was with like Nerdrotic and Chris Gore and all them, and she didn't have a ticket, but I had a ticket for that movie, and I
Yeah.
was like, I don't want to fucking see this shit. So that guy Alex that was actually on the stream earlier, me and him went bar hopping, and I gave her my ticket. And because I did that, she was like, "Oh, here," and she's just like, so I have a picture of her that probably other people. I mean, it's just a stupid little silly picture, but I'm not going to show it just because I don't know. It's mine. You can't have it. But no, she was very nice to me every time I've met her, and every time since, she's always remembered me and everything. So she's a very sweet person, and she's very cool. But she's been nothing but nice every time I met her, and so when people sit there and talk shit about her, I'm just like, dude, all these people that people,
Yeah, she
I don't
seems
know,
cool.
they trash on or whatever. A lot of these people I've talked to and are met in many different capacities through different events, whatever, way before I was doing this YouTube stuff. Way before, like I barely just started this YouTube stuff. I've been around like this community for roughly 5 years or so, give or take. And everybody that I've met through that, like even when I went to the Nerdrotic meetup, like there was a big ass line, and I went to go throw away a beer after I got off the party bus with the people I went with, and the party bus people aren't as connected to like Nerdrotic and the Geeks and Gamers stuff. But I know, like I know Nerdrotic and his wife Melissa. And when I walked by to go throw away the beer, she was like, "Hey, get in here." She fucking flagged me down and gave me free drink tickets. Nobody else had free drink tickets. And like, because I was like, "Did you guys all get your free drink tickets?" Because every year, usually they give people free drink tickets. And they gave me free drink tickets, and they flagged me in, and I was in way before everybody else, and I was just walking around, just fucking cruising. And like I said, I'm basically a nobody as far as like YouTube standards go, but I've been to all the events, and I helped them with something like years ago that I'm not going to talk about. But Melissa's always been really cool, and then also I'm friends with people like Chris Gore. Just out of like, it's not even out of happenstance. I kind of went out of my way because like, well, not even out of my way. It's one of my favorite movie theaters. But he's like, "Hey, we do a movie meetup group at this theater." I've said these stories plenty of times, but just to reiterate. But it's like, I don't know, man. I was just like in the right place at the right time, and then I'm a relatively easygoing person, and it's like I don't know. I fit in real easy, and I get along with everybody all the time instantaneously. So it's like, "Hey, man, yeah, you like most people remember me." That's why it always trips me out. Like people have even joked around about it when they met me out in Vegas. They're like, "Who are you?" And they're like, they didn't realize. They're like, "Who the fuck are you?" And I'm like, "Is my camera that bad?" Like, I don't feel like I'm. I think the only thing that was surprising about it is they didn't realize I'm actually 6 foot tall, and I'm kind of like, I'm not fat or anything. I'm like, I'm like 210, maybe 215 on a bad week. But I'm a big dude. Like I do construction and shit, and I worked out a lot. I'm barrel chested, is what they used to say. But it's like it's like when I ran into MSK, like you could see like his stream that he did like right afterwards. He was just like, "That motherfucker looks like a bouncer," and it's like, I wouldn't want. He's like, you talk about wanting to fight somebody in person, like you don't want to fucking fight that guy. And I was like, that was like the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. Like, thanks, man. Like, I don't mean to come off like that at all. Like, because I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like I'm a nice guy, but whatever.
Well, yeah. Anyway, the anecdote I was leading up to was I saw a T-shirt once that said "Picard in the streets, Kirk in the sheets." That's it. That's the punchline.
I have seen that. Yes, that's great. That's great.
There's variations that include Spock instead of Picard, and yada yada.
One Punch Man, 2 minutes. This motherfucker's counting down my stream for me. You know, just for that. Just for that. If Abe wants to leave, I'm gonna go ahead and run this up till when what's it called? A coffee and chill stream. What's Rockefeller stream called? It's like coffee and.
I think it's called Coffee and Cocaine.
It's probably coffee and weed or something. I know that guy likes to smoke weed. That guy's
it's called Cocaine and Cocaine.
Oh. Well, to go on to that, I need to go find my cocaine. I haven't seen it in fucking years, but
my name is my cocaine.
I mean, at this point, I'll Like, I mean, we're at 7 hours. Why not let it ride? Like, you know what? People paid for me to have this, and I feel like I gypped people on the last couple days. And I know I didn't say that I would do it every day, but I feel like I should be doing it at least every day, at least for a couple hours. But
Yeah,
I
there
don't.
we go. 7 hours completed.
7 hours complete.
Mr. Snape, favorite TOS movie? Wrath of Khan, I think. Favorite
TOS.
TNG movie? I would have to say First Contact.
TOS. What's the acronym for that again? I know it's Star Wars.
The
but
original
it's,
series.
I don't think I actually watched any of the original. No, I saw Wrath of Khan. Wrath of Khan would probably be the original one, right?
It's one of the original series films, yeah.
TNG, I like the one where Picard becomes a Borg or whatever.
Oh, yes. Yeah. That's
Whatever that one is.
absolutely
Like,
iconic.
that was a lot. I haven't seen it in years, but I remember I really liked that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most iconic images
Thanks,
of
everyone.
Star Trek ever.
Yes, hey, tip me $1, man. I give you some love. No. You don't have to do that. Save it for the birthday weekend. If you guys come around on on Saturday, I'm going to be doing a birthday. Well, it'll be a birthday stream and it'll be a drinking stream, but also I'll be trying to help fundraise for the thing I was talking about earlier. I'll be doing the details again about it then. I'll be continually talking about it for the rest of the week just to get people, I don't know, maybe into it or whatever. I'm not going to sit there and hound people about it. It's not my family or anything, but it's somebody that was important to, like my mom called me crying and stuff, and I was like, you know what? I don't have the money to help, but maybe I can find a way to help. And even if people can raise some money, I'd rather them support the money towards something like that than to me drinking. But at the same time, if people can supply me for the bottle that I buy for it, then great. If I can make out even plus give money to like actually a way better cause than my drinking, I think that's a great cause. You know what I mean? Like,
how about I don't know if you've actually seen it yet or not. One of these links that I put in, I'll just repost it again in the private chat. It's fucking mental, mate, and it's delightful.
Do you not watch Hold My DualShock?
Have
you never watched Hold My DualShock?
Yeah.
Okay, they use this for Terrace House Guy. Like, if you know who Terrace House Guy is,
no.
Like, he's their mod. They use this for his like intro.
Oh, what is it? The same video?
Yeah. Well, it's not the full video, but it's the same thing. Like,
because
like
that music has been reused so many times for so many videos.
It's the same video. Like,
yeah,
it's 100%. It's the same thing. I've actually never seen it before I saw it on there, and you're the first person to ever show it to me again out of nowhere.
This is the original. Well, it's sped up, but it is the original audience.
What is it?
Audio.
Negro Snape, I think he actually goes on to Hold My DualShock. Let me go and pull it up again. Let's see here. Private chat. Dude,
we're going for 8 hours. For fuck's sake, man.
No. It's only 7.
God damn it, One Punch.
Hey, you guys are the ones sticking around. I'm not asking for it, but can you hear me? Shit, my headphone died.
Oh.
Give me a second. I can't hear anything. Wait a second. My headphones aren't connecting. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? Give me a second. Give me a second.
We'll get there, folks. Don't worry about it.
Fucking things aren't connecting. What the hell? Can't hear anything. Go to and call me the F, sir. Do it.
Nah, I'm good.
Son of a bitch.
We're only suffering from a little splash of the AIDS here, folks. We'll be back up and running in no time.
I think both my headphones died. Let me connect my other pair. Fucking things.
Here we go. Oh. Oh.
Still can't hear you.
Oh.
There's no way both sides died. They charge these things every fucking day.
Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Ho 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 ho.
Motherfucker. Holy shit. I don't think they've ever been this dead.
God damn it.
If the AirPods eventually they start to fizzle out until they give out entirely. Actually, I don't think that's the thing. It actually might be the Bluetooth speaker or the Bluetooth connection because it's not even connecting to my. You know what? Let me reconnect my Bluetooth real quick. Give me a second.
Okay, so might take Syfax a little while to get this sorted. So, do we have any more questions in the chat? Yeah, I'm not super enthused about the new Harry Potter TV show.
Son of a bitch.
Are you back, Syfax? Nope. We'll carry on. I might watch the first episode or so, but ugh. I don't have a lot of faith in it. Yeah, that's the issue, Mr. Snape. Mm-hmm. Yep. Max isn't what it used to be. Do we have any questions or topics people would like discussed?
Well, I'm in a bit of a bind here where I can't fucking hear anything, but give me a second. Let me see if I can use the Bluetooth. Maybe the Bluetooth blew out, which would make sense because it's very, very cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, FX used to make really good TV shows.
Continue talking to chat. Like, if anything, I just want to keep it going. Actually, just to fix my own stuff so then I can figure out what the fuck is going on. If I need to figure out how to go get something, or if I need to go buy a new one tomorrow or something. I mean, it might just be taking my. I might just need to reset my computer, which is weird for it to just die out like that. It's kind of stupid.
In terms of season 2 of Squid Games, I would say it's worth watching, but it's kind of like an in-between point. It's more like half a season. You know, it follows on from the previous, but there's no real satisfaction in it. So until season 3 comes out, you could wait. Depends on your perspective on the binge to weekly model. Am I interested in the Alien TV series? Yeah, a little bit.
Like a reset button on this shit or what?
Yeah, I actually don't know much about it though. Yeah, I think Stranger Things has lost a lot of its appeal over time. It's like, at what point are they gonna do the show where it's just like clearly the 90s? Let's see. Have you seen Weapons trailer? No, I have not. Let's have a gander. Okay. Okay. Looks kind of interesting. I mean, I've seen the premise done at least half a dozen to maybe a dozen times before. Oh, it's got Benedict Wong in it, though. And yes, folks, if you didn't realize that, Wong out of the MCU films, his surname is in fact Wong. And more confusingly, his name was Benedict, as well as Doctor Strange. His name is Benedict Cumberbatch, which is so odd because it's quite a rare name now. Yeah, okay. That looks interesting. Yeah, I'll probably give that a go. Okay. Legion Season 1, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's interesting. It's a horror film from the maker of Barbarian, yeah. Julia Garner pass. Oh, the Continental. That was the John Wick universe one, wasn't it? Yeah, I haven't actually seen that, no.
Fucker, dude.
3 people from Marvel's in Weapons, yeah. It's not surprising. It's quite an incestuous business, really. You know, you'll see the same people hovering around in the same circles over and over. I love the Doctor Strange in the comics, but his movie was tame. I wanted a more horror edge to it. Yeah. Yeah, I think they were kind of aiming for trippy first and then horrific later. And they just never really sort of kept up with the promise. Multiverse of Madness was a bit of a disappointment. He was like, okay, how big is the multiverse? Oh, it's infinite. Okay, how much of it we're going to see? About 20 seconds worth. Ah, great. What an amazing multiverse this is. Where do we end up? Some place that looks almost exactly the same as the place that we filmed all of the previous films, funnily enough. Yeah, same with Moon Knight. The MCU loves to disappoint real comics fans. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. That was a mess. That was a mess. I've always liked Moon Knight, but conceptually, the show.
Hey, go ahead and keep talking. I'm playing through my other Bluetooth speaker right now. Can you hear it? Go ahead and talk.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Were you able to hear yourself?
I couldn't hear myself, no.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and turn the speaker up just a little bit more.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Keep going.
Sweet. It's going to be 8 hours by the time he's got his shit fixed.
No, like my AirPods died to the point where it's like they wouldn't even connect, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Like I charge them all the time, but apparently what I've been charging them on doesn't charge them correctly, so I had to connect them to the regular charger.
Yeah.
So now you're connected to my speaker through my TV. I can hear you behind me. That's no problem, but it's just I didn't know. I don't want it to bleed through my mic, which is what I used to
it's
do.
fine. It's totally fine.
So you're not coming through? Okay, cool.
Nope.
Perfect.
It's fine.
I can hear you just fine.
I
kept messing up because I kept keeping it on my freaking headphones, and I didn't change the mic setting to my freaking stupid sound bar over here behind me. So I was like, I kept connecting it to this, and it was like, it's connected, and I'm like, great. But then I forgot, whenever I'm playing this stupid freaking random shit in the background, I mute the sound bar so it naturally is muted. So I was just axing myself left and right. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. That's why I'm loving Invincible. It's almost panel to panel adaptation, except for some small changes. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a really good adaptation overall. It's very well done.
What's one of your more favorite animes that you've been watching lately? Like, it sounds like you're an anime fan. Like other than Solo Leveling. Solo Leveling is the shit.
Well, we've also been watching on Anime After Dark, Sakamoto Days, which is pretty cool as well.
Sakamoto Days was cool. I felt like after episode 5, I felt like it was just a repeat over and over, like the same fucking story. Though, does it end well or what?
Well, this is the problem with animes, though, is that they blue ball you constantly.
Yeah.
Every episode, every season. So, I mean, what I've seen so far, it seemed pretty cool. I'm quite looking forward to another season. I hope that it will have an end at some point.
Have you checked out Shangri-La?
I have not, no.
Shangri-La, or it's either Shangri-La or Shangri-La, whatever. It's same difference, but it's like it's a guy who's like really great at really bad games, and then he picks up like the best game out there, and then because he's so bad at he's so good at bad games that when he picks up a good game, he's just like he's unnecessarily good at them.
Yeah.
And like that, and then he has this chick that's following him. I don't know, like it's pretty interesting, and he's super unaware the whole time. It's the one where he has like that blue bird mask. You've probably seen the blue bird mask somewhere. Yeah, it's that one.
The ones that we're currently watching are Lazarus and another one called From Old Country Bumpkin to Master Swordsman.
I started on what was it called? Apothecary Diaries or something like that. It's on Netflix now.
Yeah.
Apothecary something, and it's interesting, but it's a little bit too much of a like it's more of like a long drawn out, like it seems like it's gonna be a long drawn out like love story overall, which that's fine and all, but it's just not something I'm like interested in at the moment. But
Yeah.
have you checked out Freerin?
I don't think so. No.
Dude, Freerin is on Netflix right now too. Freerin is like that one's really cool because it's like it's this mage who, or it's like this elven mage who's been alive for like 1,000 years, who is taught by like a human, and then like she's been just wandering the earth, and like she went on this epic journey with like all these people, and it starts out at the end of the journey of all the people that she went on this epic journey with, and then she kind of restarts some of that journey with some new people and realizes like a new take on life. So it's like it's like a very character and depth story of like growth and like introspective and stuff like that. It's actually really cool. Like
Yeah.
there's some pretty cool freaking like like overpowering scenes where it's just like, dude, I'm the shit, don't fuck with me type of things. Like
Yeah.
those are always cool, but it's a different type of anime. It's not going to be fast paced solo leveling or kaiju number 8 or it's not going to be something like that. But there's some very different. It's kind of a different theme, but there are some typical anime elements into it.
I never even got round to finishing the last season of Attack on Titan.
Me either, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard so many people disappointed by it, so I was like, I'll get to it at some point. But the way the narrative was shaping up, and I was like, yeah, I think I can understand where you're coming from already. Yeah. I'd love an expanded modern adaptation of either Akira or Alita. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Could be good. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if I want to see Akira redone, like because it was all hand drawn back in the day. Like that was all hand drawn, like hundreds and probably maybe thousands of hours to do that shit. And it's like maybe nowadays, if you were to see what it looks like now, there might be some digital touch ups and stuff, but
yeah.
I mean, the original it's all hand drawn. Like that just blows my mind. It's like you had to do that over and over and over and over and over again. Like thousands, like it had to be thousands of hours,
Oh yeah, easily.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it was like there's probably some digital play in there, but it's like at the time, what was it, 1990s or something? Like there wasn't too much to work with,
Yeah.
Maybe there was some copy paste going on there just to like bleed through, and then you just did some touch ups and like bled through. I have no idea, but it looks fucking amazing for the time, especially.
Oh yeah, sure.
1980. Yeah. Akira was 1988. Yeah. Hey, thanks for holding it down, by the way, man. I was sitting there the whole time. I'm like, my headphones were connecting, and I'm like, I guess my head, like both had. Usually I do one headphone and I change them out, and they last for like 3 hours to 4 hours each side. And I guess I just didn't charge the whole thing, so now it just needs to charge. But I mean, it charges pretty quickly. But
no worries, bud.
But and then I'm retarded with the computer, so I was like, let me connect to my speaker, and then I didn't fucking change it to my speaker here, so I'm like, why can't I hear anything? What's going on? Duh. Like,
yeah,
I simply didn't change it over. Just so you know the kind of like elite streamer you guys are dealing with over here. I'm so good with computer stuff. I'm awesome. I'm
We're
not.
pros, bros.
Just out here just being professionals. You know how it is. Dude, you know it's funny. There'll be people that'll hit me up and be like, "Hey, man, like, what do you do to stream?" And I'm like, "I'm not the one."
I've no idea.
Like, sorry, man. Like, I'll tell you what I use. I could barely tell you how I use it, but yeah, there you go. There you go.
Well, at the end of the day, you know, like at the heart of a stream is the chat. You know, they're the viewers.
Well, that's actually that's the heart of the channel here in general,
Yeah.
and like that's actually the biggest takeaway that I've learned from every time that I've listened to other streamers say these exact things, this exact thing, which is the chat is king. And I took that literally to heart, where I was like, let me talk to the chat. Let me actually go beyond that and bring the chat into my streams and then bring them a part of the channel. Like, and I've even said this before, if my channel blows up, don't get me wrong, if you want to be a part of this possibly getting bigger, get in where you fit in type of deal. Because I mean, if I ever just blow up with all of my 190 fucking subscribers, like, but don't get me wrong, all it takes is sometimes one or two videos, and all of a sudden this shit might, might skyrocket. But it's like, hey, if you happen to be in early and you're willing to come on and talk and shoot your shit and whatever,
I don't know if you know, but Asmongold used to stream with Az years ago. They used to do like
yeah. No, I've
like
seen him talk about that with the Warcraft stuff. I can't watch Az. Like, I mean, I used to be able to watch Az. I don't know. Maybe I've just heard all his jokes too many times.
Yeah, he barely even puts any content out now. You know, now that he's got a lady friend.
That's what it seems like. You had a lady friend and he moved. He's like, I made money, and now he's like, well, how are you going to continue to make money? Maybe his Patreons and stuff that donate. I have no idea.
Well, he's actually returning to Friday Night Tights. I think
I saw that, and I saw that, and I feel like that's because he realized, like, holy shit, my income is not as big as it once was. Like,
yep.
Yeah, and look, if people don't know, a lot of these like channels, especially the smaller channels, you don't get paid to jump onto their stuff. Like, for one, a lot of those channels themselves barely maybe get paid. Like right now, like I don't get paid unless you guys donate. I'm not getting paid. So even if I wanted to offer money to any of my guests, I don't have money to offer to these guests. I'm not monetized, so whatever. And even if I was monetized, I'd have to make sure all my content does not get copywritten to give the money through that unless there's donations. That's how a lot of streamers make their money or whatever. Like, whatever, I'm fine with not making any, but at the same time, the main donations I ever look for or talk about is like, hey, if you want me to stream, and people seem to like me to stream and be able to talk, I just need enough to cover my StreamYard. And I have seen other services that are slightly cheaper. And so like maybe instead of making 45 a month, I can make 30, but it's like it seems like a worse service. I don't like it. I've been on it a few times. It's like EVux or whatever.
EVMux is pretty good, yeah.
EVMux. Yeah. Like a lot of people semi like it, but it's like you don't get all the media assets. Like I like to be able to play clips. I know I only have a few right now, but I'm just getting started, so I want to be able to curate and do more of them. So I like this service, but I understand if maybe I don't make I think it's like 45 a month to cover for this, which I understand is a lot. That's just to cover for the month. That's me making $0. You know what I mean? That's just to cover this. That's just for me to cover for 30 to 31 days for me to do this which is fine. And that's why I'm trying to want to stream as much as possible so people get their money's worth if they're donating and stuff. And I appreciate the hell out of the people who have donated. So
I mean, I do this just for fun, really, because I just like
well,
talking to people.
I originally did it for fun too. Like that's why I was just doing videos and I was joining other people's streams.
Yeah.
And then you do get 20 hours for free per month.
Yeah.
But people were like liking some of the streams and like, something like this, like you get 20 hours for free. If I do something like this, a 7.5 hour stream, like sure that's a lot, but I mean that cuts into like 1/3 of your time, if not 1/3 of your time for free of the month. And then you can only have, I believe it's 6 people on stream, which that's not that big of a problem. But then the other thing, like you have the logo up there, you have all the other stuff. I don't have my little like this like Hell's Gate thing behind us in the background. I can't do the media assets. I can't really play the video. I can play like a video. I can't just click on stuff. Things that it's I guess technically it's like minor inconveniences, but also the main inconvenience is the 20-hour limit. Because times like this where it's like, well, let's go 7.5 hours. Like, because right now, Rockefeller's probably starting right now. He's probably like rocking up right now. And so we should probably all go and raid his stuff. That's kind of what I was waiting for. And then, but other than that, it's like, well, if I would have to just do 1 hour streams for like 20 days. And then, I mean, I could if I need to, whatever, just to do it for free.
I mean, it'd be nice to make some money from any of this, but I'm not banking on it. Lol.
Syfax, do you follow all the G&G crew? I pretty much follow. I feel like I followed roughly everybody. Like, I mean, I follow Beardo, Stephanie, Jeremy, Ryan. I got G&G shirts. I got a Ryan shirt. Like, I don't know how many of them recognize me. Like when I ran into Stephanie again, it's funny. People joke around. Where it's like, oh, like Syfax is gonna hook up with Stephanie. I've seen that go around a bunch of times, and I'm like, I've met her for the last like 4 years. She would have no interest in me. She's very nice, and she's nice enough to give me a hug. And I think I've gotten a picture with her every single time. But yeah, she's very nice. She's very sweet. But yes.
Mm-hmm.
But I never think about that when I'm like, if I'm looking at like, I don't know, people online in general, I'm not like, oh man, like I'm gonna go over there, let's go riz you up. Like, who the fuck does that? What the fuck kind of mindset do you have? Like, I'm gonna go hook up with this girl I met online. Even, I mean, obviously, probably more likely.
I mean,
my chat.
It's essentially the premise of online dating.
It kind of is to a point, but it's like, let's just say, even if you started or like if you got big enough into this stuff, like if all of a sudden my channel blew up, it's like the last thing I would want to do is to possibly date somebody else doing something like this.
Yeah,
it's like just be too busy. Because if something went wrong, you're both blowing each other up. Like, well, in theory, you would think that. Like me, actually,
or if you're doing something
I
really
want
right,
to talk about it.
You're just blowing each other.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like in general, it's like, oh, we're both on social media, like blah 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 blah. Like people just, dude, you see that happen with people who aren't like, I don't know, YouTubers and social media people. Like in general, they're like, you just see them blow each other up, or like, they just shit all over each other on social media all the time.
It's just ridiculous. I don't really have any time for it.
It's very egregious.
Yeah. There was a question here from Mr. Snape that I'd like to address.
Let's go for it. Is it? You know what? There is a way I can make somehow.
Did you guys like the Alita live action from Robert Rodriguez?
Alita Battle Angel? Yes. I
Yeah.
actually I was hoping for a follow-up. I thought that was extremely well done. Like I didn't read I guess it's based off a comic book, so
Yeah.
I can't compare it to that. But I thought it looked great. I thought it was well done, and the only disappointment about it was the ending because I wanted to see what happened. Like I wanted to see like the ending of it. You know what I mean? Like it kind of ended on a cliffhanger, right?
I did hear a few years ago that they were planning on doing a sequel, but I've not heard anything since.
I mean, I thought it was so crazy.
usually
It looked
means
so
it's
crazy.
not
Like, I mean, it was semi practical, but at the same time, it looked
Yeah.
CG. Like it was, and it all looked relatively real, but at the same time, obviously set in like a what's that called? Almost like a steampunk, not quite steampunk. It was
I
like
think it's kind of like retro futurism, isn't it?
yeah, but it was like it's like on its way to steampunk world, you know, like
Yeah.
it's like the step before that or whatever.
Yeah.
But that was interesting. Let me see.
It was decent. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Let me see if let's see here. Excuse me. Oh yeah, Rockefeller's going right now, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and end it up here. If you guys want to go ahead and go check out Rockefeller, I don't think I can link people to it, but if you go check out Rockefeller Plaza, he was on the channel earlier. He's doing a stream about he does a stream called Bonfires and Coffee. He's playing the Bloodborne DLC.
I bet One Punch wants us to go for another 18 minutes just to make it an even 8 hours.
Jesus Christ, really?
I bet.
I didn't see that. You're just making that shit up at this point. I mean,
no, I'm just betting.
Syfax, you're the man, dude. Honestly, you know what? I've been having like really weird fucking sleep hours, and like on top of that, like it's like this weird insomnia. I wish I could like blame it on drinking, but I haven't been drinking for the last like week, or no, well, at least like 4 or 5 days. But it's like I haven't been able to fucking sleep. But even between that, I still haven't been able to fucking sleep. I like when I sleep for like 2 to 3 hours, and then I'll sleep for like I just sleep in like 2 to 3 hour increments. It's weird. Oh, now you called him out on it. Go for another 17 minutes for 8 hours. Well, do we got 17 minutes of stuff to talk about? I'm down to even it out. Look,
fuck it. The OCD
you know what?
bastard
Fuck it.
inside me is quite happy to do it.
I'm farming fucking watch hours. I've told you guys this before. I'm farming watch hours just so I can get monetized, even though most of my shit gets copyrighted anyways. So even though if I were to get monetized, I'm still not gonna fucking make money off of it.
Oh well, if that's the case, fucking awesome. Play that video.
I will actually. Hold on, let's go ahead and bring that. Wait, is that actually playing?
It's not being shared.
Hold on. Well, the video there. Hold on. I think it's. What the hell? I have it pulled up here. Oh, okay. When it's paused, it's just a black screen, so it doesn't show up.
Do bop shoo body 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 do bop shoobity doo, bop shoobity doo, bop shoobity doo, bop shoobity doo, bop shoobity doo 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 doo.
Come on, folks, let's be real. Whose baptism wasn't like this?
Okay,
Yep.
Jesus Christ. What the
Come on, we've all been baptized.
This sounds
It's
like a song
fine.
from Ghost. No.
We've all gained demonic powers from our baptisms. Come on.
See if I can find this old lovely thing.
Oh, we could watch more Meat Canyon.
Yeah, I got one for you guys. Let's see if any of you guys remember this, because it's great.
Hey, do you want to feel so energetic? Try Power Thirst. Energy drinks for people who need gratuitous amounts of energy. With all the flavors like chocolate energy. It's like adding chocolate to an electrical store. Sound the alarm. You're going to be uncomfortably energetic. What's that? You want strawberry? Well, how about rawberry? Made with lightning. Real lightning. Sports. You'll be good at them. It's an energy drink for men. Energy. These aren't your dad's puns. These are energy puns. Turbo puns. Science, energy, electrolytes, turbo lights, power lights, more lights than your body has room for. You'll be so fast, Mother Nature will be like, slow down. And you'll be like, fuck you, and kick her in the face with your energy legs. You'll have so much energy. Just running all the time. Power running, power lifting, power sleeping, power dating, power eating, power laughing, power spawning babies. You'll have so many babies. 400 babies. Give chocolate to your babies and they'll be good at sports. They can run abnormally fast. They'll run as fast as Kenyans. People will watch them running and think they're Kenyans. They'll race as fast as Kenyans against actual Kenyans, and it'll be a tie and they'll get deported back to Kenya. Hey, go with the sure thing. Don't gamble on your energy. Snake eyes. Try Power Thirst, the energy drink that will make you sword.
Have you never seen that before?
Yeah, that's an old school one. That. Try this one.
That's not even the best one. This is the best.
What are you waiting for? What if everything you ever wanted came in a rocket can? Power Thirst, Rocket Edition. With all new flavors like banana, fizz bitch, and gun. You've had the worst by the thirst. Quencher! Power Thirst. Side effects include glowing sweat. Use your sweaty body to fuel sweet rave parties. Power Thirst. Anything is possible. Oh, air blasting. The sport you'll invent because you'll be too energetic for normal sport. You'll feel like a fighter jet made of biceps. What about me and my blue collar? Juice Crazy. Turn that everyman into a Beverly man. Beverly stands for Beverly. Interrupt this advertisement to blow your mind. Power Thirst now comes in women. Now with preposterous amounts of testosterone. Preposterone. Think fast, douche fag. Power Thirst now comes in guns. guns! Oh, hubcatting! Similar to bear blasting!
Oh Lord, why have you forsaken me?
Cannon! When God gives you lemons, you find a new God! Power thirst! God, King of the Jews! Unacceptable! Drink power thirst and you'll win at everything forever! You'll win at running, football, arson, weddings, and arts! You'll even win at irony! Oh, top score! Still unconvinced? Well, check out these testimonials from real power thirst drinkers.
400 babies. Power thirst. It's really.
All right.
Yep. Man, the fucking mid-noughties were wild.
People haven't seen that. You've now been entertained by like 2008 internet.
I feel like I have to give people this public service announcement if you want to bring this one up.
Let's see here.
You, friends, fun, drink, hot girls, you're hot, drink more, expensive cars, ass, drink, ass, money, you in a tuxedo, threesome, vodka, pussy, drink, 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 you, drink, Vegas, fun, pussy, you in a tuxedo, this girl, vodka, drink, 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 drink it all, you pussy, more tuxedos, more cars, more pussy, more vodka, drink, drink, drink. Please drink responsibly.
Just so that people know. Just so that people know. Please drink responsibly, people. I'm not going to, but you should.
Oh man. Have we we still have 8 minutes to kill.
8 minutes.
Can I play? But what else can I play?
Oh, I feel some Meat Canyon screaming out to me.
Dude, you and your Meat Canyon, dude, or Meat Canyon.
Mm-hmm.
Brutal. Let me think if I can think of something funnier.
Nope.
You played that, and and I didn't like anything that I watched in that. Oh God.
Yep. It's supposed to make you feel a little uncomfortable, at least.
Yeah, uncomfortable is fine, but it's like if it's uncomfortable in a funny way, is way different. Way different. Way different.
Maybe your own discomfort is the thing that makes it funny.
Is it though? Fucking is it though, Abe? God damn it, Abe.
Mm-hmm. How about, when was the last time you had some Cheetos?
How about, since we've been doing a drinking stream, I will play a beer song.
There you go. There's another little link for you there.
Well, we'll watch yours after mine. I'm gonna get hit for this, but who gives a shit? I make all of $0 off this, so who cares a shit? So, bam.
I like beer because it is good. I drink beer because I should. If there was a song to sing, I sing it and beer you drink. I drink beer when I am sad, because the beer, it makes me glad. Now there's nothing left to
Now
say.
you can even tell that this was made in Flash.
Beer is good. Beer is good. Beer is good. And stop. Beer is good. Beer is good. Beer is good.
Let's go drink some beer.
Nice.
Like
well, as we've only got a few minutes left before we part ways, how about some dive?
No. Sorry, what was that?
Bring up the last link I posted in a private chat. It's not the Mid Canyon one. This is also from the same era as those.
Yeah,
other
so it
videos.
was the E-bombs era.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and play the same song I was gonna play for my outro, but I'll make a new I'll make a proper outro song. I feel I should do that because I've been doing well. I feel like moderately long streams, just a cool, simple, like sometimes 4 to 8 hours. Nothing crazy, but
Yeah.
Oh my god. I don't know. No.
Hey, little girl. Did you want to know a secret? 'Cause I know one and it is so good to hear it. You want to know what it was?
Schwaz?
All right, I'll tell you what it was. I know how to count all the way
Doing
to
55. I remember this.
And I will tell you how
Mm-hmm.
faster than you can say poopty poopty pints. You ready to hear it, baby?
55.
All right. Schwan. 2. 2.5. 7. 14. 21. 27 half. 27. 37. What you say? Shiggity swell. 55. Shiggity swat. Shiggity 5. Shiggity swell. 55. Shiggity swiggity swell. 55. Girlfriend's age. 55. My IQ. 55. You must pay. 5 plus 5 is 50, 50, 50. 55. Shiggity swiggity swiggity swell. 55. My IQ is 55. Shiggity swiggity swiggity swell. Swiggity swiggity swell. Shiggity swig 50, 55. Come on, girl, when you add 5 plus 5. Come on, girl, 55. Do that 55. Come on, girl, shake your butt, you ex. 55, 55. Now let's do the stick. Come on. Shiggity swiggity swell. Shiggity swell. 55. Shiggity swell. 55. Shiggity swiggity swiggity swell. 55. 55. Come on, girl, 55. What you say? What you say? Come on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get hit so hard for that all that shit. Oh my god.
Classics.
Quentin, I thought I got rid of that bag of Vorpal. My bad. Hey man, Quentin, again, happy birthday, brother, dude. Hopefully you're having a good day. I think that was pretty good. I don't know, just a cool, easy breezy, I don't know, 8-hour stream.
Yeah.
No big deal. I meant to go for all of 45 minutes, but on my own originally. But it's whatever. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
That's a work shift. Yeah. Except I got paid all of $0 for it. So
yep.
That's called working for free, brother. Like no,
right.
but to be fair,
we'll call it there, then.
You guys did pay for the StreamYards. So I felt like I owed you for not. I don't remember if I streamed Saturday and or Sunday. Like I know I missed a couple days. Like Andy said, I missed like the whole weekend because I felt like I was streaming every day last week for like at least a few hours, and then like I think I took like the weekend off, and then I fucked my back up, and then people are just like, "What happened to Syfax?" And I'm like, I can't fucking move, so I can't make it to my computer. It was like a trek and a half just to get down my stairs to my bathroom, to I don't know,
it's not fun.
take a shower and use the bathroom, but life happens, whatever. It's all good. But yes. Here, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play. It's probably not going to be my outro song, but I like this song. It's probably one of the better. It's actually lyrics I made, and the song that actually came out of it ended up being pretty fucking good. I would have to say myself, because it's my stuff, so why not? But
Whiskey lead a wandering soul to heaven's watering hole. I'll drink to forget a memory, but hell's got one more trick for me.
It's the red version. It's no delay.
I walked up, said, "What's your favorite sin?" She could have killed me with that smile. Said it's lost with the touch of wrath, but I'm a glutton for love, so let's just dance. Next thing I know, we were burning up that dance floor. I didn't know what I was in for. Well, I might be an open sinner, but I know I'm no false saint. That wicked little angels got me praying for some faith. And a touch of fun got her going wild. Sin on my lips after just a sip, it's just her style. Envious stares and crocodile smiles talk of the scene. Sin for sin will be the ones they could only